Oh, oh dear. There it is.
Was too quiet.
If ever there was an intro, that would be it, wouldn't it?
Hope all the speakers are working for everybody.
Yeah, it'll certainly get the dust off them.
I don't think if it goes that low.
Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't do
listening.
anything.
Just listening to the wrong output.
Let's have a look, see what I've got running here. Right, I was gonna. I don't know where it is though. I was gonna see. Let's see if our glorious leader, Mr. Hilton, is about. Certainly online. Let's see if he's there or not. Oh, now what's going on?
That's still not working.
Sounds like it needs an auto tune, buds.
What's I mean? What do I actually?
Sounds a little fluffier than normal.
Nah,
You alright?
it's relatively in tune. I only pressed auto tune like a few days ago.
Yeah, it's not like it's a memory mode or anything, is it?
What? Where you press every 5 minutes and wonder.
Yeah, absurd bloody lootly.
No, I think it's just the unison being. set.
Oh yeah. So what have you been up to today anyway?
Fuck all.
Oh,
That's
yeah. There he is.
You what?
Oh, today you've got a buzz.
Oh, he's joking, have I?
Yeah, but
Just 1 second. Is that better?
no. Exactly the same.
It's a wonderful 50 hertz you have.
Oh, there you go.
It's a lot
What
better.
about that?
There you go.
Oh,
There you go.
that's interesting. Oh, no, because that's the output from the computer. That's on 9 and 10, so I'll do that up again. Is that all buzzing again?
Yeah, buzzy
Yeah.
buzz buzz.
Yeah, I'd noticed that. Yeah, my computer seems to have developed a nice, lovely ground loop buzz hum
Yeah,
thing.
some sort of earthing
whatnot.
loop, isn't it?
Oh, well,
Now we just have a nice wine.
A whine? Are you accusing me of whining already, Rob?
No. There's still a whining sound coming through from you, but
Is that?
Everything else is switched off. Oh, caca. It must be the computer then.
well, yeah,
Sorry,
it's
Alan.
it's probably something. Yeah, like a screen power supply or something like that.
It's like loading The Hobbit. If anybody remembers that, never mind.
Oh, you do indeed.
That's not part of The Hobbit. Could be though, I suppose.
Oh, no, this actually does go very low and very loud. I just can't hear it that low. It's good. Could take the Andromeda to the gig I'm doing this Saturday, just to like check out the subs. Oh,
Yeah.
Do you dare, Robert? Do you really dare?
what, taking the Andromeda out? No.
Yeah. As soon as you move it, it ain't going to work anymore.
No, I mean, I move it regularly between the keyboard stand and the wall.
Oh, okay. That's not quite what I meant. You put it in the back of the car and it's going boom, 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 boom.
car.
As you move
Come
from
on,
South London to North London, or North London to South London, whichever direction you're going in.
come on. It's only half an hour walk. Just take it under the arm.
You really are crackers.
So when do you break up, Andy?
Usually
Not
about
mentally, I mean, but
12
from
o'clock
school.
most days of the week. No, I see. Sorry. Oh, I misunderstood what you meant there, Kent. I'm sorry about that.
That's no problem.
Next Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Cool, that leaves
It
it
not
to the
being a
last
public
minute.
school where people pay lots of money to not have their children educated, which I think is funny. But don't get me wrong. Don't get me. We pay you all this money and they go home early. Yeah, brilliant. Right. No, next Wednesday. God, I've got 1,001 things to do. Oh, like a bad, my asthma's disappeared.
Oh.
I've got 1,001 things to sort out. Honestly, all connected to car insurance and things. So, I had a good afternoon yesterday, actually speaking to the people that matter who were there in the offices when they were supposed to be, and got things moving. But
Yeah.
you know, from Saturday morning, I will be without a car, and I've got three days left. Fortunately, there is an interim solution which I will avail myself of. So, thank you to Mr. Andrew Gardner for offering me his car for a few days. Which, I mean, the generosity when you get yourself in difficult positions, people do come out and
Yeah.
are generous. It's amazing, you know, and so thank you to those people that have offered their help. And then I'll be able to get myself sorted from that point on. Over
Christ,
the
you
Christmas
could have borrowed
holidays.
one of mine.
Yes, I don't want the Mustang.
No.
It'd bankrupt me in a week.
Yeah, no, the Chrysler's not too bad at all. It's quite comfortable and luxurious.
Yeah, actually, they are though, aren't they? Those big Chryslers. They're great big boxy, ugly things. But
Oh, ugly! How dare you, sir?
oh, sorry.
It's the
I was
estate
just-
one. It's the estate one. It's the attractive version of the 300C. I know what you mean, though. The saloons
like-
are a bit sort of like, oh, I run out of ideas. I just put boot lid on it now.
It's like our. Sorry, we can only do angles.
Yeah.
We can't smooth them off in any way. We can't do a Ford Focus job on a Chrysler. No, it's got to be.
Yeah. Yeah. No, the estate is a much sleeker version of the motor, which is why I got the estate. I like the look of her. But, yeah. So that if you do need ever need to borrow
I
it.
do need.
It's
I've
there.
got to come all the way down to Surrey.
Yeah, but what a drive back
To
though.
borrow a
eh?
muscle car. Yeah, it cost me an arm and a leg just to drive me back to Sheffield. Oh no. Oh,
I think she
dear.
pulls about 35 to the gallon.
The hire
remember.
car that I've got at the minute is a Honda Jazz 1.4, 54.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like, you what? And actually, okay, sometimes it's like, oh, come on, go, you bitch. Go, just go. And it's all set up so that it doesn't go. It just goes, well, okay, we're getting there.
Yeah.
Don't panic. We'll get there eventually. We'll get there. And then you
Yeah.
go,
Plus, there's that thing of like you need to
54 miles
park,
an
and it just requires the smallest little space, and you go, oh, I'll nip it in there.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So no, I get that.
It's why when I first came down to you, I was in that little Picanto. I loved it, and I'm so sad that it's been smashed to smithereens by a fucking lorry driver that wasn't watching what he was doing. You know, and well, what can I do? I'll get another little Picanto. I don't know why anybody would drive anything other than a Kia Picanto. They're just brilliant. They're just brilliant little cars. They just nip about. They go right. They're just fab. Kia That's me, proper convert.
Yeah.
Is there a mute on YouTube? I don't know, is there? Are you switching us off? Are we that boring already? Yeah, probably we are.
I think you can mute the audio on YouTube, can't you?
You can, yeah. Little crosses in the bottom
Yeah,
left-hand corner.
just
You can
click-
do it in the top right.
Click on the little speaker, and it puts a line through it, and it all goes very difficult to hear. Oh,
I ought to confess that I've done it again.
have you now?
I have.
You're a little tyke, you know that.
I am. I'm a, such a little. No, it's not being a tyke. It's just being a borderline geriatric who doesn't know what he's doing. I got virtually to Sheffield again tonight when I realised I was supposed to be going to Derby to Jim's E-Mom after I'm. That's such
Ah.
a bastard. That's such a. Oh, who's playing? Oh, yeah, I'll be there. That'll be great. Oh, come on. I got to Sheffield and went, you wanker, you were supposed to be going to Derby. I'm just, at that time of the day, I really am on autopilot. I'm not thinking, I'm just going, just go. So
Yeah.
I owe Jim a real big apology that I didn't make it to the Derby E-Mom, even as just a supporter. So,
Yeah.
sorry, Jim, I fucked up.
Oh, there'll be more. There'll be more.
Yeah. Really will.
No,
So what's made you do this tonight, other than it's Thursday in tradition? So
pretty much that.
I thought Kent was. I thought Kent. What's his name? I thought Don was doing a thing with a mental health thing again.
Apparently,
today.
well, from what Dom said when he came on, it was couldn't get Ollie's internet to work, so there was technically no show to do.
Well, never
So
mind.
I suppose it was about half an hour of Dom just sitting, talking, waiting for something to happen.
That was yesterday, though, wasn't it?
Mm.
Yeah. So tonight he was going to do it tonight, but they still not got it sorted. It doesn't matter. I mean, I watch those things and I get stuff from it. Unfortunately, some of it just cuts a bit too close for me,
Mm.
and I go, oh, yeah, but that's because
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's kind of a natural thing where when you talk about these things or expose yourself to people talking about these things, it tends to remind you that you're quite delicate and easily broken. Sometimes it's a bit
Yeah.
uncomfortable. Sometimes, when you're listening to things, you go,
Yes,
"Shit."
it is. But I suppose that's also a healthy thing.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't sometimes want to sit there on a Thursday night being reminded of it. So,
Yeah, I know what you
which
mean.
is selfish. I'm sorry, that's selfish. But
It's not. No, it's preservation. I think it's quite a natural thing to feel and react to be honest. You know?
Anyway, is that hydrosynth still behaving itself?
It
it properly
is.
mended?
It's been a good little girl. It's been sounding very, very nice indeed.
And you'll never look at a CS80 again unless you've got a soldering iron in your hand.
Well, yeah, there's that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, the 80 is, if you own one, it's a lovely thing to own. It's a lovely thing to play. But it's the Hydra's made it not compulsory to have to sit in front of it and play it and use it to do certain things that you would have had to originally.
Have you played any of the Ensoniq Poly Aftertouch keyboards? The SQ80, the EPS16, EPS16.
It's got the
Plus,
EPS
and
16
so on?
there.
Yeah, of course you have, because Jim
Yeah.
bought it. Yeah.
It's Cleo's dad. Yay!
It's Cleo's dad. Howdy. Then did it stack up? Do they work? I mean, I remember playing them back in the day and being really impressed, but I mean, I've no idea what they're like these days.
Yes, they are Poly Aftertouch, but it not necessarily what you would call in a very musical way. It's a feature, but it's not. It's not very intuitive to use.
It's
Is it?
fine.
all-
You just need
all
to be
keyboards?
very skilled in getting your fingers slowly away from the key.
Yeah, but I must admit that I find the action on the Hydro is more like the 80s response, and because I'm more used to the 80s response, the Hydra's Poly Aftertouch
Is that
appeals
natural
more.
and a feel thing? Is it musical? Oh my god, what a crap ass thing to say! But
Well, I've already said it, so don't worry. It is.
So it feels right.
Yeah. The EPS didn't feel as musical, for want of a better adjective.
It requires some weird dexterity to
Yeah. Yeah.
get it to behave how you might
Yeah.
think it should behave.
Yeah. It didn't
Is that
feel
the
natural.
same for the SQ8s, you
Yeah,
right?
yeah, they have the same keyboard.
Yes, and get TS10 as
it's-
well, isn't it?
No,
Just the
TS10 has the updated version, which then all the latest
Okay.
had.
Oh, okay.
Or VFX was that was the first one with the new keyboard. But
I don't know.
EPS and SQ80 have their first poly aftertouch keyboard, which is noisy. It's basically like below the keys, there are little like rubber part that compress for the aftertouch. So you like hit the key, it gets to the bottom of the velocity range, and then it squeezes together further. But it's fucking noisy.
Did anybody say Behringer? Somebody said Behringer.
Behringer.
What's going on?
I love the fact that I'm in no way I'm not allowed on, basically, unless I'm summoned to come and talk about those fucking wankering cunts.
Hi, tight. Yeah, they are. I've got loads of it over here, and I don't
fucking
apologise, you know, because I'm
Every
very
time,
poor.
I genuinely, every time I see anything by them on social media, I literally just have to hold my hands back from watching all these wankering comments from people going, "Oh my god, you're such gods!" No, you're fucking cunts.
And
So anyway, there we go.
How about something from Clark Technic? Is that allowed?
Well, yeah, who's owned by?
Music
Anyway,
group.
guess what I've just
Music Tribe now.
Guess what I've just
Tribe,
ordered? Well, not
sorry.
ordered. Guess what I've just paid my final.
Now P
final
2,600 from
No,
Behringer.
I've just paid the money because my instrument is ready and waiting to be shipped.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Groove
Which
synthesis,
is
one of
third
those
wave.
keyboard things. The
Osmos!
Osmos.
There,
The
yeah.
Osmos.
Do it. That's I was gonna say that.
No,
Osmos.
well, you didn't.
I did not. Can we
Yeah,
rewind
no.
that?
Yeah, I just got an email basically just saying it's ready to be shipped and pay your
Really?
money and you
Oh.
can have it.
Actually, Ty, of
That's
all these things, I envy you that. I think I'd really love to have one of those.
Honestly, every
So if I had
every
to spend
time
1,500
I have
quid
to
kicking around.
I have to say every time I see the videos for it, every single time just makes me want it that little bit more.
Hmm.
So you know, normally a lot of this
It's too
stuff.
brute.
Yeah, you know, a lot of this stuff. You kind of see you get the initial buzz for it, and then when you start seeing videos going, yeah, it's going to come out in 6 months, it's going to come out, and every time you see another video, you're there going, yeah, it's not quite as special as I thought it was going to be. And by the time it actually arrives, you just kind of go, yeah,
Yeah,
maybe it
give
wasn't
it me.
worth the wait. I have to say, with this, every time they release one of their updates on it, it
So-
just made me want it even more.
So Ty, have you
Steve,
have you used the?
I've
have
only
you
been
used the
waiting about
Hawkins stuff?
1,125 days for
Oops,
the
sorry.
Osmos. Sorry, I was just looking at what Steve Elbows has just typed. So-
Sorry.
It's been a long time.
Dave.
I wonder, have you used the Hawkins, the Egan Matrix? Or you,
No. Do you know, I haven't. It was one of those things that years gone. When I looked at getting one, I was going to get one of those, or I got a Roly Grand when that came out, and I went the Roly route for the Grand. But no, I haven't. But it's an engine that I've always looked at and thought looked really interesting.
Very nerdy.
Well, I know, but that's kind of
No, in a
but
good
I-
way, though, right?
Yeah, there's a nerdiness in there. I've got lots of synths that are kind of quite nerdy
but
synths. But
Well, it has the whole matrix where you type numbers in and then your custom functions. It's a bit abstract at times.
I think, yeah, but you got to remember. So back in the day, this is where the screen goes all like this, and there's lots of harp music playing. So basically, in the late '80s, early '90s, when you used to have to. So when I was at university doing, yeah, there we go. That's it.
Right.
Perfect. Well played. And so when I was at uni, it was the day when you were doing electric acoustic music on an old Mac, where you'd basically
What?
you'd put in some I can't remember what the program now was, but you'd put in some numbers and set something up for a, you know, kind of a waveform, an envelope, and you'd bugger off, and then you'd come in the next day. Like, you know, you'd waited like 18 hours for this sound just to go, yeah, and you'd go, nah, it's not really what I wanted. And then you put in a whole new letter for the, you know. So I did all that when I was at uni, and I have a lot of time for that. The only difference is now, obviously, it's all in real time. So,
Time
So,
well
yeah.
spent then, Ty.
so yeah. So anyway, so I'm looking forward to that. I am looking forward to that. The only other thing I've bought recently that's of any worth is I got hold of Dave Smith Pro 2, because I've got
Oh,
Pro
nice.
12 and I've got Pro 3 and I've got the Poly Evolver, so I've got the whole family of the Dave Smith stuff, but I didn't have a Pro 2, but I've got I've managed to get Pro 2, and
Have you got a Pro 3?
yeah. But they're completely different instruments. I was saying to Kent about it.
Yeah,
The 2 and the 3 are literally just,
very different.
you know,
But
such
the
different
3 is more,
instruments.
in some ways, more of an evolver than closer to an evolver than a Pro 2.
Yeah, and the 2 is basically it's obviously more like a 12, but
It's
it's
the
not,
voice of a 12, but with the other filter.
The 2 has
absolutely.
4
It's not a
oscillators,
12.
and the
Yeah,
3
4
has
oscillators.
3.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
but the three can take you down some rabbit holes. It's not as focused as
They all. Do you know what? What's great about all of that Dave Smith stuff when it was Dave Smith stuff? Every single one of them could take you down rabbit holes. And,
Yeah, I think
you know.
that was almost that's the beauty of them, isn't it? It can be the frustration if you're not
Yeah,
patient.
if you want bog stand, that's why the only Dave Smith stuff that I never bought, and no sequential stuff, is the Rev stuff, because
Rev
that
t-
for
yeah.
me didn't do anything for me, because it was I didn't really like the sound of it. It's quite boring, really. So,
It's basically just the Matrix 6.
yeah,
Uh,
which
it's the same. It's basically the same chip and as the Matrix 6, and
I found the Rev stuff very, very vanilla and very nothing, that I never bought. It's the only one I never bought.
I remember.
at the time, the Prophet 08 was like probably the only standard
Yeah,
classic
do you-
polysynth.
I never got anything good out of an 08. I just never got. Well, no, it's not that I never got anything interesting out of an 08. Everything I got out of an 08 was just, you kind of
Yeah,
went, yeah, that's all right, that's okay.
But the
But
Evolver,
I think that was it.
that was cool. That was a cool one.
The Evolver, the Poly Evolver. I've got the Poly Evolver with the It's a beautiful synth, absolutely beautiful
You
synth.
could get. I remember we were all. I'm going to throw everybody into here. We were all getting all caught up with the Curtis filter, and it's not that great a filter. But then I would play it and be like, does it fucking matter? This thing just sounds so nice sometimes. So just I actually have some recordings that I made. Sometimes it was really warm actually, and everyone was, it's so fizzy and buzzy.
Which instrument do you mean, Dave?
Well, remember how they were really into the Curtis chips there with the Evolver, Poly Evolver.
Are you talking about the Evolvers? Okay.
Yeah, and then going into
I mean, but that's again actually
that
the same.
feedback stuff, and God, it was so nice. And the way
But I have to believe that they all use the same chips, all the Dave Smiths. They all use PA 397, which is a 3396. So again, it's the same chip as the Matrix 6, which had two wave shapers for DCOs,
But they all
and the filter.
sounded so different though.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
the Evolver voice architecture is crazy.
I know.
With a feedback loop around it and the delay. I mean,
Yeah.
I know I really miss it. I really should get
in some ways, it's like more of. Is it a digital synth with analog components in it, or is it an analog synth with
Yeah,
digital
no,
components?
that's- yeah.
It's hard to
That's-
say which way round.
That's exactly. And what's nice is that the Pro 2 is almost like a continuation of that, with lots of Prophet 12 stuff on as well.
It's kind of where they started to signal that a little bit. Like he knew that some of that circuitry of the Evolver and Poly were missed by people.
Yeah.
They're
great. All of those, they're great. So I'm really glad that I've got, because I mean, for years, because I had the 12, there was just so much of me going, yeah, but the 2 is just kind of cut down 12, and it's so not. It's so not. It was it has a lot of the qualities of the 12, but there's more to it as well. And the whole game structure, you can tell the whole game structure is done in a different way. So it's Yeah, it's nice, and the paraphonic side of things, like on the Pro 3.
Right.
What's great about the Pro 3 is that when you treat it paraphonically rather than monophonically, it's great. It's
Yeah.
but yeah,
And you get 44 keys, don't you? I think on the Pro 2 doesn't it have has more than 37. I think doesn't it have 44 on the.
oh, I haven't got it here. I can't remember.
See, for me, the little things like that, it's like, oh, that's nice for a mono synth.
But anyway, but I'm not hanging around tonight because I haven't been up to the house. I've been so I haven't been up to the house yet, so I've actually been doing
Well,
some
you were
work
having
again,
some
Kent.
time off, Kent, who are you?
No,
What's
I
your
and
name?
I am taking
Ty.
I am taking time out. I'm just trying to get some. I'm basically trying to get ahead of myself because all I've got is after Christmas. I've got a really busy 3 weeks just on this one project, and then that's it. I'm taking a lot of time out, but it's a really busy 3 weeks. But I'm trying to. The more work I can do now,
Yeah.
it means that more bearable those 3 weeks will be. Whereas if I do fuck all, which I could just sit here and do nothing. It just means that those 3 weeks will be living hell. So I'm trying to just kind of get ahead of myself, and but I haven't been up to the house. So, and also I'd say, I mean, I don't want to. Has anyone been watching Traitors on BBC One? No.
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 Do you know? I mean, I don't do. You know, I don't watch a lot of TV. I really don't. But I have to say, it's really quite addictive watching people turn on one another. It's basically it's a straight cross. It's a straight cross between kind of I'm a Celebrity, a murder mystery, Big Brother. It's kind of all of these, and basically, it's people. There's a whole castle full of I don't know, 16 people, 20 people, and they've randomly chosen 3 traitors, and the rest of them are faithfuls. That's it, and they don't know who the traitors are. And then one by one, the traitors every night will murder one of the faithfuls.
So it's Amongst Us as a TV show.
Yeah, that kind of thing. But they also and every episode, every day, they sit round a table, and they then have to vote out who they think is
literally Amongst Us.
Yeah, and who they think it is the traitor, and inevitably they get it wrong, and they end up just voting out all of these faithfuls. But you watch, it's just fascinating to watch the way people, complete strangers, interact and start becoming accusational or picking up on, and you get these people who are there going, I know who it is, and they don't have a clue. They've got it all wrong. It's great to watch. Anyway, I'm not going to ruin it for anyone, but I watched the first episode just because it was on, and you kind of think, I'm never going to watch this again. Anyway, honestly, within half an hour, you're just addicted, going, okay. And now, generally, I cannot wait for the next episode. It's really good. It's worth watching.
Actually,
If you haven't watched it,
reality TV goes, that sounds quite interesting.
do you know what? That's the thing. Reality TV for me is the absolute pits, but
Yeah,
it is the
me
first
too.
time. It's the first time where reality TV is also it's quite clever and it's entertaining, and yeah. If you've not watched it, it's worth watching, and I guarantee you'll get, if you watch the first episode or 2 episodes, you'll be absolutely gripped. So yeah, worth watching. But, so anyway, so I'm not hanging around because I'm going to go and have some dinner, and go and speak to somebody lovely, and then watch the next episode of Traitors.
Is that because none of us are lovely?
Say again.
Is that because none of us are lovely?
You're lovely, but
Okay.
in
Well,
a
not lovely enough.
a
Okay,
different
it's
kind
okay,
of
Ty.
way.
We know where we
Yeah.
are.
Did you
But,
see the Oasis up for sale on Facebook today?
No, so what?
Mm.
And
It got bought.
Wonderwall sold for 3p.
say
It got
again.
bought. It got bought.
Go on.
22. Apparently.
I think that's the kind of going rate. I wouldn't say it was. I think
For a 20-year-old digital synth, it's not bad going, is it?
no, Who's it? The 88,
No, 76.
76. Okay, good. Okay,
Mm.
wow. Yeah, mine definitely needs the battery. You're gonna have to change the battery on mine.
I'm going to have to change the battery on it for you.
Yeah, I haven't switched mine on.
Was it,
It's in the middle reach.
do you want on eBay a Corgo A76 2100?
For 76.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I bought a whole load of, well, Kent knows this. So last year there was a guy that basically stripped one down as well. And because there's loads of parts that you just can't get anymore, so I bought a whole boxes full of motherboards and output boards, and I can't remember, I don't even know what's it. I think it's got a screen. I can't remember. I bought a whole load of stuff from it just to try and keep it running in years to
Yeah.
come.
Well, especially the motherboards.
Yeah. So
What was it ASRock? Was it ASRock?
I don't know.
I can't remember now.
I
'Cause
can't remember.
I think it was an ASRock P4. Because I'm always looking out for them just in case. Because as a PC motherboard, it's like it's worth shit nothing.
Yeah.
But it's what you put it in, isn't it? So
Yeah. Well, that's the same with my Neuron. Remember I told you the story about my Neuron? That the only reason that's still functioning is the fact that somebody, there's a whole load of, they couldn't find the, so I took it round because it had turned into a brick, like all the Neurons do at some stage, and they held on to it. And I said, well, look, I can't do anything with it. And I'd spoken to there was a company in Germany that was still looking after Neurons, and they had basically said, oh, we can't do anything with it. And so it was literally a brick, and I left it down with this company somewhere down in town, I can't remember where in London, and they had it for about 6 months, and they got back to me saying, you're not going to believe this, but we basically just bought up a whole load of old school PCs, and it just so happened that the motherboard that was in these old school PCs just happened to be almost the same as the one that's in the Neuron, so they could, with a bit of adaptation with the USB ports, they could make it fit in the Neuron. And all of a sudden, I've now got a working Neuron again. So I bought an extra 2 motherboards from these old PCs. But they were literally, because everyone knows that when the Neuron came onto market, the motherboard in it was already out of date when it came onto the market. So it was totally fortuitous. They just happened to get some old school PCs that came in with a very similar motherboard. Otherwise, it'd still be a brick.
well, even the Korg Oasis board was it was discontinued 8 years before.
Was it?
Yeah, they were old boards when we got them.
Yeah.
Well, probably because VOA started in the early mid 90s, and then only the PCI card happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So clearly they had a developed environment already with those boards,
yeah,
but
exactly.
Yeah.
nothing came of it.
Yeah.
But-
Except
Even then they
except
didn't.
the cards were having to work in Windows, whereas these work in
Linux.
It's Linux, isn't it? The Oasis,
Yeah.
isn't it? And nobody got round to writing drivers for the USB sockets on the back, or the Ethernet connectors and everything else that's still sitting out the back of the bloody thing.
Well, it's like the Neuron. I mean, the Neuron was never finished.
No. Well,
There's so much
no,
stuff
it was a
on the
walled off
Neuron
wave,
that's
was it? It's still got those sequencer buttons on the front, but there's no
Yeah.
sequencer behind it.
There's a whole surround section. There's a whole load of sections in the Neuron that you press the buttons and nothing happens. Just literally nothing happens.
Well, I thought the surround actually worked in times.
No, there was another. I can't remember what it was. The actual basic surround works, but there's another level of the outputs just work. But there was a whole level of other stuff that was meant to be integrated with the surround that
Yeah.
never got finished. And there's also, ironically, there's some of the loops in the waveforms. There's some
Yeah.
loops that, oh my god, they are. When I say they are unbelievable, they are literally astounding. Because
They're
they're
like
just
stairs.
like at no point could anyone ever have got this loop and just gone. Even they would never have been able to go, oh, that'll do. I mean, you couldn't do that. It was literally, some of the loops are just like Fuck me. I mean, it was obviously, I really need to get off today. I know, and I've been told I need to finish another 27 loops before the end of the day. And it's literally just pick a number, random number. Yeah, that'll do. I mean, some of the loops are appalling. But it's still some of the sound. I mean, I've said this so many times before.
But actually, the appalling loops, they're quite fun, because if you put
Oh, well,
them,
they had character.
if you put it really low and then use it in one of the weird blend modes, then it actually does weird stuff with the other one where you use a notched loop,
Absolutely. But
and
there
it
are
becomes a
times when
very
you don't-
weird modulation.
It does, but when you don't want to use it that way,
I mean, yes, then you just put a different model in there for.
you just never use it because it is unusable as it is. But yeah, I know what you mean. As a modulation sort in the blend, yes, you're absolutely right. But yeah, but I still stand by the fact there are sounds that come out of the instrument that you just can't get out of anything
It's
else.
still new and modern. 20
Yeah,
years
it
later.
is. Yeah, it is. It is. And it's also one of those technologies. It's a bit like, I mean, I know Robbie keeps going on about the VP1, and there are things that are very similar to the VP1, but not quite the VP1. But there's still, to this day, there's something about the Neuron in the way that it does feel very futuristic, and it's a very unique instrument. But yeah, I wish they could actually do something with it, but there we go.
Well, I mean,
Anyway.
Stefan Bands, they did mention something probably like 5 years ago on his blog.
Oh
if
no,
not more.
it's always been, honestly, there's
Uh,
always been so many mentions of.
And I mean, some of the Synaptic stuff does use similar technology. I mean,
Yeah.
the Synaptic Morph
Yeah.
definitely uses
Yeah.
some stuff very similar to it.
Mhm.
So Synaptic would just combine all the weird shit into a synthesizer.
Yeah, but they're not going to do that. That's the reality of the situation.
Well,
I mean,
but they might.
what
But
was the last thing that Synaptic did? I mean, let's be honest.
was it Wormhole
The-
2 or
The
Reverb or the?
which is, don't get me wrong, the reverb's fantastic, but that's the last thing they did, and they did that and the only reason I can remember it is 2017, because that was a reverb that I used loads on Midge's album, and that was 2017.
Well, no, this year they released Triumph 3 Creative Audio Editor.
Oh, did they? Oh, well, that one passed me by then. Okay, I'll stand corrected by that.
No idea what that is.
I've never heard of it. But
I mean, but
anyway,
that-
look.
What?
What? Oh, what?
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 Sorry, I've just poured some beer and it's just.
That's not a good
spewed
look. You've just gone, oh, what? And pulled out.
They've just spewed.
Is this old
everywhere.
age? Have you just
This
have
is
you
why we have
followed
why-
through?
That barman job is not going well.
No, it's not going well at all.
But
What,
you,
you-
it's gonna get all paper towel. That's
Just
you need
ignore
some.
me.
You
I'm
need a
not
rag.
important.
Yeah.
Get the paper towels out of the
do you,
studio.
do you honestly let
But-
beer in the studio on the same shelf as your gear? Really?
Yeah, okay, I'm not in a position to be
What
able
is
to
happening?
afford such a luxurious space as you have, Ty.
Yeah, his
But
studio is
even-
also his
even
kitchen
then-
and his
And
bedroom.
answer the question. Answer the
Don't-
question.
Don't put it on the shelf next to your gear. Surely not.
It's not. It's nowhere near gear that will matter. Having already tipped beer all over the BeatStep Pro once, and it survived. I thought I'm not doing that again. So no, it's nowhere near beer. Beer. Oh fuck! I can't even
That's a good
speak.
point. As you had just said, you've got toilet roll ready by your desk.
Yes, it's an absolute essential studio.
Yeah, but have you ever
Come on.
seen when you wipe it? There's like fragment paper. You don't
It's,
want
al-
that. in your
it's also
studio.
his porn computer.
Okay, I just want to ask. I
No,
just,
it's
I'm
not.
just,
No,
so-
it's
so-
not.
I think Ty has
and-
a starter
Stop
quiz.
it.
and
Ken,
I
you
just think
can
we need to
afford
go
your
round.
own porn computer
Can
separate.
we just go around the room here? Does
Yes.
anyone else here have toilet roll in their studio?
Right, Ty, just stop. Wait, just stop 1 minute.
No,
Not
it's
that long
okay, and
ago,
you carry on. You carry on
we
with the
did-
toilet roll.
we did
I
a
just
nice-
want to. I just
we
want
did a
to.
nice live stream on Jamie's where there was Dom and there was Jim and there was Ian J. Cole and there was me and the only person that didn't have some kind of immediate tissue to hand was bloody Jim because he's so fucking healthy. I need things to reach over to blow my nose,
Okay.
and actually, I've realised that having a roller toilet roll there is actually it's really useful. It's really useful, really handy, and it comes in. It serves all sorts of purposes. That's got nothing to do with masturbating, right? Before you even go there, it's just not. It's just really handy.
Let me mute myself.
I've got my vapes and I've got my little juice bottles and they dribble in unexpected ways.
Did you
So
call
I
it
can have
handy?
I can have my thing and I can fill my thing up and I can do that and wipe.
Can I just say, am I
What?
the only one at this point that all I'm hearing in my head is what's that Shakespearean quote about that doth protest too much?
Yeah.
Because
my
that's all
lady,
that's going.
my lady does protest.
That's,
Look,
that's all that's going round.
Excuse
That's
me.
all that's going round in my head.
If I want
If
to
you
sit
want
here,
wank tissues, that's absolutely fine, Anne.
you're
You keep
absolutely
them there.
right, Ty. If I want to sit here and have a fucking good wank, I'll have a fucking good wank sitting
Good
here.
for you.
But
and
not
it's
using
nobody
that
else's
computer.
business.
I only got you here. I
The
don't
fact
know.
that I am of a certain age
Steered it right in. Right into the wall.
Oh, brilliant.
where it doesn't really matter whether I have a good wank or not. It doesn't
Oh, yeah,
really
no,
come
that
into
feeling.
it.
Oh,
So-
never
so-
has it been more
so-
appropriate
so-
for me to turn around at this
that-
point and
Serves a purely innocent purpose and has got nothing to do with wiping things off the end of my knob tie. No matter what you may think,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
You have now been told, right?
never
Toilet
before.
roll-
Never before has been more appropriate for me to now turn around and go. And on
Fuck
that
off.
bombshell, I've got to go. But thanks
Well,
for enlightening me,
right, for
Anne.
the rest
I
of the
really
world, I'm-
appreciate it.
Well, I'm good because I'm not sitting here having a wank over you, Ty. I'm really not.
Yeah, it'd be one of
Nothing
these white
personal,
dressing
you
gown
understand.
sessions.
Nothing, you know. You're
And
a
that
beautiful
concludes
human being,
our
but I
performance.
would choose other human beings to wank off over.
Oh.
Right.
Never before has the phrase "too much information" been more appropriate. Yeah. Anyway.
I'll kiss you later. It's okay.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Look, have a brilliant one, and I'm going to disappear, and I will give you future updates as to when my Osmos may appear or whatever.
Ooh.
It did. I mean, the delivery thing said 2 to 5 working days, but whether that means I don't know whether they're going to literally get them out the door
Did they
today or
spell
tomorrow
working
or next
right?
week or
Or did they mean wanking?
wank.
Sorry, I apologise. To all the viewers, I must humbly apologise. That was totally gratuitous and
You're
unnecessary.
just running with it. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Oh,
gonna leave you
thank
to
you,
run
Ken.
run with it. Yeah, keep it running.
Leave it dribbling.
Yeah, and
We'll clean up the mess.
Yes, well, and Will. He's got the utensils.
Be prepared. Be
Have a good one,
prepared.
guys.
Fuck off. Bye, Tom.
Yeah.
Oh, see you later. Bye, guys.
See you
Bye,
later,
bye,
fruit
bye.
bat.
No, don't spoil it, Robert.
Well, we have no way of saying like what a wanker to him.
No,
What a
we don't,
wanker.
do we? Well, what a wanker.
Yeah, just got.
Oh, no, hang on a minute. He was inferring that for me. Oh,
Oh.
no, oh well, okay. I hold my hand up.
Each to their own.
Oh.
Oh, God, if anyone fancies a shag, I'm available.
Apparently, we all are.
Are we?
Yeah, well, we're here. Oh, bloody my hand. Ow.
What have you done, Ty?
Oh, it
Brian,
started. It started hurting on Monday.
Brian,
Yeah.
Ty, Brian, ouchie.
No, it started hurting Monday. It's just been getting progressively worse.
Oh dear.
I don't know what I've done to it.
Have you considered just wearing a wrist protector?
Yeah, Fiona said, she goes, oh, I've got one round here. I said, where? She goes, oh, I'll look for it. Several days later, we're still waiting, but can't find it anywhere.
Here's some duct tape in the meantime.
Yeah, there we go. Hey!
Hey.
Steve the Bastard. Hello, Steve the Bastard. I don't think we've met before. Hello, Steve.
Right, mate.
You had what, Fat Jesus last night? Now it's Steve the Bastard.
Jesus.
Yeah. I'm Brian.
It was Fat Jesus, right? I was like, hi,
Yeah.
Fat Jesus.
He was a giggle.
Yeah, headphones are good. Yeah, they help.
There we go.
Hello, Steve.
I may have brought him in too early.
Yeah, he's
How's that?
ready.
Yeah.
Hi all.
Oh,
Hey!
Hello.
Hello, Steve. Who are you?
Hello, Steve. Who are you?
that's very, yeah. I think
It's
we could
good
do
to
better
see
than
you.
that.
Thank you, yes. Oh, I do apologise.
Oh,
No, I can't be asked with
who
titting
are
about
you?
with.
I mean,
I can't be
geez.
asked with titting about with stuff. So, yeah. Hello, Steve. It's lovely to see you.
Ooh.
Oh, you bitch.
Now.
Ooh.
Okay.
Come on, let's have a competition.
Is that a completed Deckard's dream that
Yeah.
you spent 3 months soldering?
God, I hope not.
Yeah, the puzzle box said 3 to 5 years, but it only took me 2.
Oh, jeez.
Did you
Does
start
it
with the
work?
edges?
Does it work?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Hey, there was an Oz accent in there, wasn't there? Are you in Australia or are you elsewhere?
No, I'm in Melbourne.
Oh, cool. Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. It's cool that you've joined us.
Moved down from
We-
Sydney.
We sit around here just talking shit. So welcome to the idiots that don't know what they're talking about.
Speak for yourself.
Shut up, you Robert. Don't spoil the effect.
There are also morons here. It's not exclusive to idiots.
Maybe. Let's see.
What do you got?
All right. Sorry, I gotta. Let's see what we got, guys. All right. Paste.
What are you doing, Dave?
I'm still working. Copying. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So, where
Where's
Gate crashing
Cleo?
your meeting?
We'll join his Zoom call.
That'll be fun. Yeah, we bring some other people in on the Zoom call. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's our proposal. Why does it cost so much? Oh, I got in a little Twitter battle today about the importance of art.
Okay.
So here's the question: do we undervalue art as a
Yes.
society?
On
Yes,
the whole,
definitely yes.
Yeah.
Next question.
And the people who actually value things put their value in things which are valueless, which gives them intrinsic value. So, you get half a bloody sheep, you cut it in half, stick it in a load of formaldehyde and call it art, and somebody pays you 3.5 million quid, and suddenly because Mr. Saatchi has decided that he wants that in his collection. It's all about who is willing to pay, and it's who is willing to pay is where the value is, and of course that filters down to mere plebs like us. I could do a nice little jam, and somebody says, "Andy, that's amazing. I want that on my next show. I'll give you 500,000 quid." You go, "All right, fucking ace." It's never yet happened.
Is that how you're going to react? Really?
Yeah. Or I will have noodled about for 25 minutes, and you
Yeah.
offering me 500,000 quid to put it on the theme tune to your movie. Thanks. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. But it doesn't happen like that, Dave, does it? It happens strangely in the world of art that somebody decides, somebody who is willing to pay money decides that that is worth putting money behind. Does that make it great art?
Then you got to define art.
Yeah.
I mean, what metric is there to define quality of art?
Exactly. It's impossible. It's totally impossible. So it comes down to the checkbook and who's willing to write the check to say, I'll pay you 10,000, 20,000, 350,000, 2.5 million, whatever. I will say that I went to a stately home, a lovely English stately home, Hokum Hall, in the north of Norfolk. And at the time they had an exhibition of pieces by Damien Hirst. And there was definitely one there when I went, that's just fucking brilliant. And it was the outside newsagents and post offices and other little shops like that in Britain. There used to be these little statuettes where you put 2p, 3p, in the top to collect money for the blind, for spina bifida, for guide dogs,
whatever else horrible.
Yeah.
and it was a girl. This massive. I mean, it was massive. This statuette. It was huge, and it was one of the. It was an exact replica of one of those things that used to stand outside of newsagents, and she's got the caliper on her leg, and was a cripple, and there was the money box, and yet on the floor, as you're approaching it, are these massive, great big coins on the floor. And then when you get near it, you realise that the bit that you can't see when you're approaching it is the fact that the collection box has been crowbarred open, and all these coins are on the floor. It was just brilliant. I remember sitting there thinking, that is just awesome. As a piece of art that made you think about what it was that it was saying, I thought that was stunning.
So
I'm not prepared to criticise the person who's paid Damien Hirst however millions of pounds for a piece of dead shark in a load of formaldehyde.
well, so if we think about this, then a wealthy person is willing to value art very highly, right?
Yeah.
So
they have influence.
is the problem that the general public can't afford to value it that high, and they ultimately, what do they value first? Shelter, food, right?
Shelter, food.
So are we actually undervaluing art? I'm just saying, just theoretically. Or
Maslow's
are we-
hierarchy of needs applies. Maslow was a psychologist who said there was a hierarchy of needs with food, warmth, shelter at the bottom, and self-actualization at the top. So the creativity is part of that self-actualization. It goes to the highest bidder, whoever values it highly. But the value of art is always subjective. And that was a point that Edward de Bono made in many of his books on creativity, that you had to create value and that value may not be apparent.
So I think the premise the person was making it was that now we've got AI, and we don't care about the artist because of AI. But when robotics were created, we had a SFIT that workers were going to get all displaced, right? Now, I don't think it's a perfect analogy myself, right? And I don't even know if I really agree, because I'd say, well, I'm not sure what your point is, completely here. We'd have to decide what we value, what skills. And I think that was the whole point, that we don't really value the artistic skills. And I'm not saying what side I even fall on that, to be honest with you. But I did find it a little fascinating, that it's easy to say, oh, we don't care about art. I'm like, I don't know. We do care about art. We watch comedy shows. We watch movies, TV. We do love art. Just depends on what form. We do tend to pivot on how we enjoy art. and what forms of art we enjoy. I never really got the feeling that people don't appreciate artistic expression personally, you know.
Mm.
It just depends on why. Yeah, painting, sure. I'm not going to find, it's going to be hard to value a painting $500 or $600 to put on the wall. I mean, well, I get, it's all relative though, right? If you have the money, the discretionary money, then you probably would just plop it down with not even a thought, right? So, is that really a societal problem, or is that just a, like you said, hierarchy and needs? You know.
I guess it's more
Sorry.
that well, let's say we play an ad lib solo at a gig and people applaud. That's valuing creativity in the moments.
Yeah.
Like the same way that people applaud when I leave the stage. They're relieved usually.
You know,
Yeah, I know that applause.
I do think that usually those kind of comments about the value of art are coming from one group, artists that want to make a living doing art, right?
Mm.
And I'm, you know, and then I have to kind of put that into the equation, bias, right? You know, is that just because we want it to be important? We want it to be because we want to be important. So consequently, the art has to be important, right?
But art is also about provocation, and provocation leads you to new ideas, whether it be fashion or a painting or music or a new instrument. That always brings us forward in terms of creativity. So, and then people value new ideas or new sounds or new modes of expression. And art's often challenging. If you look at some art, it can appall you, but it's important to understand why. And I guess it becomes a soul-searching exercise for the viewer to appreciate art in that context. But conversely, who's going to pay money for it? That very, very good question. You've got to identify if there is a market for what you do
If you
and
are
whether it's
appalled,
different enough. Yeah.
if you're appalled, ask yourself why you were appalled,
Right.
and that will give you some answers. And if somebody's paid £3.5 million for a piece, ask yourself why have they been prepared to do that? And it's probably got very little to do with the intrinsic quality of the art, but what they themselves deem to be appropriate. So those who have the checkbooks are able to deem what is valuable in terms of the world of art. It becomes checkbook based, regardless. And that's not to say that these people who are prepared to pay out sums of money for art don't have an aesthetic appreciation, because I'm sure that a good many of them do, or else they wouldn't be in that sphere in the first place. Because let's be honest, art isn't the first port of call you'd go to for for investing money. So
I don't know. Art's always been a source of investment.
If you
it
play in that
has,
right,
but
yeah,
it's not
the right,
immediately understandable why X equals Y.
yeah,
Yeah,
If you
agreed.
go, that building's available for 100,000 quid, and if I buy it for 100,000 quid, I know that in 2 years' time it'll be worth 400,000 quid. Therefore, I've made a 300% profit. Brilliant. Boom. Property is easy. Art is nebulous, because you
But
never
that's
know.
that's the
I'm
beauty
sure
about art.
Saatchi's bought things that have ended up as valueless.
Yeah, but you can
No,
always build another house, and there are always other houses. But when you're buying a piece of art, essentially, it's the only one. So straight away, it's had a leg up because it's got its uniqueness to give it value from its rarity, and then and the way it's sold. You know, where they take you do auctions like at Sotheby's, and you have a group of people who all want the same object
Yeah.
to push the price up. But,
Usually
and
'cause
it's,
Yeah,
there's
and
a
that's-
name
and it's
attached.
like with vintage is sold. You know, somebody
Yep.
buys 30k, pays 30k for a CS80. Now they're all worth 30k. You know, the day that somebody pays 55 for one, people will be asking 55 for them. You know,
Yep.
so but the thing about art is though, like you know, you can go. The rarity is the drive behind a lot of the pricing for it, because like you go, oh, I can have a picture of the Mona Lisa in my front room from Amazon for like
Yeah, you can.
1995. It's just not
Yeah.
the Mona Lisa. But if
You
you
wouldn't
do
want it
that,
anyway,
a lot of
Kenzie.
people
It's
will
very
just see it as
disappointing.
tacky because they know there's only one. So you go in somebody's room, they've got a beautifully framed Mona Lisa on the wall, and you go, well, that ain't fucking real, is it? So, uniqueness, again. You know, when Tracy Emmett, you know, puts her unmade bed in the
Yeah.
Tate Modern, and everybody go mental for it. It's not like there's no other beds. It's just that, oh, she's an artist and she's done this with the bed, and it's making a statement. Therefore, do you want it as a piece? You know, as a you know a
And it's
form.
worth what somebody is prepared to pay.
Yeah, yeah,
So
pretty much.
how many artists do we need?
Infinite.
I know it's, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but
Yeah, I'm not. Obviously, I guess I'm an artist. I don't know, but there is the
Oh,
kind of the flip
they'd
side. How
be
many people,
provocative.
right?
but
Well,
there's
it's like,
there's
you know,
art in engineering. You know,
creativity, absolutely.
it's all
Well,
it's all
art,
the,
yeah,
it's all the same.
expression,
Yeah,
yeah.
from starts from the same spark. It's all the same thing, and that initial point that it starts from is, you know, the art.
Well, I
And,
mean,
like,
I would argue a lot of the equipment I pick is because I find it artistic. The Nord
Yeah.
Wave, just looking the Nords, right? There's an artistic element in that, and you can't deny it, right?
yeah,
Of course, it's kind of regurgitated, but there's no way that I could say that, even down to the little wood kind of little pitch thing. It's artistic, but
well, I mean, you got this dichotomy. I suppose we could say, you know, is
how much was
art,
that worth? Just that.
yeah. But when you say is art undervalued, there's a equal argument to say that, you know, is art overvalued. But when what it really comes down to is the importance of art
Undervalued.
undervalued. Yeah.
Do we not really understand the importance of it?
Yeah, you know when you get
I don't know.
well, like for instance, when we got this stop the oil protesters, and they throw tomato soup over Van Gogh's sunflowers,
Maybe we did. No, I'm just kidding.
but you know,
You can't prove anything to me.
Yeah,
yeah,
I wasn't.
you know,
I was working that day.
the irony of that not being a can of Heinz tomato soup as well.
Should have been Campbell's.
It should have been Campbell's, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Nice.
that painting was attacked because it's valued.
Yeah.
Because they did it to a beautiful car in a museum somewhere, and they covered it in flour. Everything they did to it was so reserved, it wouldn't cause any real physical damage to both the car and the painting. You know, the sunflowers is going to survive tomato soup on it.
It makes
Well,
me
well,
sick.
it's got glass in front of it anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, even if it was exposed, but you know, and they threw tomato soup over it, it'd be fine. If they took a
it's gla-
Stanley
it's
knife
glazed.
to it, it'd be a different kettle of fish, you know, or sulfuric acid. But it's almost like they didn't want to hurt it as much as they just wanted to make a statement and attack a value point.
But who are they
Yeah.
really attacking? Who are they mad at? And I'm just, you know what I mean? It's like when the artist
Yeah.
is mad at society or something. Why don't you value me more?
Well, I think that's what they're mad at. I think they're mad at society as
Who,
well.
though, in
They want
particular?
us to stop using
Us?
oil,
Everybody.
but make it easier for us to stop using oil then.
What,
Yeah, it'd be
what-
lovely to stop using oil, except that oil is going to be the basis for pharmaceuticals. And Shell and BP in the UK in the 1960s took up all the solar patents so they could roll those out when it was time, but not before they'd exhausted their market. They had a
Yeah.
company called Solar Heart to do that. But I think too that the concept of art is really about creativity and outrage. I think that if you look at, I've got a friend who studied medicine, Helen O'Connell, and she rewrote the book on female anatomy. She was emphasizing the value of art, especially art depicting cadavers and body structures. So I think the scientists realize art's important just to represent the work that they cannot express visually themselves. Music's important for film. We're sitting there watching it, but the soundtrack is playing into our emotion. I think all of the creativity we see as valuable is ultimately provocative or changes our ideas on something. And that's the same as with the flour or the tomato soup. It's a case of attracting the outrage and then projecting it from the vandalism
Totally agree.
into the rest of it. But yeah, look, we're going to need medical products and we're going to need plastics beyond 2035. So once they get outraged at taking all the oil, they're going to be asking pretty quickly for it to be brought back when they can't get their blood transfusion or they can't get their erythromycin or penicillin. They're going to be very, very quickly asking for the plastic and the oil to be brought back.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just a
That's
statement to challenge the people who have the money to be concerned about these pieces of art, but they have the power to change things. So in some ways, it is.
So it's not really at us, is what you're saying.
Well, yes, realistically, because what the fuck do I care about a Van Gogh that I could never afford? I mean, yeah, I don't mind looking at it. I have looked at it a few times, but it's never going to be in here. But then also having it in here would take away from anybody else enjoying it.
Well, you've already got a yellow submarine, so why would you want a Van Gogh with yellow sunflowers
Come on,
on
Van
it?
Gogh stuff is so beautiful. See, I just the beauty of it for me is all I need. It's an affirmation.
A Mondrian, that's beauty.
I agree with you. I like Mondrian.
It's funny how
Great
there's mental
lines,
health.
big,
You know.
big chunks of yellow and red and blue. Give me a Mondrian.
With a black light. Although actually, the paint flaking off them is a bit sad when you see them, or the glaze tearing up and all.
But the process from the trees, have you seen that? With the trees, with the process of the absolutely realistic tree, to the point where it becomes abstracted, to the point where it becomes just these straight lines with blocks of colour, is amazing. And that's one of the reasons I quite love Pete Mondrian. And I know there's all the Bauhaus and all the crap and all that stuff. I think it's time for me to go to bed because I can't even string a sentence together. So, move a bit closer. No, Wagyu, I'm not moving a bit closer. I'm going to bed. I'm going to go as far away from this mic as I can possibly get.
Leave that toilet paper
So-
right where it is.
well, no, because it serves multiple purposes.
No, that's studio.
None of which is publishable.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's only because it's boring, like wiping.
Talk to Robert about this. He's got
No,
insight.
I've got my vape pen and it dribbles, so I need to wipe up the dribbly bits from the vape pen, not from any other kind of pen. Before you all start getting penis.
Oh, you're just making up your own.
Oh, that was nice. That was good.
Yeah.
Thank you, David. I'm glad you appreciated
I
that
didn't
one.
see that
Because
coming.
I was quite.
I didn't see
I
that
was quite
coming.
proud of that myself.
Oh.
And I'm sorry, Steve the bastard, but I'm going to fuck off now because I've had a long day and I just want to go clamber into bed and read a. I'm reading. Hey, I tell you what, I'm reading that Kate Bush book, 50 visions of Kate Bush, or running up that hill 50. Go and buy it. It's great. It really is good. It's so a great read. Just a great read. Go and read the Kate Bush thing that's available right now that I can't name because I've had a long day and I've been up more hours than you lot have. So I'm going to bed now. Bye.
See you, Brooksy.
See you later, young man.
Take care.
Yeah. Cheers. Bye, everyone.
See you, bud.
Bye, Steve. Bye, Steve the bastard. I'm sorry I'm leaving you so soon, but I'm going. I need to just clamber into bed. So,
Yep.
bye, everyone. Tra. Bye, all
you
the
later, bud.
chatties. See ya. Tra. You can hit the what a wanker button any minute now as well.
We haven't got
We
one.
don't have one.
Yeah, we got
Oh,
one.
just say it when I've gone. Bye.
All right, then.
What
1, 2, 3.
a wanker.
What a wanker.
Yeah, I'm going to have to work on his voice. What a wanker.
That's pretty good.
It's not bad, is it? But it's not quite
No more
right.
reverb.
Yeah. What a... No, the more I think about it, the further I'll get away from it.
Well, the further Irish it gets.
Yeah, it's Gary, and all that.
What a wanker.
Yeah. What a wanker that's I know. I get further and further away.
All right.
So we're all sitting here thinking, I wonder if he's in bed with Kate Bush at the moment, just doing 50 pages with his roll of toilet paper. That's the only question that comes
Yeah.
to mind.
Can't shake that image.
Not now. Not now.
Like a
Running
few
up the
shows
hill.
Yeah.
burn that, yeah.
Withering Heights.
And
Oh, man. Oh, God. I'm
So
definitely
we've all devalued art to the point of being valueless unless you've got a big checkbook. I guess it's a question of what art you find provocative, that what you find actually excites you, whether it be a statuette or an art gallery piece or a Mondrian or a 3514 GT, whatever it might be.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just going to say, with checkbooks, I have a very thin checkbook. I feel like I'm a terrible place.
You only need one. Just one big balance.
God, I haven't seen a checkbook in years.
It's useful.
Well,
friends
have you got a wonky leg on the coffee table?
No, like if I didn't have cash on me and wanted to give a friend some money for buying me lunch, I would just write them a check. They would never cash it, and it's a win
oh,
scenario.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or all the other random things where like they either wanted my card details sent through by post or a check. I was just like, well, I'll just send the check and not care.
Fair dues.
And again, if I'm incompetent at getting it cashed, that's not my problem.
Oh man.
And if I only give them a month because I backdated that much, that's again not my problem.
Mm.
I keep losing my checkbook. I don't know where it is. Somewhere.
Over the rainbow.
Well, let's see. What do I got here? That's artistic. I got my IQ.
Well, that's
I've
the
got a
thing.
lovely piece
Anything
of
can
art
be
here.
art. Yeah, anything can be art.
Here, there's this beautiful art.
Yeah. There you
Hans
go.
Zimmer can be art.
There we are.
A cardboard cutout of that.
I got what? I got my oil painting. I haven't hung it yet. There you go. There you go. I don't know if that comes
Ah, yeah.
out. Yeah.
That's
Very
an
good.
original. I can tell.
Yeah. Star Destroyer coming out of clouds.
So what does that say to you, Ken, when you look at that?
George Lucas didn't get any money.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yay. No, it's one of my favourite spaceships of all time.
Oh, yeah.
I love the design of that. whoever come up with that shape and that look from 1977 when I saw it at Leicester Square coming over. I was in love with that bloody thing and have always been in love with that thing.
That makes sense.
There's something I don't know. It's power. It's grace. It's, you can put anything to it. I know it's just an imaginary thing, but it's the same way I love Geiger's stuff. H.R. Geiger's stuff is like, I mean, where would Aliens be if
I
it
mean,
had somebody else doing the designs for the alien? on that?
I would have loved to have seen Ridley Scott's Dune if he'd done that instead of Alien, because of course the whole team was working on Dune, and then Alien came across, and he chose to change direction into that instead. But
Yeah.
could you imagine Dune with Giga designs? Like, or the worms would have been more like a xenomorph, right?
Yeah. So I mean, for me, the art that interests me is that design that comes about from, things like Thunderbird 2. That's my area of interest, and I loved some of the designs. I mean, the Martian machines from the 1957 film
War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds, mwah, yeah. The one from the double album, also, I like them. I like them as well, but not as much as those 1957 ones. The very, very late one, not so much. Couldn't give a monkeys about those ones. Why? I couldn't tell you.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of, I think the early ones being in line with like the Méliès Journey to the Moon, that same sort of 19th century aesthetic for 19th century science fiction of how they thought the future would look like,
Mm.
and in that very industrial thing.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a nice chat again.
We got a web address this time.
Yes. .biz is a domain.
Oh, is it?
Oh, really?
See if I can knock down the head myself without actually banning somebody. That wasn't supposed to. Oh, there we go. See if that works. I think that worked.
Yeah. Difficult.
Well,
I
I
was
think too the originality and the impact that something has the first time, and it might be an Escher print, or it might be a Geiger design, or it might be the fact that it was the first time you saw the Star Destroyer, and that thunder that came in from behind you in the cinema and went over the top and made you feel small. All of those emotional impacts that we get the first time, the first time you hear
Yeah.
Herbie Hancock solo, or the first time you hear an Odyssey on Headhunters, or the first time you hear a certain synth and you go, wow, what's that?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
those are the moments, it's those formative moments that we look for from art
Yeah.
or creativity to give us that emotional resonance in some form.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot of the psychology that the first impression of whatever is the one that the brain takes as truth.
Here's my Outer Limits
All right.
poster, man. But you can see all the different creatures and how we were kind of perceiving them at that time. It's really like we've morphed, our ideas.
Yeah.
They've gotten more and more less like us, right? It's getting more and more. Whereas these are very, they just kind of look like humans with masks, and they're still weird as crap, though.
Oh, yeah.
But then, like to Steve's point, like when I think about Close Encounters, the first time I saw they're on that road and those lights and everything coming across like that, felt like that's it. That's how it's going to be. It's just like one day it's just going to be like this thing. It's just going to come in. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
and you're just like, holy cow, what do we do now? You know, it's, you know,
Yeah.
we've met our match. Whatever this is, it's huge and it's powerful. You know,
Yeah.
that was cool. I'll never forget that. That was always I always thought they did a great job with that.
And I suppose it'd be the same thing for a painting 300 years ago.
Well, it gets the thing about painting, and I guess music is like this too. If you're not a painter, you see it differently, right?
Mm.
Just like a musician, after a while, you just hear it differently. You know, you start separating things, the sounds. You're just so hyper focused on the details. Not to say you can't extract yourself on some level. Um, you
Yeah.
know, it's a whole different thing. You know, it's better and it's worse at the same time.
Mm.
You know, because when I look at art, I'm not really a painting. I'm not really looking at the technique. I wouldn't know the difference. I just stop, I look at it, and I go, okay, let me just absorb this. Maybe in
There are
the
those different levels, aren't there? If if you listen to an opera or a symphony or something that's jazz and very complex, we tend to appreciate it on its surface level.
Mm.
And then if you look at someone like Ty Unwin, who's a genius, he looks at a
oh no,
score
no,
and he's been on the channel, I think, hasn't he?
really?
Ty?
Time.
Never heard of him.
Who?
Ty
Well,
Unwin.
no, it's
Anyway,
It's
so
like,
you look at his work, and he'd see the entire form almost as a synesthesia. He would see the entire chart in front of him, or the soundtrack,
Yeah.
and all of the dots, and all
yeah,
of the staves, and all of the bars, and all of the representations of the sections,
Mm.
because he's trained to do that. And I think those guys understand the art at a structural level. But the good thing about music is that the annotation has been the same since about 1700, so that we can actually see the scores that Beethoven created, or Bach scrawled out, or Mozart put on the back of a serviette in a McDonald's somewhere. Uh, and those guys, you can still see today, we've got that annotation form. Like a piece of art's immediate on the canvas, but in terms of the structure of a musical piece, which requires a lot of players or a lot of structure, a lot of complexity, it's actually depicted very, very well.
Mm.
And we're lucky we've got that technique of capturing stuff on paper so that it can be reproduced. I'm going to Salzburg and Vienna in January and seeing some Mozart concertos during Mozart Week, and that'll be a big thrill because you see it in the place where it was performed
Mm.
in the 1700s.
The place it was written for.
Yeah, yeah. Find the hotel where it was first performed, that's right, or the bar. But it's just a case of we're lucky that these creative works survive in multiple forms, and I guess that in years to come, the Blade Runners will still be out there, and the Star Wars and so forth will still be out there, and we'll get to enjoy them, and other audiences will appreciate them on that first pass the same way we did.
Yeah.
if they do enjoy it. I don't know if they can enjoy it the same way though, ultimately, right? Um, just given how technology's advanced, but they can still experience it. That's for sure.
Yeah. Or they'll get their own
Hmm.
type, their own thing that they latch onto.
There'll still be those physiological responses in the audience, so that whatever they're looking at for the first time, they'll still get the adrenaline or the increased heart rate, or the human being responding to the art will basically be playing out the same sort of
Yeah.
physiological response. It's that 20 hertz pulse coming out of the subwoofers that hits your adrenal glands and just pumps your body full of adrenaline. That's going to be possible in 100 years from now, and it'll still be 20 hertz doing it. The fact that people will be dancing at 120 BPM because that's a fetal heart rate all of those things are still intrinsic to humans, I think, as an audience.
Yeah.
And so the creative process ultimately has to latch on to some sort of visceral response in the audience. And that's what makes us excited. That's what we get the joy from. And that's when we hold our breath during a solo because we can't believe how transcendent it is in some form, or we see a live musician who just knocks us for six because we can't believe how either dexterous they are, or how clever they are, or how amazing they sound, or how different they sound. It's it's seeing Freddie Mercury for the first time. It's seeing what Jason Collier does with an audience. It's all
Yeah.
Jacob Collier. All of those sort of things are new and novel, and yet they're still basically hitting a visceral response in the audience. And so the novelty is the creativity. Does it have value? Well, people pay money for the concerts, so I guess they do.
Yeah.
I just saw people in Melbourne pay $300 for a view from 500 metres away of Billy Joel concert. Why they do, I don't know, but people just somehow
I don't
relate
know.
to it. Yeah,
It's kind of
Yeah,
ironic. 'Cause what would make him really fun to see is to sit in a room with 20 people. And
that's
watch him
it.
play,
You know,
right?
it's
I mean,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
kind of a contradiction to me, you know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's a different price ticket as well.
But yeah, I think also just to be able to discuss ideas with people.
Mm.
I think that's part of the joy of creativity is that we create stuff, but we also rub shoulders with people who are creative too, and we exchange ideas, and that gives us a new approach, or a new idea, or a new technique, or a new something to try.
Mm.
what the interesting part is a lot of what we loved about certain people, technology, their skill level, technology is saying, you know what? And that's kind of the whole point, the premise of the person with the AI. You don't need all that anymore. We can just go bleep, 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 and we're 95% there. And you go, yeah, that's kind of true, does that, you know, but we still we'll always appreciate anyone that raises the bar.
Yeah. But I mean, like you were saying about the AI art now. I mean, how good is it? I mean, would it capture irony?
It captures something. Maybe it probably would by just sheer luck, by sheer but you know what I mean. Just by the math,
Well,
like
well,
Yeah.
well,
it
well,
hits.
its name captures irony, AI art, but
It's,
that's pure irony. I mean, it's just contradiction, of course,
if you
Yeah.
see
but
it,
it's not an argument.
Yeah.
you see some of
No,
it.
it isn't.
It stimulates
Are you
something.
sure?
You know, it definitely stimulates something. It's not like looking at a blank canvas. You know,
Yeah. But it's like when I saw those photos of the
may not be provocative, but it
well, I say
probably can
photos.
be. Yeah.
The pictures that a guy done was it he entered synthesizers in a swamp. There was a whole batch of these pictures of what looked like decaying Russian synthesizers in a swamp. And as perfect as they were, the hindbrain's going, that's not real.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They were interesting, and they were good to look at, but I knew they weren't real.
If that was the artistic thrust of it, you know what I mean? Like, where are we going with this? You know,
Yeah, but I mean, it's
That's
been
the
around for a while. I mean, there was somebody. It depends on how things are presented as well. Somebody put up a video about, this is an airstrike that happened in Ukraine. I was watching this, this automatic chain gun thing having a crack at helicopters, and it caught a couple of them and knocked them out of the sky. I'm watching this thing for about a minute and a half before I realised it was a cutscene from a fucking computer game. It was that good. But what gave it away is as one of these helicopters went down, the smoke trail was disappearing, so the distance remained exactly the same between the helicopter and the end of the smoke trail. And Hindbrain goes, huh? That's not right. And I realised it was a computer game I was watching, but it took a long time before I realised it. And you think, right, you see, that's actually good. So the same with this AI art, you can see a picture and go, is that real or isn't it? But somewhere you'll know. There'll be something there to give it away.
But just like what happened to the musicians that were scoring all that stuff, like my dad, I guess we diminish it. At some point we go, hey, we don't need to do this anymore. You know what I mean? This is kind of just a waste of time.
Well, I suppose you could equate AI art in parallel with MIDI chord packs. You can still create music with it. Just one is done for you as well as the other one. As opposed to sitting there and putting the chords together yourself, bare-assed.
And I think ultimately what happens is the artists and musicians get frustrated because of the reality that quite a few people are perfectly happy with just listening to those things, right? And you can't really say that they're stupid for making that decision. And that's where some artists start going, well, they just don't know any better. Like, I don't know, it's kind of like wine. Like, I just don't care, right? Well, they did all this cool. You just don't understand. You got to do all this. I'm like, no, you don't understand. I don't care. I don't care.
I think there's a creative premise, though, isn't there, that people say, I will create music and I will use a MIDI chord pack and I'll punch it through a freeware VST and I'll create wallpaper music or lift music, and that's my bag, or Christmas carols. And then there are other people who turn around and say, I'll study music theory for 20 years. I'll work with a commercial big band for 25 years. Then I'll home a craft listening and transcribing existing big band records for from the last 50, 60 years. And then I'll be creative and start to be good at my craft, because that's a more circuitous route to a more refined product. The question is, does the public perceive it as a more refined product? And the answer is, well, I had an old friend who was a sax player who said to me, never underestimate the public's ability to love shit. And it's true.
Yeah.
They will. And so the big band composer is doing it because he believes in principle it creates a better product. But no, he's starving, whereas the guy who's put 4 MIDI chord packs together and pre-recorded it and waved his hands in the air at a DJ booth somewhere is getting paid 25 million times more. It's a total distortion of what's important and what is valued. And the answer to all our questions is that value is subjective, that the public will like whatever the public likes, that you can't engineer a product with any degree of refinement and then expect it to have traction in a market. That's not going to happen necessarily. And so most of what we do is just happenstance. It's just good luck or bad luck. And that's a very frustrating thing to realize after you've spent 25 years scoring films.
If you put your eggs in that basket, right? I can understand that. And that's what happened for someone like my dad, right? But it's perfectly also acceptable for that consumer to say, I don't care about all that little extra detail. It just doesn't matter to me, right? You're asking me to care about that, and I'm telling you, you care about it. I don't, right? And that is the really, now where we make this really quantum leap, nobody cares about anything anymore, any detail. That's not necessarily true, We just, I think we change. Look at cars now; they're just unreal. How, so we do value advancement and skill. We just change our priorities, I think, as a society. And I definitely, like I said, I watched my dad had to become an engineer. He could certainly have made a great career as a big band musician, as someone who could score a clarinet or a saxophone or a Hawaiian guitar or whatever other instrument you gave him. I've got the sheet music of his to prove it. But there was no, by the time you hit the 70s, and he's having families, what do? You go become an engineer if you're smart. If at that point you value a family more than that musical endeavor, artistic endeavor. So what I was trying to express online is that someone said, "Oh, that sounds so horrible. He couldn't be an artist. He had to sacrifice for his family." I said, "Yeah, well, my dad said that we were the most important thing in his life." And I say that to my kids as an artist, right? You see it as such a heartbreak. It's only a heartbreak in some romanticism in the artist's eyes,
Yeah.
that wanted to be that. But what I said, it really isn't as much of a heartbreak as you think it is. You're just twisting it that I want to do what your dad did. He didn't get to do it, and now I'm not going to get to do it. You see what I'm saying? So it's not as simple always, And though ironically, I appreciate music and art at probably a level that most people don't, So I kind of I can see it from both perspectives on some level, if that makes any sense at all, I
It
guess.
does. It
Oh,
does
yeah.
make sense. It's a question of, we all make sacrifices for art, and we all make sacrifices in art to go and do other things that we need to do to pay the bills. But I think I'm sitting here looking at my desk, and I've got the scores to the film Romper Stomper, which was Russell Crowe's first breakout movie, and they're all written in ink, and they're all meticulously engineered dot for dot, copied out and copied in ink. And yet that was a degree of detail because the guys who were making the film wanted a score that was like a Bernard Herrmann score. And so the score has bass clarinet, bass trombone, regular trombone, bassoon, all the deep guttural reeds to give that really turgid Bernard Herrmann, or else the Hitchcock Experiment in Terror type soundtrack. So it was built to a prototype that was a very good prototype for its time in the 50s and early 60s. So there is still that degree of detail. The thing that we realize is there are a bunch of people out there who basically cheat. They don't put any detail in their work. They don't have the finesse of a Geiger. You can see the detail in a Geiger. You can't maybe see it in a Mondrian, but the sentiments there and the technique obviously has a backstory.
That's I understand what you're saying.
But you say, but a Mondrian, the idea is that it looks perfect, which is really hard.
Well, I think the point, to Steve's point, not to interrupt you, but the important thing is that we know the difference, right? That we understand there is a difference, right? If you, like I said, I do understand that I'm buying the cheap wine. I'm not making a jump and saying that the cheap wine is as good as, the other wine, right? I'm in no place to make that value judgment.
When they top up the Grange Hermitage, they sample it to see that your most expensive $1,000 bottle of red wine from Australia is still good. And then they top it up with Rawson's Retreat, which is a $13 barbecue red made by the same vintner. So it's an interesting thing that, where is the detail and what's the value? It's all mostly in the price tag. And I suppose the lesson is, as artists have got to go in with a high price tag to be valued, whether they're good or not.
Well, I don't know whether it's just me, but like you say, if the detail is put in, the work goes into a piece. Somehow it naturally possesses a longevity to it because of the detail being in there. See, something that's sort of like just sort of like whacked out, that'll do kind of thing. It will become boring and bland very, very quickly. So, like, if you've got a piece of music that's got a lot of work in it, and like you say, detail, talent, and everything like that, and people are listening to these tracks 50 years on, and whereas the blander tracks have fallen away. That's what I like to think is happening. I suppose it's not happening 100% of the time, but
it's also a question of volume, that there is a deluge of 3-chord rondos straight
Yeah.
out of MIDI packs out there, and that deluge almost washes away the few detail merchants that are out there doing, fine craft. And I think that's the other thing, that we talk about creativity, but we're also talking about craft. We're talking about ability. We're talking about genetic advantage. We're talking about all of the things that make, a Geiger, or a Hitchcock score, or a sophisticated synth solo exactly that. So we again, it's a question of sophistication. Now, most of the public don't think of sophistication because they're used to McDonald's food or simple food that is pre-processed, pre-packaged, and made to a price.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think where artists tend to get their hackles up a little bit, musicians that have put some time in any degree, is when someone who starts and said, well, we're all just making music, it's all good, it's yeah, I'm a musician too, and you just go, there's a part of you that it's just like would be me trying to equivocate on Ty's level, right? It's silly, right? I know that, but and to almost imply it is dangerous. You know what I mean? It's disrespectful to not only Ty, but to those that take anything to that level of seriousness and detail, because there is something just intrinsically for us to value as a society in that, right? What worries me is when just people say, well, yeah, when their art is just MIDI chord packs and they want us to see them on an equal level, as someone else who's putting a serious amount of time into sound design and things like that, and I think that's the disconnect. I had to acknowledge when I grew up, I didn't write notation like my dad. That was at that perfect demarcation in the 80s. It's like, no, Dad, I got my reel to reel here. I'm just going to get on here and start recording.
Don't know what you mean, but it's perfectly readable. Just quickly sketching something out.
I mean, look, I tried. I'm not going to, but there was a point that I was like, what are you doing, dude? Like, why are you doing this again?
Because I couldn't be bothered to load up a door.
Yeah.
The problem with the concept of music sophistication is the public doesn't want it. Otherwise, there'd be more money spent on it.
It's, there's something just absolutely artistic about music scores, aren't they? They're really
well, anything, any form of proper typesetting, be it music or just text, I think is utterly artistic, and but it's also a great craft what goes into it, and it's beautiful. But then, if you look at an original Beethoven manuscript, then that wasn't written with art in mind, or that was written with full art. That was trying to get the art out onto the paper. That wasn't trying to make it look as nice as possible.
Well, often it was just a case of capturing an idea. If you go to the University of Illinois and look at the Sousa band scores, the marching band stuff, the Liberty Bell type stuff, it's only 6 staves, and it's one line for each section of the ensemble, and they would just throw as many players as they needed against those 6 lines, and that was the way it was done. So there's your MIDI chord pack of the late 1800s. I guess Kent alluded to the fact, we admire Kent's electronics prowess because he can see the detail in a CS80 and get to the bottom of a problem. That's something that most people don't have that ability for detail. And I think we look at the Geiger and the amount of curves and intricacy in that, and most people don't have that level of detail. And we look at the fashion of Alexander McQueen, and that's on exhibit, and you see the amount of detail in his work, just sewn garments. But all of these things, we appreciate detail. And I think the precision required to get through that degree of detail successfully is really the art. It's that, it's that mechanism of proceeding from a problem to a solution and then traversing a vast amount of correct decisions in the process. In the same way that a good keyboard player has to decide what notes to play and then traverse a vast amount of territory from nothing to the completed product to get a successful outcome.
Yeah.
And I think so that precision and that artistry is something that is you won't get in the MIDI chord pack.
The funny thing about Giger, though, he was a great artist, but he was also clearly driven. He was definitely perverted and loved to draw all these sexual shapes and all kinds of stuff.
Oh yeah, he's
So he was driven no matter what to draw amazing stuff. But when you take it out of context, it's really bizarre.
yeah.
There's a
then
Sigourney
what's
Weaver
the
had a story about the
context?
alien set. She was walking her parents around the alien set,
Mm.
and they're entering. Here's the gateway to. Here's the doorway to the spaceship, and it looks clearly like a giant vagina. And she's trying not to snicker while she's showing her parents. Oh, this is very interesting. But as you're walking through it, it's like you're going through the birth canal. So
Yeah.
it's just,
Wait until you go into one of the 2 museums in Switzerland.
Sounds like a happy accident to me, but whatever.
there's no accident in his work. Look at all the phalluses and vaginas and women and
There is
breasts
quite
and all kinds of stuff.
There's all sorts of stuff like that going on in there,
I'll
isn't
try.
there?
I'll do my best, Andy.
There's no subtlety. I'm telling you. Look at it again.
Oh, mate,
I looked
it's
through
fair.
Necronomicon, one of his books, and it's amazing. But it's like, holy shit, everything had sexual stuff in it. It was nuts.
His
That's a-
gravestone is astounding. It's fantastic.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
He was the perfect artist for an album called Brain Salad Surgery.
Oh right.
Mm.
That was the one album that didn't have the track Brain Salad Surgery on it.
They also use them for the Darkseed game. If you ever played the CD-ROM game, Darkseed. It's all Giger art in there.
Believe so. Didn't he have
Terrible
something?
game, but
Didn't he have something to do with Captain Blood as well? He did.
I've heard about
some
that. I haven't
stuff for
seen that.
that.
That's Wagu's territory. He would be able to comment on that.
You'll be able to comment on that one.
He loves Captain Blood. That's one that has the Jar score in it, right?
Yeah, well, a great big
Oh,
lump
the
of
fake
Zuluk.
Zuluk.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fake Ethnicolor.
Well, because it was a 2-disc game. The first disc was just the sample of the intro music, and then the second disc was actually the game. But you had to load up disc 1 first, which took forever on an ST. But oh yeah, learning that bloody language. But all right, yeah, you can all and all this sort of thing. Madness.
Yeah.
Yeah, many an hour has gone awry because of that bloody game.
You ever see the documentary with Giger in his home, showing you the tour of his home with those crazy chairs he had and stuff?
I think I saw some of it, but I didn't get to see all of it. But
Yeah, he was a
I
very
can't remember
interesting guy.
why I couldn't get to see all of it. Something happened.
Interesting guy.
I think Mum was at the height of her dementia at the time, so I probably had to suddenly rush off and deal with something.
It's on YouTube. You can find it. I don't know if it's the whole
Yeah.
thing or a piece of it,
I'll
but
dig it
it's
up again. Yeah.
it's yeah, he's kind of a mad artistic genius guy.
Mm. Yeah. This is it. But like I say, that kind of art really appealed to me.
Oh, love it. Yeah.
Right from I think the very first time I saw it was on. There used to be a science magazine called Omni.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, it's science in quotes, right? There's a lot of bullshit in there.
Yeah. But I remember getting that, and there was it was all over the cover, and then there was a whole article on it in there on him. But yeah, I used to get Omni quite a lot.
Yeah, Isaac Asimov had a lot of stuff in Omni.
Yeah, I remember being really, really pissed off with Eric von Däniken.
Oh, the Chariots of the Gods guy.
Yeah, when that came out, I had the
moron.
books. I had the books, and then when it come out, it's like, well, actually, this landing strip for spaceships is actually 3 foot across.
Not only that, but he thinks the Giza pyramid was a mazer created by aliens.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man. I mean, it's a mazer. And
No,
they
I
had,
think that-
there's also a great thing. Do you ever know the story of it's a Finnish story, Lemminkainen and Eniki? There's actually like operas written about it or pieces by famous composers. The they made a silly story about it. They played at Mystery Science Theater actually, and there's this witch, and she creates this. She wants this Mastic Forge guy to create this magic device called the Sampo, and it simultaneously can make milled grain, milk, and gold. And
Okay.
this guy, that Daniken guy, said was possibly a real device. I want to strangle that guy. So,
I see.
he thinks the Sampo was a real thing.
No, I think because I was still quite young when that all came out, and I think it wasn't that Von Daniken had just been lying out his ass. It was the fact that this was the first time I became aware that the printed word could be a lie. See, if it's in a book, it must be true.
Well, that's
Up
the
until- up
problem.
until
If
that,
it's on the
yeah.
internet, it must be true for sure now.
Yeah. So I think it was about 13 or something like that, and this was my first experience with. Wait a minute. You know, it's published. Surely people checked.
And one of my coworkers had a book about the JFK conspiracy and aliens. I'm like,
Really?
what? And it was a very serious book. And it's part of the same guys that hang out with Daniken. It's a whole cadre
Well-
of these guys. They're
well,
just wackos.
There's a whole group of people that who believe Australia doesn't exist. So, Steve, bye, mate. You're in trouble.
Sorry, Steve, you're a figment of our imagination.
'Cause I was talking to somebody who knows somebody who is adamant that Australia doesn't exist, and I was like, yeah, and he goes, I said, yeah, but what's the benefit? Where's the point?
It's like the birds aren't
Behind-
real guys, right? So
Yeah, exactly. But what's the point behind Australia not existing? They said, he said, what they believe is that the British government were taking the criminals and shipping them out into the ocean where Australia would be, and dumping them in the water.
Oh,
So they're
man.
covering up the genocide. And go, wait a minute, couldn't they
What
just?
have the Australians ever done for us?
Look, mate, this is so we go. Why take them halfway around the planet to dump them in the ocean so nobody knows?
You know what? I bet some of those wackos also don't believe in the Nazi genocide. So there's a twist for you.
Yeah,
It's not like Britain ever cared about covering up the other genocides.
no, exactly. I mean, my God.
But who invented IVF? No, it wasn't Australian, was it? No, IVF. What about the rhesus injection? No. What about spray on skin?
Yeah.
What about antibiotics for stomach ulcers? What about the
They've got to
female
go-
anatomy
Oh, mate,
downstairs? There's all Australian
kangaroos.
inventions.
Hey, what about the Yahoo Serious?
Kangaroos
Yeah, no.
are just mice standing up and taken with a photo lens. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah,
fuck
there's no
me.
explanation for Paul Hogan, so that's okay.
Yeah, true. What about Bathurst? I mean, you know, Panorama Mountain, the V8 supercars. I mean, you can't make that up. That track is so fucking,
Well, Bathurst is
fucking
actually
wicked.
Isn't Bathurst the capital of Gambia before Gambia became part of Senegal? I think that's the truth. But anyway,
Is it
we
really?
can always explain it away, can't we?
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't think Zambia's got a corkscrew like Panorama Mountain has. That's the
Panorama.
thing.
Yeah. You can actually drive around that circuit as a member of the public just when the races are not on. So that's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. Well, we got it in Gran Turismo 7. I've taken my Mustang around it. Didn't do well.
Does it have a lot of accidents because the public can use it?
No, not really. I think people have a respect for it. I mean,
People good? Yeah, they're not
Yeah.
crazy.
The other thing is, when you see the race done in the wet, that is the sign of, and there'll be footage out there on YouTube, but it'd be a dangerous thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not like sort of like open day at Nuremberg. That's a different track. That's a different experience altogether. Watching people taking their lovely little family saloons and put them into the fucking wall at 90 mile an hour.
The Brands Hatch picnic.
Yeah.
We have some kind of track around here people could do that with. I forgot what it's called, but
But I
I
mean,
know.
what's even more fun with Nuremberg is that if you do it, if it's an open day and it's pissing it down,
Yeah.
I mean, it's normally pissing down half the time anyway, but if it's really pissing down, and I just can't imagine the fire brigade being too pleased about having to be so busy that day.
Oh God, there's always safety vehicles on the track. But the thing about Nuremberg is it's such a big track. It can be pissing down with rain on one side of the track and not on the other. And people are coming from dry track, and then they're getting all these little tight little bends everywhere, and it's soaking wet. And they tree, they go, I think we're walking home, dear. Or they're stuffing up their bloody £1.2 million bloody super sports car. So, okay, whatever.
Where else would you be taking your Koenigsegg?
Yeah. Mind you, they take them to the shows and they stuff them up there instead, don't they?
There are plenty of nice trees around the UK, but come on, if you've chosen the wall of the Nuremberg that's a completely different.
Well, it's certainly something you can tell your grandchildren. Well, if you survive hitting the wall at Nuremberg days.
Has Kai any stories of that, or has he never been? Has he only preferred turning his TVR in the British countryside?
I think he's taken his VX220 for a little spin somewhere and might have left the road at some point.
I've only been in a race car kind of thing once. Chevy had a thing here called Rev It Up
Yeah.
over at the Alameda. The same place where they shot a lot of the Matrix scenes. The whole freeway scene for the Matrix was done at the Alameda Naval Air Base. And they walled it all off and did all the special effects there. It's a huge, giant, open, flat area. Anyway, they combed it all off and had a bunch of test tracks there. And you could do like a braking zone where you could test your, just go crazy and do your slam on the brakes and check out the ABS. You could do a time track. You could do, my favorite was this guy. You signed up to go with a professional driver in a souped up Camaro, like really souped up. And it had the X pattern seatbelt, so you're really strapped in your seat.
Yeah.
And he just fucking goes around the thing all crazy. It was nuts. And watching his feet work, I was kind of stuck between looking at the road and looking at his feet because his footwork was amazing. So
Yeah.
it was crazy.
He's doing the brake accelerator 1 foot job.
It was just a bunch of it's quite. I have no idea what little techniques of what you call it, but
Yeah.
but he was pulling some serious G's and flipping around. It was so much fun. So I'm just sitting there, just like a giant video game.
But I mean, the classic thing with Ferrari was always that they would invite you to go there and have a week of test driving with one of their instructors whilst you pick up your Ferrari. That always used to be their thing.
Yeah.
Because apparently they didn't like it too much that people would, that they would just crash 5 miles away from the factory.
Thing is, they still did. There's loads of videos on YouTube of people stuffing their Ferrari up.
Yeah, but I mean, they at least they try to put the effort in.
Yeah.
That's why God invented speed humps.
Yeah. Yeah, well, sports cars tend to get stuck on them.
We have lowriders in here that can't get over them.
Yeah. You see these
That is so fun. That's so fun. Like when you see these rich kids getting stuck in the lowriders on a speed bump, or just a normal UK road for that matter.
Well, any
And
UK
just
road.
scraping.
Actually, yeah. Yeah. No, I must admit, I was very, very surprised at how well Mustang brakes don't work.
Just refit a parachute at the back. So if you really need to brake, deploy that.
Well, I emailed CJ Pony and asked them about disc brake upgrade all round. I'm going, and they gave me a price, and I was going, no, I'm not buying another car. I just want the brakes for it. How much? Jesus Christ! But it's disappointing to get it to stop as it is to get it go. To be honest, so something we'll have to do.
But I think too, the chassis and the mass of those cars, I mean, the brakes take a real pounding. That the mass distribution is such that you take a corner and there's so much torque on the wheels and there's so much wear on the brakes, you know.
Yeah, because the thing is, these are drum shoes. I mean, not great at the best of time. They have trouble stopping a Mini, never mind a bloody Mustang.
Yeah, especially when there's no synchromesh in first.
Yeah, man.
Crunch it back into reverse and pray.
Yeah, hope so. Yeah. So, but no, we'll get there. We'll get there. But mate, I don't know. Yeah, but I just can't see how these thought processes come about where people are saying things like birds aren't real and Australia doesn't exist, and it's like, how does that kind of
Our
thing get
educational system
started?
has failed us. It wasn't like that when I was a kid, but now it's really lame.
Normally these people would die by natural selection earlier in their lifetime, because now they sadly, due to advanced medicine, survive beyond and have access to share their ideas.
But people like to be the centre of attention, and they can do that via creating controversy. So they take a stupid idea and then they proudly wear it, and then people just look at the BS and are astounded by it.
They also like to have special knowledge. Like, look what I found out that you don't know. You mean what you made up?
Stupidity has no bounds, and I'm amongst the best in that craft. Yeah.
Oh man,
Pretty crazy.
yeah. No, it just some of it just seems so like what? I don't know. I give up.
Look at just a simple thing about vaccines, right? I mean, polio was a serious deal. A bunch of other things. You know, they still, as a kid, I think going to school, you still have to have the measles, mumps, rubella shot, right?
Yeah,
They won't let you in school without it, which they won't hear. But all these anti-vaxxer people are coming out of the woodwork, and it's like, you know, there's a great episode of House. I never saw that show, House, the doctor show, where a woman comes out, my baby's not vaccinated. And he goes, oh, you know what's really good? They have, you know, you can get a really cheap baby-sized coffin. He goes on a whole spiel. Her face just drops, and it was great.
Yeah, I think, you know, a long time ago, I studied medicine, and I wasn't very good at it, obviously. But
I was pre-med, yeah.
But it was a case of, and I worked 3 years in an emergency department during COVID until September. So I've seen the first-hand effect of it all. And yeah, I think you'll find, you know, the people in some countries aren't very accepting of vaccines because they virtually have no contact with anyone in the scientific community and have no contact with anyone in health. And I think that makes the public compliance a lot less than the countries where, like in Australia, everyone knows 3 nurses, 5 doctors, a physiotherapist, and a partridge in a pear tree. So, you know, our social compliance was good. And our Victoria and Massachusetts had the same population level, and Massachusetts had 10 times the number of deaths because no one believed in masks or vaccines or just, and healthcare wasn't free. So the other thing about Australia is healthcare is free. You can walk into a public hospital and get treated for anything free, including COVID, and vaccines are mandatory for most of the public here, and everyone just gets on with it. And I think the problem was that we were locking down really, really hard just to buy time to generate the vaccines. It was an Australian who first isolated the virus and shipped it worldwide for creating of tests and creating of vaccines. So there was another Australian of contribution to the cause, but we're lucky in this country in that there is a high regard for medicine, and because healthcare
we used to have that here.
well, because healthcare is free here, people see doctors and nurses regularly, so they're more likely to trust them because they've had an ongoing rapport with them.
The one thing I could understand the hesitancy is, you guys know about the Tuskegee experiment that went on here, that the black soldiers were basically used as horrible guinea pigs. And so I understand a lot of the black population doesn't trust vaccines and the government because we did horrible things to them, and not long ago. So I could understand some of that hesitancy from that perspective. But in general, it's just a bunch of conspiracy wackos and nutcases. You know?
Well, there's been a couple of incidences in the past where like the thing with DDT
Mhm.
and yeah, and sort of like stuff like that, and people tend to remember that and they go, oh, medicine's not not infallible and all this sort of thing. But the I think since the whole social media movement, there just seems to be more morons coming out of the woodwork than you thought were there.
Well, they're
You
getting.
know?
I think they're getting brainwashed, right? I mean, I think there's some. I think we've found such value in pitting people against each other. Certain people have that. Really, they get stuck on a position where they have to go down the rabbit hole because half their constituents, are already. It's a
Yeah.
mess, isn't it? Though, but it really defies logic sometimes. Um, some of the discussions that you try to have with people, they just don't.
It's the
Yeah.
Dunning and Kruger effect, isn't it? That
It's big time, yeah.
stupid people don't realise how stupid they are,
Yeah.
and can hold the view that they
Yeah.
feel that as an individual they're entitled to hold, and without
Yeah.
any validation or backup or rigorous proof.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and I think that's gradually being eroded, but you'll still see stupid people out there, and you can't help that, including myself.
Well, we all, nobody's perfect, and we maybe overstep a little bit sometimes. But when for me, it's really tough when somebody just says, "Oh, the government, they don't do anything." All those agencies, and if you work with some of those agencies, you're kind of you're like, well, I've actually worked with some of these agencies. Like I don't, but you try to say I don't. It doesn't really. What you're saying doesn't connect with my experience. Is what I'm telling you. You know what I mean? There's some really
Yeah.
brilliant people. Yeah, there's some that aren't that great. And that experience to them is worthless, right? They don't care what you're saying. They just
Yeah.
this. Well, yeah, I'm sure, blah blah blah, and they just go on. What you need, you got to look at this article. You got to read this.
Yeah, I was always this link and stuff. My wacky friends always send me dumb shit. I go, you realize this is complete nonsense, and you're just trying to insult me, right? I mean, it's so silly. But people don't
Yeah.
think about our roads and our safety services, police, fire, all that kind of stuff, and that's all government shit.
Yeah.
Don't trust the government. I mean, I don't trust the backdoor stuff like the CIA, FBI stuff, but the basic government services stuff is just what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you got the media. It depends on which media you're going to look at, because you got like with Fox, you know Fox says white, CBS will say no, it was black, no, it was white, no, it was black, actually it was white, no, it was black, oh, it's red, no, it was green, just. And I think we got the same thing. We got what's our Fox News equivalent? What's it called? GB News or something?
Well, we have multiples now. Fox is mild. Now we have OAN and
Does-
Newsmax and all these radical ones that are really stupid.
But does streaming news still exist, or have I gone under it already? Or
I think they're
What?
still going. I'm not quite sure. I've never seen it, but I think it was still going anyway. But the the people are there to tell them this shit as well. So
The
I think they get-
propaganda takes many forms, and I think that's the lesson from all of this, that until it's difficult to recognise some propaganda, but it's out there. And if you look at the big boys who are buying these online sites that deal with lots and lots of messages, I won't go through names, but you can think of people who control a big segment of the media quickly, or they control a big sector of the online community quickly, and that becomes a mechanism for social change, and it becomes a mechanism for imparting ideas or schools of thought, which then take on a momentum of their own.
yeah,
And it's a terrifying thing to watch, because it used to happen with messages being dropped from aircraft into the jungle in World War II, And nowadays, it's fed onto every phone on the planet.
Yeah.
It's an interesting idea to think you can have that much effect that quickly with one simple sentence.
Yeah.
Well, the ultimate screwy thing is people love going on Facebook or whatever to vent about nonsense conspiracies. Yet the technology used to give them the platform to vent, whether it's TV or internet or whatever, all the science and peer review and all the stuff they say doesn't really work or doesn't exist that went in to make that shit work so they could go in there and spout nonsense is completely ironic. Just they they just don't see the fact that without trusting in the scientific bodies and history of the shoulders of giants and all that good stuff, all the good work people do, it's very important. And they're just trying to throw it out with all these wacky ideas, and it's like, well, you wouldn't be able to get on and spout all this shit if this stuff didn't work and the technology wasn't scientifically based and backed up and peer reviewed and all that stuff.
To some degree, you're right that science is self-limiting in that it does require peer review and double-blind testing and
Yeah, constant corrections and all that stuff. Yeah,
years of ongoing studies, and then scientific journals and refereed articles and basic proof. And whereas stupidity is not self-limiting like science is, stupidity can run rampant without any verification and any sort of justification, and that's the challenge that we face. That there's more stupid than there is scientifically validated fact.
Yeah, and they're proud of it too.
Well,
no, just from your comments, come on, you're not in that park at all. I mean, there are people out there I can't even have a normal conversation with for more than 5 minutes without wanting to either kill myself or kill them. On some of my work with, and some of these people send me these links that said, like some of these friends I had for like 20 years, and they just went nutty with the whole Trump environment, and they sent me those stuff. I said, you realize as long as you've known me, I think this is bullshit. My science background, other things we've talked about. Why on earth would you send me this stuff unless you're completely off, whacked out? That says a lot about him and not about me, that he doesn't even know who he's talking to anymore.
Yeah.
He's nuts.
I mean, probably as far as he's concerned, it's like, but Andy, you need to know.
Well, that's it. Yeah, but this one link and this one video, I'm like, oh, so when did YouTube become the ultimate answer to everything? Like the flat Earth guys. Look at this video. I shot this thing. I proved it with this one camera. It's like, oh, really? And you didn't even leave the surface. Yet Eratosthenes did his well experiment.
Yeah.
When was that? Like about 2,000 years ago, and proved that the Earth was a globe and almost had a decent measurement as well for the time.
Yeah.
The other thing is that if you put a watch at the North Pole and a watch on the equator, they will gain time at different rates because of relativity. So there are plenty of ways to prove it's round.
Totally. Yeah.
And just the notion of eclipses and stuff like that, look, I think we're living in an age now where I think that we really got to lean back on education and make sure that education is not diluted and that it becomes more rigorous. And we're actually looking for, people who don't pull MIDI chord packs out. We're looking for trained musicians. We're looking for artists who actually can replicate Geiger in their free time freehand rather than simply just spray painting a wall and thinking that that's superlative. We need to have that addressing of detail.
Well, and this AI is making people lazy too. All this AI art that's actually really amazing is also making people really lazy. So.
Yeah, well, they're just de-aging Harrison Ford for the Indiana Jones thing. No, I really want to see a decrepit Indiana Jones on a walking frame go across a rope bridge. I reckon that would be far more entertaining than seeing a CGI Harrison Ford just freewheeling it across a rope bridge.
Yeah.
The one I always loved was a mate of mine. He's massively into science, and space and all this sort of stuff. He's a very educated guy, and but I said to him one day, I said, with all that knowledge though, you feel the need to believe in God. and
Oh, that's all that
everything in
matters,
the
yeah.
Bible is
Yeah.
like factual and everything like that. And he goes, yeah, but just in case. It's like,
That's
oh,
Pascal's wager, right? Is that-
yeah. He goes, yeah, but you never know. You know, It's like, fingers crossed. So
There's a really neat argument for sort of debunking all of the religious stuff, and that is if you turn around, say, and you ascribe to Christianity in some form, if you take the God out of Christianity, then you're left with a bunch of values. You're left with altruism, benevolence, charity, dignity, empathy, fairness, and all of those sort of values are still worthwhile pursuing. You can be altruistic and yet not believe in Christianity, and so the rub is that what we really are doing is that the religion was trying to be scientific for many years and fell over, but also baffled the masses. But it was also an umbrella term for all the desirable social and personal characteristics that we deem to have value. And I think that really, if you've got to pull the God out of religion, then start over and saying, well, these are the qualities or the values that we come to admire or value simply because they have a desirable social effect.
yeah,
Or else we can believe in the 2,000-year-old Jewish zombie theory, which is always fun
Yeah.
too.
yeah,
Zombie
yeah, yeah.
Jesus. So I always loved it. You know, just I was not a major history person in school until much later. I got into history much later in life and just really ate it up because it was so poorly taught in school, and probably even worse now. But you know, you see the history of all these cultures and where religion came from, and how it was basically a power structure. Whether it was the pharaohs in Egypt who were supposed to be soon to be deities, or you know, in old Europe where they basically the king was supposed to, you know, be tied to deities and stuff, and all these cultures just always constantly had this power structure, just to control the shit out of people, and also in some way, you know, give them a place to go when they think they're going to die. What's going to happen? They get some comfort in that, but also mainly as a power structure.
Ruled
And
by
they're
fear. It's ruled by
and
fear.
they're willing to. Oh yeah, I guess I'm going to go with that because I don't want something bad to happen to me. So they'll believe any line of bullshit you throw at them.
Also, the other useful tool is guilt.
Oh, totally, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very powerful motivator.
Well, when one party only exonerates people, then obviously guilt is that you can dish that out in droves, and people will feel circumspect or limited or somehow sinful. And I think that's, you know, that is a political game, and the structures that the church and other religions adopt are political fundamentally because they're about controlling people en masse.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to Mondrian.
It's a funny old planet.
It is, but
Yeah.
it's a big planet, but you wouldn't want to have to paint it.
Oh, no.
Well, that guy Christos wanted to do an orbital ring of material. Did you hear about that? That Christos guy who
No.
always does those little fabric rings around things. He wanted to make a giant one in space.
Yeah, play havoc with the satellites.
There are
It
40
just-
million billion pieces of space junk up there, and they're all going to come down one day. So
Exactly. Yeah.
that's reassuring. I remember in
but
1979, I was with a bunch of students in our final year of high school, and we dug a long ditch adjacent to the high jump track at the school, and I put a car door on at the end of it with Skylab part number 457 painted on the side of it, because it was rumored that the Skylab satellite was going to land in Australia, which it did. But there's so much space junk up there, and a lot of it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like one of the trickiest part about space travel is getting out in between all the junk and the useful stuff. Because there's so much in the way that you have to navigate through that trying to do the Voyager 1 or Voyager 2 slingshot maneuver, starting at the perfect time. I don't think that will ever happen again, doing such a perfect slingshot. Because you won't get out that nicely from the Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose at some point there's going to be an accident.
I mean, there's always been accidents. Like, well, Mir famously had all the stuff crash into it, all the junk, and that was 25 years ago.
Well, Leica's still up there as well, isn't
Yes, some other remains of the Leica.
it? Poor little Leica still zipping around the planet.
Oh, really? I don't remember that. I thought the
Yeah.
dog came back.
No,
I know, as far as I know, he was left up there.
Oh.
well, first was never intended to come back.
Yeah. Well, not by any human means, anyway. He might fall back of his own accord, but I don't know whether it was low or high orbit he went into. Probably low, because it was really early on, wasn't it?
Wow.
One of the first flights with a living being aboard.
Wasn't it the first?
Yeah,
I think it was
so,
the first, yeah.
I think Leica was first, yeah.
And then Yuri Gagarin was, I think, the first male.
Yeah. It's amazing how they taught a dog to fly a spaceship.
Well, they had those little sausage treats that you have in.
Yeah, he'll do anything for a sausage.
Do anything for treats. Yeah, we'll fly for treats. That's it. Yeah.
Rather than the American way of just shocking an ape,
Yeah.
give them electric shocks to do certain things.
Or what they do with those elephants, so they force those elephants to draw those fucking paintings and stuff in Southeast Asia. Have you seen that?
No, I don't think I
they-
want to either.
They torture them and make them look, oh, the elephant's so talented, it can do these drawings. Meanwhile, they're behind the scenes like choking him with this wire and poking him and all this kind of stuff to make them draw these things. It's really bad, really bad. The tourists love it. They have no idea what's going on.
Mm. Yeah, but I suppose even if they did, I mean, you don't have to know much rocket science to know what happens with the ball in the bull ring in Spain, do you?
Oh, yeah.
No, that's pretty horrendous.
And one day, a ball's going to go, hang on a minute, I'm much bigger than that.
Well, they're running the bulls, they let it in the streets, and at the end, they just shotgun it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But one day a ball's got to go, do you know what? I'm not going for the red blanket, sod that. I'm going for the twat in the spangly jacket.
I love the guys in the running the bulls that just get trampled. It's like, well, you asked for it, so there you go.
I
You got
like
what
the
you
ones where they
wanted.
jump the fence
Yeah.
and start having a go in the audience. Yeah, go for it.
Well, the question is, how long will it take for their eyes to develop to the stage where that particular ad is no longer as important, so they no longer react to it the way they do.
Yeah.
I mean, it will slowly happen. That their eyes will change. It's just the
Yeah.
question which way will their spectrum shift. But probably not in any person's lifetime.
Yeah, shame. I'd like to be there that day. Because this was always my worry. It's a weird worry to have, I know, but I was always worried that I might witness somebody, really hurting an animal. Because I probably wouldn't be able to control how I would interact with that person. Put it that way.
Humans are animals too.
Yeah, but they got opposable thumbs, mate. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Now, animal cruelty is one of those things that puts me right up the fucking wall.
Well, clearly, with what's going on lately, opposable thumbs mean nothing these days. So, there's plenty of stupid asses with opposable thumbs.
Yeah, true. That's kind of true. Yeah, there's probably monkeys somewhere going, they believe it's flat. Wankers. Mind you, they've got opposable thumbs, haven't they?
I mean, that's definitely what
Yeah.
dolphins are thinking. Wow, those morons really think we are.
Oh,
flat.
yeah. Thanks for all the fish.
Or
See ya.
octopuses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't Douglas Adams played Korg, didn't he? Korg synthesizers.
He also had an emulator too. Strangely enough.
Yeah,
And one of the
interesting.
first Macintoshes in the UK.
Yeah. Yeah, I
There's a
so-
creative person. Douglas Adams,
Christ,
great
yeah.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I serviced the disk drive in Douglas's E2.
Did you ever read or see the program Last Chance to See? The guy was really interesting about extinction.
No.
Yeah, it's really good. It's kind of dark, but also funny because it's Douglas Adams. And I got the CD-ROM when I was much younger, but it was based on a book, and there was also a series for a while. I think when he died, they made a second version of it with who is that comedian? Who's always funny, very kind of anti-political comedian guy. God, my brain's fried today. But anyway, he took over if you just look up Last Chance to See on YouTube, you'll see the Douglas Adams stuff as well as the guy who took over for him as the co-host. And really interesting because it's his perspective on science and nature and extinction and humans treating things like shit and all that stuff.
Yeah. That's something worthwhile checking out.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
guess the question is, whatever happened to Douglas's emulator?
Pass. What happened to any of Douglas's stuff, to be honest?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you lived a few miles up the road here.
I always liked the grit on the emulator and the other EMU synths. I've got quite a few baby ones there that, whilst not emulators, they still have that same sort of sonic characteristic. They were very hyped in the upper register, and they were nice textures to add. You know, you can sit there and noodle with them for hours. You know, some synths just sort of suck you in, and a lot of those rack mount EMU products are like that. For me, anyway.
Yeah. Mind you, the Mark 1 emulator I got in the office next door, God, that'd put you off big emulators real quick. God, that thing is so fucking... For an empty case, it's really heavy.
Is it 3mm metal all around?
I think so.
Yeah, it's properly built, and you can house all your stash, and put the drum machines in there. You can store a small
you
EMU
could hide a
modulator.
DX7 in it and close the lid again.
And people do.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Yeah, no, it's just so heavy. So
Yeah, it does bring back memories of lugging CP70s and Rhodes 88s and clavinets and other heavy devices along the way.
yeah. Mind you, I had to
Fortunately-
dismantle and shift a GS1 this afternoon, and I'm surprised I'm still alive.
That's an experiment in terror.
Yeah. It's bad enough with two people doing it, but doing it on your own, holy crap. Let's just say a lot of cushions were involved.
How do you get the? Do you like just flip it 90 degrees and then take the legs and the lyra off, or?
What you do is you pick it up one end, and literally you don't have to lift it very far, and because of that big arse it's got on it, it starts to lean over onto one corner, and you literally can just thunk down onto the pillow, and then you roll it onto her back properly, and then you can take the legs and the lyre off, and then just on a rug and slide her out of the room.
I'm used to do that with big subs. When you have like 18-inch horn-loaded subs, which are 1.5 meters long. Just if you flip it the right way onto the truck, it will be very easy.
Yeah.
And if I don't have to get it off, I don't care which way it's flipped on. I flip it the easy way, the gravity assist maneuver.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you do enough gigs with enough heavy machinery, you can do just about anything physically. I find that once you've got the strength to lift a W bin up 3 flights of stairs by yourself, you can do just about anything.
Yeah.
Really.
Christ. Yeah. But lifting a CS80 up to head height to get it onto a shelf, that was an experience.
That's tough. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Between two people, fine, but you don't
No, it
want
wasn't.
to. You don't want to go anywhere you don't want any disturbance or be afraid of dropping it.
Yeah, real keyboard players can't afford roadies though.
Yeah.
That's why the CS80 has wheels.
You can't use the wheels. Well, not unless you want to calibrate it again when you get to your destination. It's the most ridiculous thing you'd ever seen. It's like, really? You put hard rubber casters on a delicate...
Yeah, what's up with that?
analog
Why wouldn't they put the little rubbery wheels?
Yeah.
Because
No,
they weren't that common that time. I mean,
They had to be somewhere, right? Come on, that's
well, maybe not.
I've dealt with plenty of old cases where, like a proper hire company and hard
Yeah,
plastic
because
wheels were.
yeah, but think about roller skates and the very, very early skateboards.
They had chalk
the-
wheels.
Yeah, it was when the Kryptonic vinyl wheels started to appear as skateboarding exploded around the planet, and the technology started to get invested in it, and that's when those softer rubbers started to appear. Well, vinyls, I suppose. So that's probably when those sort of casters turned up.
But yeah, mate, some of the 40-year-old cases of one hire company, they when you got to the back of a warehouse and had to move them to like just clean out all the shit while you're trying to clean the warehouse. Just like, Jesus, why does this still exist? Oh yeah, oh this is here. Oh, you actually go to the other warehouse as a museum piece. Just great. Get rid of that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
No, I have. I must admit, in the past, rolled an 80 along on its casters. But
Can you
that's
modify them to
because
put better wheels on it?
yeah, you probably could actually. It's
Well,
just
co-
that there's such a
How much
pain
will
in
it
the
improve
arse.
it?
But they have to be. They can't be too big because otherwise you've got to remove them to be able to open the lid fully to get it up. You know, because otherwise the wheels actually snag
Block
on
it.
each other.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, but no, like so, I have wheeled one, from the kitchen back door into the front room. But I was going to be calibrating it anyway, so didn't matter. But once it was done, it went up on a trolley and led out with pneumatic wheels, mate. Not the
Yeah.
fucking casters.
I mean, clearly Tanto will sell you casters of the right type, that are nice and relatively soft.
Yeah.
Or well, you can choose the tensile strength that you want.
To
I've
be
only seen
honest
hard
with you,
casters. They
even
make
then,
soft ones.
yeah, but even then, we're talking about something that's so fucking delicate. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say I don't mean it breaks. I mean it's the slightest vibrations. I mean, you're talking some of the trim pots, for instance. They're not linear; they're exponential. So once you've got them at the exact voltage you need them, the slightest movement could actually be an increase of about 3 or 4 volt. And you're playing it, and you've got one note that goes much louder than all the others, and it's just literally you touch the screwdriver on it, and it goes back.
And that's why 10-turn trimmers exist.
Yeah, but good luck fitting them on that. There's a few to do. It's somewhere in the region of, I think it's just over 2,500 altogether. So, good luck.
How many of those because of presets?
No, none. Almost none. That's all done with resistors. No, it's the trigger cards. Because you have a VCA for each function of each available to Aftertouch per voice. Then there's ones for brightness, ones for loudness. What else is there? I'm trying to remember what else off the top of my head. Oh, pitch initial. And there's a VCA. And maybe 1 or 2 trimmers, exponential trimmers for each function. It's just, take a very complicated monosynth and then just put 16 of them in there. There you go.
Yeah, it's funny you're talking about vibrations. I wondered if Yamaha ever tests their stuff. We have a thing at work. I work at a laser company. They have a thing called the Haas chamber. It simulates shaking, jarring, different kinds of movement, as well as environmental changes,
Yeah.
microclimate changes and stuff. All in this big box. It makes a lot of noise. And I wonder if they ever run their gear through there.
Yeah, but did they have an Emerson, Lake and Palmer roadie simulator there?
Well, that's what this is. I mean, this-
That's what you need, my friend.
yeah.
No, but seriously, the amount of stuff that I, even back at uni 8 years ago, going over shit paving stones and gutters,
Yeah.
and wheeling pretty much once a week, a whole bunch of fly cases.
Like a cobblestone street.
Well, it was only like 20 meters of that shit, and then across the road, and like the usual stuff, 2 speed bumps down the hill, and then across some other shit stones, more lifts, but still, you would buy a new flight case a year, and then one year, and then at the end of the year you wonder, this one was brand new, why are the wheels in such a shit state? Oh
Yeah.
wait, going across that once a week with 250 to 350 kilos in that box is probably not going to help it, are they?
Well, see, at the other end of the scale, you can take an original ARP 2600 Tonus, an old one, and you could roll it down a set of stairs, and when it gets to the bottom, turn it on, and you won't need to tune it or anything. It'll be fine, absolutely fine. And there is a reason why I know that. Because of a slight accident I had one day. And yeah, they're fine. You do that with an 80, got some work to do when you get to the bottom.
Yeah.
So, apart from repair the floor and the stairs
I have
and,
once.
and next door's house as well. Goes through the wall.
I think it was 7 years ago that somebody was a bit too keen because wheeling an amp rack at the front of the stage, and then it continued to have inertia, and then gravity helped that. Gravity plus inertia made it move downwards from the front of the stage,
Ah,
and that definitely hasn't been for many years until they redeveloped part of that building, a massive dent in the floor, where basically the whole park, it went to the concrete. There was a dent in the concrete, but like the whole parquet and underfloor was
bloody hell.
an interesting denture.
It's like that story that Chris McLeod tells. Well, he told Dave, and Dave told me, but about when they were touring with blah blah blah, Keith Emerson, and he put casters on his Hammond, but didn't tell him. So when Keith went to tip it up and spin it, it just came out of his hands and rolled over into the orchestra pit, laying on its side, going blah, like that. What the bloody hell happened?
I do know a production here where at the Palais Theatre, where there were 2 grand pianos on stage, upstage, and they
Yeah,
were to be played by 2 people at the top of stage. And as they started playing, the rake on the stage meant that the piano started rolling, these 9-foot grands rolling towards the orchestra pit. Uh, and they were playing with one hand, and they had their other hand hooked under the keyboard frame, trying to hold it back as they played this item. And eventually it was a mic cable right on the lip of the stage that prevented the whole thing from going
Wow.
over and causing a catastrophe. But that's a true story from a long time ago.
there's a bit of video on YouTube of you got the stage and you got this beautiful black grand piano, and then the lift in the stage starts coming up, and the piano starts tipping up in the air, and then it
Jacking over.
stops. Yeah, and it's down on the keyboard now, and you hear somebody screaming "stop," and then they go, "No, back, go back, go back," and they must have pushed the switch the wrong way, and it just continued to go up even higher. You go, "Ah, stop!" You're like, oh my god!
Oh dear.
Oh dear, I doubt that's very healthy now.
I used to gig with a clavinet that had a rolling chorus inside it. And one night after a big gig, I'd sat it, because it was raining, I'd sat it on the back step of the porch at the back of the gig near the car park. And someone came out through the door and tipped the clavinet over, and it went flying and dropped about 4 feet.
God.
And I've still got the bits of the clavinet, but it was the day I bought a digital piano.
Yeah, I bet.
But that was a bit of fun. Yeah, a few other devices have gone flying in over the years, but not too many. But you can also tell there are other electronic devices that you can always tell, when they're faulty. Like my pacemaker is sometimes on the blink, and I can usually tell because all the neighbourhood garage doors go up and down when I'm on the job. But yeah, apart from that. There's a visual for you.
Yeah. Oh man.
That killed the conversation completely. I think I did well there.
Yeah, let's hear it for garage doors everywhere.
For garage doors, do I have one sound there? I think.
Go on.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, it's a particular garage door. A big one.
The old flip top. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ones where you could get your fingers caught in them at the wrong time. That was all. They were always the good ones to open.
Mm.
What's more annoying is when you like really when we have a lot of tension at the bottom, but the knob at the front has broken off, so you have to get your key, then pull it a bit on the key, but you don't want to break the key, and then you put your fingers below and scrape across the floor. Yeah. Favorite garage door of all time.
We had a big old garage door when I was a kid. It's just a massive piece of wood on the hinges, and it would always rock because it was way too heavy for the damn hinges. It's a shit design. Yeah, it just wobbled like that. I'm like, is this safe? But we had it for over 20 years or whatever. So
isn't it amazing that we can get a man to the moon, but we can't make a railway crossing that doesn't have bumps? We've got all of these fabulous advances in science, and yet some things like lifts that don't break down and decent garage doors, they elude us as a race. I don't know.
Well, no, I mean you can have them, it's just nobody's willing to pay for them.
Yeah, maintain them. Yeah.
Like a train that has a bump-free ride. I mean, the Italian Pendolinos, because of how they're suspended on the very curvy track, when they actually run, they're relatively bump-free.
Yeah, but wasn't it Mussolini who got the trains running on time?
Well, one.
I heard, he wasn't very.
And then they ceased running on time afterwards. So,
I think it was he got one train to run on time, and then all trains. All the trains run on time. Also, he had. Didn't he have a fear of lampposts? Oh no, that was afterwards.
No. Yeah. That's only a certain governing party that should have fears of lampposts.
Yeah.
If they adore Mussolini so much.
Yeah, you could do a quiz with him, couldn't you? Show him a photograph of a lamppost. What is this object from an unusual angle?
Ouch.
Robbie said his dad was, or his granddad was there when that happened? When they dragged him out?
That'd be a story.
Yeah, I think he did. Well, if he comes on later, we'll ask him.
Well, I loved his nickname, even that has nothing to do with what we use the word for, but he did turn out to be a douche. So
yeah, El Douche.
So you get a kick out of this. I just locked myself out of my house. So
oh shit.
Oh, well done.
I was taking a phone call. I walked out into the garage, and I guess I locked it. So then, so I've been waiting for a locksmith to get back. I was like, I think I'm on the show too. So I almost got on the show, like on YouTube. Like, yeah, I'm locked out.
It'd be great if you saw you breaking into your own window in the back there.
Oh, great! Yeah.
You know what? If it had been opened, I would have definitely.
It'd been a keeper show there. Yeah.
Why didn't Cleo open the door for you? Clearly, it's not feeding time yet.
Yeah, the next thing you know, you'd have local law enforcement looking at the camera and go, Can you vouch for this guy? And we'll be there going, no, I've never seen him before in my life. You know? Who is he?
Times I did.
Yeah, where's
Taking all
Jeremy?
Dave's gear. He's going back out the thing.
He doesn't look like the David Zirka dude that used to be here.
Yeah, no, that guy's totally different.
Yeah, some guy kept creeping around your. Yeah. Oh, man. That was.
I managed to lock myself out of my car, and it took me about 4 hours to get my wife out.
Yeah.
The oldies are the goodies.
Oh, they are the best, yeah.
Oh, I never
Yeah,
done
but-
that.
What was it? Because there was the other one. I tried it on Fiona. And I said to her, "Goes, what would you do if you won the lottery?" And she goes, "Oh, well, I buy this, I buy that, and I buy the other." And she turned around to me and she goes, "No, I'd leave you." I went, "Oh, okay." So I threw her a fiver. I said, "Yeah, you won the lottery. Now fuck off."
That's right. The old saying that if you loan someone $20 and you never see them again, it was money well spent.
Yeah, that's very good. I like that one.
And what do you do if a bird shits on your windscreen? You never take her out again.
Yeah. Actually, we were talking about Fiona was talking about it. The Australian colloquialisms.
Well, there are a lot of those.
Yeah, but the one that caught me out was a shoey. I didn't know what a shoey was, which is to drink your beer out of your shoe.
Oh, shoey. Yeah, that's recent.
Whoa.
That's a recent thing, and the tennis players and the Formula One guys do that now as a bit of an Australianism. But yeah, there are a lot of older colloquial terms that would be inexplicable to the average person.
Yeah.
Well, there's a fetish here. The guys that drink champagne out of women's shoes sometimes.
Oh yeah. No, this is where you just stand the can
Yeah.
in the shoe, but
Oh, okay.
and it's flip-flops of thongs. What's the other one she's talked about? It got a weird name for wine boxes.
Goonies,
Goonies.
Goonie bags. Yeah,
Goonie
that's out of Queensland in the north of Australia.
Right.
It's well, that was another Australian invention, is the wine cask.
Yeah.
We're not very good at proper things, but we can make fun things fun.
Mm.
But there are a lot of Australian expressions. I won't go into them here because they're probably a bit too
Yeah, a little too much for even Kim's show,
sordid.
right?
sordid and debased to actually be putting on this high caliber program.
It's funny, you talk about Australian tech. When I was in college, I was hooked on this show called Beyond 2000 from Australia.
Yeah, good
It
show.
was an awesome show, and there's all this cool stuff actually coming right out of Australia, only some stuff around the world.
Mm.
And it was very impressive. I was like, damn, there's a lot of cool stuff down there.
Well, Wi-Fi networks are Australian invention. We devised that because we're too lazy to lay cable. Here's a true story. My dad used to work for Shell, the oil company, and in 1971, he went to his boss and said, "What's my discretionary budget?" And the boss said, "Oh, $500,000 you can spend without having to get endorsement from upstairs." And he said to his hardware guy, "How many miles of coaxial cable can I buy for $500,000?" And the answer came back, "Oh, you could get it about 3,000 kilometres. So you could go from Brisbane down to Sydney, then to Parramatta Refinery, to Melbourne, and then to Geelong Refinery." And they were the key sites that Shell operated on the east coast of Australia.
Yeah.
And so they went and did it, and they had their own internet running with a connection back to the mainframe for same-day sales transactions from the branches and from the refineries in 1971. So that predated ARPANET, but was basically a wide area network running with
Wow.
phone coupling technology. So Australians have done a few interesting things down the track. And eventually they linked that network across to Chicago and then across to London and The Hague, where Shell had their headquarters. But yeah, interesting times. I think they had the first Leo computer, which was built by some British guy in his garage. And they bought that computer and its operating system that had been coded up. But they, interesting what they spent their money on, Shell. But Australians just have this approach that we don't care what the limitations are. We're going to be stupid enough and stubborn enough to go after a solution. So that's been something that we've always had, that sort of culture of being larrikins and of being a little bit outspoken and a little bit daring and a little bit negligent of the consequences. We just go ahead and try and do stuff that maybe other people would be smart enough not to try.
So what city are you in, Steve?
Sorry, what?
What city are you in?
I'm in Melbourne, in the south east.
Okay.
Yeah. So a lot of musicians in Melbourne. A lot of musicians come from Melbourne.
Yeah.
The
NXS from there? Are they from
Sydney? They were
Sydney.
further north. The Farris brothers and so forth. Yeah. No, but there've been a few over the years who come from Melbourne. But no, good place for music generally, and a lot of high caliber musicians.
It's like Austin here, kind of a lot of music.
Yeah, a lot. Well, there was, but all of the Austin and the scene outside Austin was healthy for years. There were Soap Creek saloons all over the place that had good bands and people like Doug Sam and people like that playing blues guitar and that.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
It was all a mirage.
No. And America doesn't exist either. Or at least the West Coast.
Oh, yeah. Oh. You're next, David.
You're muted.
I'm ready. Here we go.
There you go.
It's gonna happen. I know. They ate Andy and Steve. Oh, I was gonna ask him if he knew Rands.
Other side of the country.
Yeah, he's in Perth, isn't he?
Well,
He's in Aussie man
Me
country.
too. That was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It was. I was worried for me. I wasn't worried.
I was going to look out the window for a fucking great big mushroom.
We're all disappearing. It's like
we're in trouble because it just hit
that
Australia.
episode of Star Trek where the Doctor keeps getting squashed in different parts of the ship because it's in someone's imagination.
All right.
Remember that one?
No, I don't remember that one.
Dr. Crusher gets the people keep disappearing off the ship, and she goes, "What is going on here?" And pretty soon she's the last one on the ship because stupid Wesley Crusher created some time bubble thing, and yeah,
Wasted money on that locksmith. If I, like, geez,
Whiny Wesley.
mm-hmm.
it's gonna get annihilated. Oh, sorry, my printer's going. You remember those printers?
Oh, we got one. We got one.
Ooh.
We pray to it every morning.
Oh, I just hate the cartridges.
Ah, the printed word.
This is so. this is so far from that. There's nothing precious about this.
Oh.
Fucking.
It's not artistic.
No, it's not artistic.
Well, it's the first part.
Not
of the
even a
first-
good it's not even a good mutable instruments manual or something. It's work, you know.
First inch of the first part.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you have the Platts module, Andy?
Oh yeah, I have braids first. I got that a long time ago.
Oh,
That's the original one.
Yeah,
And then I thought, do I really want to get Platts? I already have braids. And then I read, it does all this other cool stuff.
What are they bringing
And
out
now
next?
there's
The
even more cool
cummerbund.
Did you do the firm weight?
No, didn't you realize that Emily probably stopped it now with the update to put the DX7 in? That was like her last thing before retirement.
It's the
Probably.
Bob.
Yeah.
It's kind of a bummer, but
I didn't update mine yet, but I was afraid at first because I thought it might wipe out some stuff I like on the old one. But
Yeah.
apparently, there's a workaround where they didn't remove anything; they added code,
Yeah, that's
so,
what I
which is
hear.
cool.
But being me, I went out and got this little clone. I've never had a clone of hers.
Oh, I have a bunch of clones. My Platts is a clone.
So this is Momo Modular.
Yeah, this stuff's too big. The only real ones I have are
It's really this is
yarns,
great. Yeah.
braids, and clouds. Everything else is a clone.
Yeah.
They're just too big. You know,
Yeah, I got a bunch of them when she said she was leaving. But I will say that the size of this is much more practical because I can put
that
this.
one's better. Yeah.
I can put this in the little boat case now. So I'm going to test it on this first. I'm
You
sure.
should see the Elements clone I got. It's like a third the size of Elements.
I think it's,
Do you know, I found myself looking at Eurorack modules last night.
yeah, don't.
Why?
I don't know. I just looking. Just
It
looking.
really,
Slippery slope, Kent. It's a slippery slope.
it's
I
really
know.
bad. I mean, you really, it's like
Excuse me. Well, to be fair, I now have.
you should
I- I
make a Eurorack module. That's what you should be doing. Like these stupid things, we'll all buy them because we're idiots.
Words have been mentioned.
8 HP. Just make it no bigger than 8 HP.
No,
And just,
do it in a proper size.
no, don't do that. Then you're gonna sell like 10.
I started with the lowly wave folder, and I had that for about a month. And I
Sorry.
go, I'm gonna get some effects. I got some effects, and I go, this is pretty cool. Maybe I should just build a simple synth voice, and then,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh, dude.
I've had that thing for 2.5 years, and no other Eurorack modules appeared. It's amazing.
you
Yeah,
didn't
but
get
that's,
the bug
that's
yet.
what was going to happen with me with just keyboards. I only need one keyboard. Oh, what happened?
20. I am planning on not getting much next year, but everybody kept going out of business in 2022. So it was like, oh,
Yeah.
I got some of those, and then I got to get this, and then the last chance to get this, and I'm like, oh my god, is it really the last chance? But then I think of the Mooger Frugers and what happened with those, and it's like, oh my god, yeah, that's gonna suck if they go up to like $600-700. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, well.
But I got, so it's not. I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily worth getting into unless you really do want to go down a rabbit hole, because it really is. Kind of
Well,
disrupts everything for a little bit, and then you kind of settle in again.
Well, I got a funny feeling that next year it won't be you that decides that you're not going to get anything next year. It will simply be life decides that you don't get anything next year.
Well, yeah, no,
So,
yeah, no. It there's definitely things that could come out that I'd probably get them. It's just something. It's just, especially now that people are making things in smaller batches, like you really do have to kind of go, all right, am I going to get it, or am I okay not having it? You know what I mean? Like I missed out on the Oberheim stuff, and I'm really so mad at myself now. It's
I mean,
really
I had-
voice is really what I wanted. Not I could have gotten the little sound, but I didn't. I wanted the 2 voice. Go ahead, Andy. Sorry.
Oh no, that's all right. I just saying, I had that burst for a while, and then I took a break. I didn't even touch my damn module for about a year, just working on other stuff. And then
Yeah.
finally got the bug to do it again with this all these kind of EMOMs, either virtual or otherwise, popping up. And
Yeah.
it'd be kind of fun to do some of those with that, because in a way, it sounds terrible to say this, but in a way, it's kind of a cheat compared to bringing a bunch of keyboards out, where you have to play perfectly live. You can kind of play okay with a modular because it does a lot of sequencing, and you can just play the knobs.
People are a little more.
So it's much easier to play live than the keys. Keys would be too much pressure for me. I have a keyboard controller for some little things, but I could not do the whole damn thing with keys. I'd have to have some kind of sequencer set up and stuff. But it's been really fun ever since I started firing it up again. I've been doing a lot of modular stuff, but it may come in waves when you get into it. But it is really fun to just disconnect from everything else and just go down a create. What happens if I patch this to this and patch this to this?
Oh,
and
you will
it's
get
very
lost.
experimental and
Yeah.
cool. Yes.
But you got to be cool with like, okay, I didn't write any music today or do something, because
Oh yeah, no, it's experiments. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if you can just accept that was what you did today, you know what I mean?
But I got to the point
Boy,
with the last couple hardware jams I did with the modular. You could, in less than 2 hours, I can be patched and done and recorded and unplug it again.
It
So
definitely it helped me see it helped me see some of the flow a little differently in my mind because it forced me to do it.
yeah,
Like, you can't, which I know is terrible, but it helped me to kind of. But it's you, the you always hear everyone say it. You got to kind of decide what do you want? What do you want it to do? And you're like, I don't know. First you're like, I'm going to make an effects rack. Then you're like, no, I'm going to make a cool 3 or 4 voice thing. And you're like, no, I'm just going to do percussion. And but until you really decide, it's kind of hard to put it together, in my opinion. Because it's just kind of a blob of modules that can do a lot of cool things, but it really doesn't.
yeah.
So I have it's almost all percussion stuff that I have with the Mother 32 and the subharmonica. So it's really cool. It's real, and then I could, actually the Platt's clone really can be a percussion model, right? It's got kick, snare, hi-hat. It's got all that crap on there.
Well, that's what I usually tell people who ask me, about that stuff. I say, well, build a single purpose setup like a synth voice or a drum kind of thingy, a percussion thing, or an experimental wacky like, um, you know, um, BBC radiophonic type experimental thing or whatever, and do that for a while, and then start adding stuff to it, and then start mixing and matching, and because I kind of was grabbing stuff from all directions for a while, which is a complete nightmare.
Oh, it's a
And
night.
and I
It
didn't know how
is.
to use half of them, and I was just guessing all the time. And now I have a better idea of what I'm doing.
Oh yeah,
Um,
I started I was just trading things for him, and then I'd get them, and I'm like, well. Plus, I thought I wanted all analog, and then now once I got the mutable stuff and everything, I was like, I don't know if I want my modular to really be analog. I've got analog synths, and I'm like, maybe I don't want that actually. So you kind of pivot sometimes too, and then you're just like
well, that's
selling
why I
off
took
a
the
bunch of
modular break
crap.
for a while. I said, hey, I'm going to work with this other shit for a while, and then I get back to it. And when I got back to it, it's actually a lot more fun. I think I have a different mindset and different ideas for it. And
But I do like Emily's modules, the mutable stuff. I think I might have mentioned this. I got Beats, kind of someone just traded it to me. I got it, and I started playing with it, and I was like, this is freaking brilliant. I
yeah,
was like, then I got another one. I was like, this is brilliant too, like Rings. And I was like, I know some of this is duh to other
the Rings
people,
is good. I use Rings a lot.
but they're all just really smartly designed.
Yeah.
They're not really that difficult to wrap your head around after a little bit. There's a couple tricks, but she's so into like the clocking.
Yeah, make noise is harder to use. I have several make noise things.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
still
that's
trying
what
to wrap my head around.
I've never bought one.
But Morphogene is really cool. You should check out Morphogene. So.
I probably won't. You know what I do have though? I do have the IntelliGel uh cyclonics, whatever the hell they're called. One that wave shaper one.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
No, you know it. I'm just not saying it
Oh, is it the
well.
big colorful one that has the?
The white and red one, the one they did a while ago, the two voice
I
wave
think
shaper
so.
one. You
Yeah.
probably know if I told you. I haven't even tried to learn it because I know I need to stop everything.
I
Right.
was gonna get their Plonk. The Plonk looks kind of cool.
But anyways, getting to it, yeah, I mean if you can get some of these, not at this point Emily's retired, so I guess it doesn't fucking matter anyways, but you could get some of these mutable ones in these smaller form factors. And this is fine, man. It's 8
Totally.
HP. It's kind of almost like this little it you can get around this fine. There's
Yeah,
plenty
I have knockoff Peaks, Grids, Plats, and like 3 or 4 other ones. All
I mean, you can
knockoffs.
make one hell of a system, man, out of
Yeah.
really, you should be forced to work with like a 3U 104 HP when you start. You should be forced to you're not allowed to have anything else. You have to make something. It's like a college, like a project.
Yeah.
Like, because once you start buying those big cases, you're screwed. You're screwed.
That's the thing. I wanted to always have some kind of mobility in mind. So all
Lost.
my cases have been portable in some way or another. But the problem with the Deptford cases is they're AC. They have IEC plugs on them, so they're not portable at all unless you bring an inverter or something like
Yeah,
that.
I don't.
So all my cases now have barrel connectors, the DC powered, and they can just be powered from a brick and just take them anywhere.
But I agree with you. I've come to decide that the smaller little cases and systems, which like 6U and 84 HP
Oh yeah,
pallet cases, that's much more fun for me,
yeah. My 7U 104 HP cases, they're great, and they get heavy too. I mean, once I load them up with crap, they get quite heavy. There's a lot of metal in there. I think my audio cut out.
No, it's just talking to somebody else.
Oh, he muted. Okay, that was me.
Yeah, I
But
don't
yeah,
know.
those cases are nice, and then you can just take them anywhere. There's a thing around here called well, they have it in Southern California, Northern California, Oregon, Washington. It's called Modular on the Spot,
Oh, cool.
and they're actually doing stuff in the middle of nowhere. I mean, they either bring a generator or some other kind of thing for if you don't have battery options, and you literally play in some kind of a field or something like that with a bunch of people hanging out. It's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah, we have some cool stuff here. I just need to stop changing things up and just settle on something for a little bit and just stop. You know what I mean? And just get to know it. And that seems so basic because that's the whole way I was for my whole life until about.
It's not fun, but it is important to do that once in a while.
Yeah, it's just getting exhausting. That's what makes drums fun. It's pretty straightforward, right? I'm going to learn a new rudiment today, or I'm just going to play, and it's a pretty straightforward instrument, compared to like sitting here just constantly changing these cases. And,
Gotta get those Nerlies, right? You got Nerlies?
oh, of course. I'm never going back.
I'm
Now,
always rearranging. I gotta have the Nerlies. So
I don't like the sliding nuts, and I have two cases.
oh, I hate those. Yeah.
The SDG one has it. The Musonics, it has sliding nuts. I hate it. I hate it. Such a pain in the butt. But it's such a small case that it's not a big deal. But the Pittsburgh one has them. It's really it's a time killer for me. It's just awful.
Yeah.
And I don't know why.
Well, you think it's lined up, and then you push the thing down, and it pushes aside, and
Oh, I had to take off the sides to put it in this tier thing, and the stupid thing starts off falling out.
yeah,
Nuts, and I was like, oh. Then I didn't know which ones they were from.
yeah.
Like,
Dude,
this is so dumb.
Yeah, my Make Noise skiff has sliding nuts. They're also 2.5, so that's even a different size. So I had to buy different Nerlies for that.
Yeah.
Why would you go less than M3?
They really.
It's a Make Noise for you. I don't know.
M3 is already relatively
know.
small size. That's annoying.
I think it's probably an aesthetic thing. Maybe they thought it looked more.
They're just different in a lot of ways. The panel layouts, the ideas and stuff.
I mean, I'm sure they're really cool. I don't doubt it. You got to make some decisions at some point. And just like, okay, this is what I'm going with, and then take a break. It really is
Also hard too, because it's tempting to get those multifunction modules, but then you realize, man, these are a pain to use. Because menu diving, you have to remember all these stupid things on it.
Oh yeah, no, it's really. It gets kind of overwhelming after. I guess if I was real young and I had, you know what I mean, and I was learning from scratch, but I'm just like, oh my god, like I have enough else to do. Like this is. And then I feel bad because like my Nord Wave is just sitting here, and I'm like, man, I just want to sit and play the Nord Wave, and it's.
Yeah, those look nice. I'd like to check one of those out.
Yeah,
I have a Nord Lead 2.
This was the one Mike Metley was selling this. We were at a coffee shop.
What,
He's like, yeah, I got Nord Wave I'm selling. I'm like, I'll buy it.
So,
That's how it happened.
Vintage Nord Wave or the Wave 2?
No, it's the original. Not the 2.
Can you load your own samples in there?
I think you can.
Yeah.
Or single cycle waves or whatever?
No, it's sample playback.
Sample.
Yeah, you can do something, I know. I forget, but...
Have you loaded samples into it?
Nope. No, because I just get sidetracked with a lot of
You
crap.
have to put Clio in there. Put Clio in the Nord Wave.
I got the sample track, and I'm like, oh my god, I got to stop this, man. I cannot... I can't freaking keep up, man.
Yeah.
It's hard. Yeah.
Oh, I know. It's not a bad problem. I know that.
Yeah, it's definitely a first world.
It's
not
a
a
cool.
big problem.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. You know, but I also want to be a musician somewhere. You
Looks
know,
like I bought that. Was it AE modular?
Yeah, for tankable waves. Yeah, but
The little one.
where,
Oh, the one you
where
gave
you
to the
need
school?
I
where,
haven't
where you
plugged it
need
in
for
yet. I've had it a year.
What's the one you gave to the school? What was that one?
oh yeah, what's that? I remember
You
that.
gave it to Brooksy to take to school.
Ah,
It's just the synth.
Had those little mini leads.
No, the IE has the mini leads.
It wasn't the little
Yeah.
teenage engineering thing, was it?
No, something else.
something else, I think.
It wasn't one that little yellow.
I forgot now, but
No, I can't remember because I gave Ben.
it's like a tiny sizer, some kind of thing. One of those kind of things.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
No, but the tankable waves does use basically just the protoboard connectors at the top.
Yeah.
What I lent Ben. Oh, it was the
Analog solution stuff, isn't it?
analog solution stuff, wasn't it? It was the poly
Fusebox,
something.
polymorph.
Polymorph, Leipzig, and
Oh man, nice.
Fusebox, I thought.
no, it wasn't Fusebox.
better not
That
have
was
been.
new. That was only just, I didn't have one. No, it's a little Leipzig.
Yeah, Leipzig. That looks. Oh man, they're lucky.
Leipzig.
That was pretty cool. Yeah, it was nice.
What's the white one that stands up?
The
Up
semblance.
Nyborg? Is it Nyborg?
Sem-
Telemark?
Nyborg.
Telemark. Oh,
Nyborg.
Nyborg. Okay, yeah.
Nyborg. So I gave them the Nyborg and the Leipzig and the polymorph.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, Fiona built that polymorph, so
Wow.
which is why I had it in the end because I built. I think I built 50. Did we build 50 or no? We built 25 polymorphs for him, and 50 megacity. You know the big sequencers.
Wow.
He did a massive sequencer like this size.
It's funny they use the same name. I have a Quasimidi polymorph. It's kind of fun.
Mm.
He has some really cool, fun stuff. I wanted
Well-
the impulse command thing. That thing looks really fun. I don't even know what exactly it would do, but I'm like, that looks cool, man. I can make some cool sounds on that. So hopefully I'll slow down now. I think I'm gonna. I think I am.
Did you get the Mini Freak, Dave?
Yeah, I got that.
Oh, you
too.
did. All right. No, it looks like fun. I'm trying to avoid it, but it looks like fun, man.
Oh, it's freaking great. Yeah.
Well,
That's-
from what I was hearing from Rob on it last night,
I had the Micro Freak for a while, so I figured it was going to be pretty good.
yeah.
And I knew a lot of those oscillators, and I kind of knew probably what it in the sound. I had a pretty good feel for it.
But there's a lot more too, right?
It definitely does a lot more. Yeah. And it's got effects, which is great. Yeah.
And the same kind of thing, a sequencer or arpeggiator function. Is that?
Yeah, it's got a great. Oh, it's really cool. It's because it's got that splice and dice and the random, and
Oh yeah, those spicy thing.
yeah, it's got like a trig, like a thing too that does ratcheting where you can just ratchet it. Oh, it's really a cool instrument. You know what I mean? That's like a really great. It's I've got it out here. It's a really great jam instrument. So is the Micro Freak though.
The ratcheting is really good on the Hydrosynth.
Mm.
It kills me that so many arpeggiator things I've had for years, no goddamn ratcheting. I mean, if they're copying Tangerine Dream stuff, why don't you include goddamn ratcheting?
Yeah.
Yeah. Arturia, they just having some of that like that the drum brute impact's got that little random thing where you can just keep moving it slowly and it just tweaks the rhythms. It's just
I think my original drum brute has that too.
it might, yeah,
Yeah.
it probably does. But for me it was like, wow, what a useful thing to add to it. You know, because you can just totally kind of alter it and then go back.
It's a ribbon, right? Is it the ribbon? Or is it
No,
a knob?
no, it's a knob. That's a
Knob,
knob. Yeah, no, it's
Because
not.
I think they took the ribbon off the Impact. The original drum brute has a ribbon, which is nice.
Yeah, I don't know. No. Yeah, that would be cool. I could. It just sound the impact to me. I don't know that it sounds really good. It's
It
pretty.
sounds better than the one I have. The original drum brute is kind of weak.
It's got the FM, which is pretty cool at times. But it is for me. It's limited in a way that exactly how I like an instrument to be. It's like no, I got a good vibe of this thing. I kind of know what I can do with it, and
Does it have individual outs?
it has a couple individual. Yeah, it has about 4. But if I remember right, you can't use the main out,
Right. Okay.
and you can't get out everything. I don't think you can get out. Some of them are.
That's why I was happy about the original because it says
It's a little
individual
flawed.
outs, and then I can just add effects and distortion to stuff that doesn't sound so great.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, I would have wanted everything out, and then I did have like one of those. I have like little Mix 8 Mackie mixers, and it's really fun to take the outs and put them all through that, and to kind of have like a sub mix with maybe some effects. It's a great way to use it more creatively, and do a little more with it. But it's really space. Like then you've got all this crap. I
Sure.
can't.
I know.
I don't know how to
Oh,
set
cool.
it up.
Kosh put in the comment. I guess they both had the ribbon and the knob, so that's cool. They didn't change that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess it does have. Yeah, it does have a little thing. I got it right here. It's literally right in front of me.
I haven't compared them. I've seen them on shows before, but I haven't compared them all. So
Is it ribbon? Is it? No. I don't think the impact is. No, it does. Yeah, it's just I don't know. I like Arturia stuff. They're another one that I can usually
the
understand.
Origin was killer, but they stopped developing it. You should
I
check
always
those
wanted to
out.
buy one.
They're
I just-
awesome.
I just wanted to get one just because it's just so like,
It's software modular too. That's the funny thing.
But,
is you can go in there and go nuts with it.
What would be nice if they did Oregon with now with their modern models rather than the shit old models. Which had
Well,
nothing in common
still sounded
with.
cool though. So
I wonder if
No,
they.
it was amazing, but
I wonder if they
like,
talked about it. Yeah.
I don't think they made too much. I mean, the Origin keyboard definitely made them a massive loss.
well, that was a wacky idea anyway.
Yeah,
The way that thing folded the shell, it looks very fragile.
yeah.
Can't win them all.
So, and I mean, no idea how much they made of the Origin. I mean, everybody always had them for sale, but I don't know what that means in terms of actually shifting numbers.
Yeah. Well, they have the encoder problem too. You got to worry about that.
Yeah.
But
They were-
I still love my original Mini Brute. I mean, what a great design,
Oh,
and the filter sounds wicked. But they have that stupid sticky surface problem.
That's why I sold
Yeah.
mine.
A shit
That's
coating
why I
on there.
I love that little
You,
thing.
you just put them in an IPA bath overnight, and then just wipe them off, and
But
they're
it's
fine.
on the side. It's not just the knobs. It's the sides. The whole
Yes,
thing.
you also take them off, put them in a bath, and then wipe it off the next day.
I'm just gonna wipe it off with isopropanol rags and be all right.
I
Yeah,
couldn't.
yeah.
handle it. I just.
Yeah,
I,
again, if you just want to wipe the sides rather than take them off, you really need to go for it. Which is why, again, if you have it in IPA overnight, ideally most of the oil goes back inside, and you don't take off too much of the surface, so actually you don't change too much of.
But how could they not know it was going to do that? It's not even that old, and it's already, Why the hell is
It's,
it?
it's whatever plastic compound they went for that happens to. Presumably out of cost because the only injection molding is the inner part, so presumably that's the standard part, so they don't mold their own part, and the rest is just molded in a softer material around it, which doesn't need an expensive mold.
that was, but the micro brute might have been even cooler in some ways, like, because that really started like, wow, this is amazing. Like now they're making these cool little analog, things that kind of connect.
Yeah, the patch bay too was nice. Yeah, little
And
micro
I had
patch
the
bay.
mini brute. I loved it, but
Yeah.
but that kind of started them off in that old hardware trajectory, and
I mean, I like the fact that the key bed on the Mini Brute wasn't bad. I mean, it actually had aftertouch.
yeah, it was.
It
Yeah,
felt pretty good. They did have that weight problem, so it's kind of like the red glue in the JD800,
Mhm.
but it's just the glue just disconnected the metal weights on the keys. And when I got mine brand new, the weights were floating around the bottom of the package. So I'm like, What the hell are you guys doing? You can't get the glue to stick your metal on the pack on the thing. So
I didn't have one problem with mine though, which was
that's the
cool.
only problem I have. The metal came off, but
No, I remember people had a lot of complaints about it, and
Well,
I
I
was
mean,
just,
the one that I bought broken, the only thing that's broken is that all the output socket is not too well attached to the board, so it's just a bit of solder, and that was fine.
you still have
But
it.
for, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, the whole point for me was to just Frankenstein it a bit and put some modifications onto it, because if I buy a shit one that has some issues, I feel less bad about drilling holes all over it
Yeah,
and putting more stuff onto it.
it was great. They got brute factor, metalizer, all those cool effects. You know, it's just
Yeah, well, the metalizer is basically just the wavefolder. The brute
wave folder.
factor
Yeah,
is
but it
just
was
filter
kind of,
feedback.
it was a
Yeah.
cool twist at that moment with what else was available, which was
Yeah.
not a lot. You know, there was
Well,
not much available.
it was also cool that they went for something like going for the Steiner Parker filter design. When,
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
realistic, or I mean, it was a bit famous again because I mean, back in the day, the Livewire before Eurek was big, but when Livewire used to be one of the big non-depth companies, obviously their Steiner Parker filter was very successful. So it was quite a known thing and that was revered, but
yeah.
not to the level that when they chose it as a cheap and efficient circuit that sounds different. Like the whole idea of it was sort of to not sound like a standard existing synthesizer.
Yeah. Plus, you all that mixing. You know, it's only a single oscillator, but you got all that cool mixing function with a lot of waves. So it could go nuts. You know, it's cool.
Yeah, it could sound in the
Well,
sub
well,
oscillator.
well,
It
yeah,
could-
yeah, you have a saw animator and the wavefolder.
Yeah, all that stuff. And you could
Triangle.
also flash it and make it so it's an arpeggiator or a sequencer.
Well, that was only later when they did the SE with the very nice brushed aluminium.
No, there was a trick you could do.
Yeah, but
make
that's the one that they made with the arpeggiator instead, and then
That's
they
what I
made
got. Yeah, I got the Micro SE.
yeah.
and then they made the
They actually
firmware.
put it in. Yeah.
Well, I don't know whether they made it available or it's on Eva John's website, definitely available.
The Micro
Uh,
SE also came with stackable cables, which is kind of nice too.
I've thought about picking up, you know, one of the twos eventually if it doesn't have the sticky, but I'm not in any rush. You know.
I just got to clean it. I'll just get some. I don't care if it messes.
You're
up.
probably smart too. It was kind of, I really didn't want to sell it, but I never had it. Mine wasn't sticky, you know, yet. And I was like, I'm getting out of this. Because I was like, oh, that's going to piss me off if it starts getting sticky.
Well, other than the Rogue, for a while, it was the only small analog I had like that. So it was kind of useful, portable and
Pre-Behringer,
aggressive.
right?
And,
Pre-Behringer, so there was nothing.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of that.
I'm not gonna lie, these are slowly getting sticky after I don't know how many years, 4 years, 5 years. I've had this thing now.
yeah.
The dust is definitely not too keen to come off anymore. Probably an IPA bath for them at some point in the future.
Yeah.
Or clearly, Kent, you still have some of those nice aluminium knobs around.
Yeah. Can we get a few of this?
Skip them.
Oh, sad.
Yeah.
Actually, I was thinking about converting some of my. I had bought these online. They had these cool metal markers. That actually, it you can have the. It's like a paint pen, kind of more like a marker, and you actually can do a metallic sheen on things. Looks just like a nice chrome look, and you can actually just scribble all over your knobs and get a nice metal look. It's kind of fun.
Like, what is the worst about the Atari knobs there is that if you can try and make out the error, Kent might be able to, if just about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably they're at 90 degrees to the normal D-shaped pot.
Oh,
Oh.
So you can't put normal D pots on it and anything else really to put a grub screw in there for it to be secure. Well, and not to damage the plastic shafts. You basically need to put collars around all of them, and it's just really annoying
Yeah.
that sucks.
to replace them with normal pots. Or also that maybe there will be some cheap mixing desk pots that you find that are also at 90 degrees. But why they did that choice, I don't understand.
No, don't know what that's all about. Nope. Got nothing works. Yep, I haven't got anything working.
What's the name of that preset?
I don't know what I named it. Which one is this? I named this Smashing, because it's full unison. And at proper volume. It's definitely good. Can save a sledgehammer. Well, you don't want to damage your sledgehammer too many times.
Never ceases to amaze me. You know, we were playing that stuff last night, and turned off the computer, go to bed, blah blah blah. Come in here this afternoon, turn on the computer. Nothing's working. Can't hear one single machine.
Is that what
in
it says?
there.
Ouchie on your thing?
No, that's. I've done something to my hand. I don't know
Oh,
what the
no.
hell it is. Inside.
Well,
Something-
too much wanking.
Yeah, take a
Do
break.
you know what? I wish.
Yeah, do the stranger once in a while.
Yeah. I wish. That's been getting progressively worse since Monday. It's, I don't know. I've done something inside there somewhere.
Probably just
aches.
gotta rest it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just
Yes.
aches all the time.
Put
Yeah.
on the rest, please.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got one too. I do the same thing. I just put that on for a little while. A few
Yeah.
minutes.
I mean,
Force myself not to use the
I've gone to a vertical mouse for that reason, because it's quite bad. Or my main issue is that my right hand has very bad blood circulation. So I mean, it's always colder than the rest of the body.
No, right.
on it.
You sure you're not part cyborg?
Well, I can't be sure, can I?
That'd be cool.
But it never has come up in any medical checkup. Although, of course, there are probably lizard people who don't want to get the truth out.
Mm.
All right, I
Maybe.
guess I better get going. I'm gonna try to go lock myself out again. Shouldn't be that hard. I did it once.
You
I'll
should have
check
the
it.
cat wear the key around the collar, so when she comes to the window and teases you with the key.
I'll just as long as the cat's here, I'm sure you'll be fine. I'll just take it. Get it like in the top. Yeah, there she is. She showed up. Ready? You heard your name? Meow. Yeah, you did. All right, y'all take care.
All
All right,
right.
Dave.
Yeah.
You love stuff, man.
See- Yeah.
See ya.
All right, pickle.
Oh, did somebody say sausage?
Had a sweetie wrapper.
How many filter types in the Andromeda? I forgot.
Sorry?
Filter types. How many does it have?
It has the SEM filter and the 904. So, what you got on the SEM, you got low pass and high pass plus mix and the band pass output.
You have band pass too. Cool. Oh, nice.
Yeah, you can even invert the bandpass.
How about comb? You got a comb filter in there?
No. Well, I mean, there's a flanger in the effect, so you can probably try and make that do some comb filter stuff. Wait, well, I have no idea whether you can actually stop the flanker to 0. Let's find out. Well, is depth at 0 going to do that? Who knows? Let's actually find a simple sound. Now where can I set the delay time of that? Well, it appears 1 millisecond is the minimum, so not much used as a normal comb filter, and you can't modulate it. Man.
Oh.
So it has a flanger, so it does have a comb filter, but it doesn't have a comb filter in the synthesis.
Cool, that's good. Proper wacky sounding. I like that.
Bloody PCs.
Yep.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
That's precisely what.
Yeah,
I've done.
reboot. Did you reboot 3 times like the web dude thing?
Yep.
Did you reboot 3
Mate,
times?
I turned it off and rebooted it and loaded it up again. Bugger me.
Let me find that web dude. If you guys haven't seen it, you guys see the web dude. Servers down web dude thing.
Let's do a Heimbach and try to ping this.
That's the right one. The link in the chat. If you guys haven't seen that, check it out. It's a classic. Basically a
check that
fake.
one out.
It's basically a fake. It's a sales guy calling his IT guy, who's a total smartass, complaining about he can't get his computer to work. And meanwhile, the guy's playing Halo. That's how old the video is. And he gives him all kinds of bullshit. Did you reboot your computer 3 times? I told you. Yeah, I've done that. And did you try this? And then he goes, hold on a second. He takes a snapshot of the guy's desktop and freezes all of his icons.
Yeah.
And then the guy keeps, and he goes, oh, I've got this big meeting. I'll call you back. And he goes, I can't get in. I'm trying to click on my icons. They don't do anything because it's a graphic. It just keeps fucking with the guy. It's very funny.
Yeah, so I shut the computer down and rebooted it. And now it's working.
Yeah.
Well, that is computers for you.
It's Microsoft 101. Just reboot.
Mad, isn't it? It was.
To be fair, better for Mac on 101. Yeah, it crashed randomly. Rebooted properly.
That wasn't on the old Macs. On the classic Macs, it's.
With all the modern Macs, it just when it crashes randomly out of nowhere, then you know you're fucked because you can't find out what the fuck has caused it. In most ways, because Apple makes it so obtuse.
Well, if you're a Unix person, you can find pretty easily.
It would be easy unless if they wouldn't clear out the logs but as soon as you log in.
No, it's there. It's in your crash logs. Even ask you.
Unless they chose to clear them out as soon as you log in.
I've never seen that. I mean, they always give the option. Do you want to send it to so and so, or you can, browse it or whatever.
No, I often have the lovely crashes where it just completely disappears, and then
Really?
you fire it back up, and it pretends like nothing has ever happened. It doesn't know that anything happened. It's just completely oblivious. Just thanks.
That's weird.
At least Microsoft used to give you some error code, which was useless. But it's at least the pretense of acknowledging that there's an issue. Or like on this laptop here I'm using, if that one blue screens, I know the only reason why blue screens is that the graphic card has chosen to overheat.
Yeah, I'm not bleeding edge on Mac anymore. I'm running still like I think Sierra or one rev behind that because I don't really need it to be bleeding edge. I have the latest one, but I have on a boot stick in case I want to use it for something, but I won't live on it for now. I like my older stuff to just work. So I hate constantly upgrading shit. In corporate life, you have no choice but to be on the latest Windows, whatever it is. Except we're not on 11 yet because 11 has its own set of problems. But
never heard of them.
Yeah, exactly. So you've probably seen some Mac stuff I haven't seen because I'm not on the bleeding edge.
I'm not on the bleeding edge. I'm quite. I'm later than I want to be. But I wanted some features of a newer C++, so I had to go forwards for convenience. So that I didn't have to interact with Objective-C to do some simple stuff. Which,
yeah.
And any day you don't have to deal with Objective-C is a good day. But technically, I do work-wise need to be on 11 at some point. Which is going to be very, very annoying.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I always have various versions floating around, even all my old classic emulators for all my old games and tools, and I still like going to use Kai's Power Tools and Alien Skin stuff and old ancient 3D tools and stuff on the old Mac stuff. It's very fun.
I mean, for me, I probably just have to get a Mac Mini and mirror my current laptop onto that, and then upgrade my laptop to 11.
I don't know if Kent ever saw this. You probably were a PC most of the time back then, but there were a lot of really cool Mac programs. Like one's called Morphium, where you can basically sculpt. They give you some basic primitives, and it's virtual clay. You just sculpt the shit out of it with a graphics tablet or your mouse.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's super cool, and I was able to make like a very complicated conch shell in literally like 10 seconds, just from a sphere. That's how powerful it is. And I even found out by accident on the Wacom tablets that have a mouse. I was moving both at the same time one time by accident, and I noticed it was doing things. It was actually reading both devices at once. So I discovered that I could use the mouse to rotate the object and use the stylus to carve into the object at the same time, and got some really cool complex shapes out of it. And this is on the old Mac. This is like Power PC kind of era, you know, and awesome stuff, you know. So if you have an emulator, you can run the old stuff. There's another one called Clayscape that was also really good.
Yeah.
Which I didn't realize till I was starting getting emulators going. I go, man, where was this program when I was doing 3D back then? Because it totally blew away. You tried to do any kind of stuff in Infinity or Ray Dream or Macro Model or any of that kind of stuff. It just wasn't. It was fun, but it was super primitive back then.
Yeah, yeah.
And these virtual clay things were just amazing.
Yeah, because basically, I mean, back then, I mean, if you wanted to make things that had, you know, that more organic shape to them, like you would get with that clay thing, you'd have to use meta-NURBS and stuff like that.
Or some kind of metabolic stuff,
nightmare.
And because it's a simulation kind of, it has to kind of figure it out. You can't make it do exactly what you want.
Yeah.
So, not enough. I gotta add more balls. Okay, let's try it again.
Yeah. And selecting all the various bloody triangles and stuff like that.
The first clay kind of thing I played with was actually Strata Studio Pro, the same one they used to make Myst.
Yeah.
And that was a godsend when I discovered that, because it did have a clay mode in it. It wasn't as fun as a Morphium or Clayscape, but you could do some nerdy type stuff with it. And then also have all your classic, you know, lofting tools as well, the standard, you know, lathe and cut tools and stuff.
Extrude and all that.
Extrude, all that stuff, but it did have that functionality. I was like, man, this tool's really great. And then it didn't work on later Mac revs, so I couldn't use it anymore.
Yeah.
But
I think because
it was all fun.
It's like the very latest version of Lightwave. Apparently, I hear they changed that IK boning system to something that actually made sense and was a lot easier to do.
Well, they probably, again, like most companies did, they probably copied that Animation Master package I've used for probably 15 years.
Yeah.
You know, maybe 20 years at this point.
Yeah.
They were the first ones to have a proper skeletal system that was reusable. Yeah. So you bake your actions, and then you can drag and drop skeletons on any object.
Yeah.
Map them, and then reuse those actions and make a whole crowd animation from one original animation you made for one model.
Yeah.
They were the pioneers for that stuff. Of course, Maya basically kind of ripped them off. Softimage ripped them off. So they just had all the budget and the R&D to do whatever they wanted to. But most of those products for a while were not easy to use. And then all of a sudden, hey, look, they're all of a sudden much easier to use. I wonder where they got that from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember sitting down with the book and learning IK boning in Lightwave, and it was like, jeez.
Oh, yeah, you just want to kill yourself. Yeah. I also hated morph targets, too. Morph targets
wasn't that fast either. That's the other thing.
Yeah, the basic facial animation morph targets was dumb, too. Nobody wants to do that.
Oh, mate.
You know?
Motion to target. Oh, Jesus.
What?
But this company had
why would you need more than one head bone anyway? It's perfect. One head bone, extract the texture across it, done.
Well, kind of.
Yeah.
It depends what if you want to look like Lawnmower Man or something else.
Yeah. I think there was IK boning involved in exploding debris as well. and then you had to morph to path, and
Oh, sure.
and then you look at the guys using Unreal 5 engine, you're going, you bastard!
Yeah.
You
Although it
should do
did
your
take a long
time,
time to
do
get
your
there, but-
time. Just walk in and do it, you bastards.
Well, the first time I saw a demo of the what was that one game? It had one of the early games that had some of the best environments in it. It was an action adventure game with this dude who runs around and does stuff with the like Indiana Jones type guy. Something. Shit, my brain's fried again.
What year are we talking?
Probably 5-10 years ago, somewhere in there. They had beautiful trees and like water and these environments that just looked like nothing else. And at SIGGRAPH, they had a demo area where you could sit down and you could basically use that environment and build whatever landscape and other thing you wanted to do. And just
Okay.
VR walk around the damn thing. It was really cool. It's like
wasn't
No
one of
Man's
the-
something. It's not. I mean, the new one is No Man's Sky, but it has a name kind of like that. Far Cry. That's what it is.
Oh, Far Cry.
The Crytek landscape.
Yeah.
Holy shit! What a crazy engine that thing is.
Yeah, CryEngine is pretty sweet.
Oh my god, that thing was unbelievable.
Well, I think it was the real contender for Unreal Engine.
Yeah.
So, Valve's engine. What was Valve's engine?
I don't remember.
Havoc.
Oh, Havoc. Okay.
Havoc was their engine, and that looked
Oh,
like
right.
it-
Okay.
That looked like that was going to be the market leader, but in the end, it was Unreal. Mind you, I think Unreal was always slightly ahead,
Yeah.
right from the get go.
But Unity.
Yeah.
I've seen good Unity stuff, but yeah, it's just that Unreal just totally blew it out of the water.
Yeah.
That St. Peter's Basilica demo at SIGGRAPH a few years ago, I really felt like I was there. The VR was so amazing.
Yeah. It is.
The
pretty sweet.
metal, the marble textures, the wood, it looked real. Looked really real.
I saw a demo of Unreal 5 where you're using, I think it was a rabbit running in snow. Holy shit.
Oh wow!
Oh, wow, man.
I can only imagine.
Yeah, it was just mental. It was like, no, that's snow, and that's a rabbit. They just filmed the real thing and just tried to pass it off as a graphics engine, but nope.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and it dive under the snow and move under the snow, and the snow is, cracking and moving just so. It's like, you bastards.
Yeah.
20 years ago in Lightwave, you're looking at about 2 years' work, just that scene.
And it would look way worse, obviously.
And it
yeah.
would look wrong
yeah.
still, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Because I saw. You ever see Real Flow? It was like a company out of Spain.
Yeah.
Their stuff is amazing. Now, chances are, if you've seen, I don't know about nowadays, but if you saw like The Perfect Storm, and you saw other movies that had like big ocean events in it and
Yeah.
big weather events in it, it was all Real Flow.
Yeah. Yeah,
And-
I think we had a Real Flow plugin for layout in Lightwave.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, but our computer just went, no, mate, I can
Yeah.
do it, but how when you were expecting to die of old age, because this is going to take some time, man. So,
Oh, it's
and that was always
nuts.
the problem. You could get the tools, but you couldn't get the computing power required to use them to their potential.
Yeah.
It was constantly updating the computer. I had a quad processor board eventually, and with four. I think it
Oh, the Quadro? Was that NVIDIA Quadro?
no, what it was the motherboard had four. What was it? 4P4.
Oh, you're talking about sorry, CPU.
Yeah. 4P4 2 gigs. Shitload of RAM and all the rest of it, and dual. What were they? I can't remember what the cards were. Because you had the Lightwave had brought out this thing where you could have a render window
Yeah.
to give you a rough idea what the scene was going to look like
Sure.
as a test piece. But the faster the machine and the better the cards, the quicker it came up.
Yeah.
And this was like, it would cost so much money and put this thing together, and it's still like, man, you know what I mean? Just go,
Oh, yeah.
people,
I remember Bryce. Bryce would take me 45 minutes a frame at least, sometimes
Yeah,
3
yeah,
hours
yeah.
a frame.
Terrigan. I remember when we used to run.
Terrigen's another good one too. Yeah.
And you just watch the line working its way across the screen.
Before
and
that,
then
it was
the-
Vista
and then
Pro.
the
It was
next
more
line.
more simple, but it actually had USGS data in it,
Yeah.
which is pretty cool.
Yeah. We do everything to try and make the thing render faster. But
It's tough, yeah.
in the end, I started using it as like a bench test for the computer. How fast is the computer? Right, we'll render frame 251 of this scene and see how long it takes. Yeah.
I was at one of the years I went to SIGGRAPH. They had a Mercedes was there demoing some of the NVIDIA stuff, and they had it was like an extension of Quadro cards. So it was like this external box that had 4 massive cards in it,
Yeah.
hooked to the computer, and you could basically put the VR headset on, and you could basically sit in a car with all the leather interior, all the stitching, all the chrome, all the glass, all the paint job. It looked like the real damn thing.
Yeah.
And you get out, walk around the car,
Yeah.
and it was about as real as it ever get before they finally made it, and it was insane. And this is like 8
Yeah,
years
I
ago
me-
probably. So
I remember for a moment I was seriously considering getting a Quadro card. And it was like, there's just so much money.
yep.
You know, it's just stupid money. I mean, you could buy another
Considering it's the
PC.
same process as every other cards, you
Yeah.
or I mean, some of the components are better, and it's the better spec processors that get labeled for Quadro.
Yeah.
So the ones that behave better that are better quality silicon or whatever,
Yeah.
that are selected first, they become a Quadro. But that or used to.
Mind you, I can actually remember doing a lot of CGI and using a pair of Voodoo cards to SLI together, for Christ's sake. It shows you how far back I go with it.
Wow. Well, I went to my time card for when I was working at the same company I'm at now, but like years and years and years ago, first started working there. My time card, my agency was down the street. It's a place called Techmart, and I was at I walked by this room and I go, hey, what's all the hubbub in there? And these guys are showing a little demo, and it was that famous demo of the Anubis character and the other guy doing the 3D fighting.
Yeah, oh, right.
It was a classic NVIDIA demo, and
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the Voodoo demo.
Mm.
And I had never heard of any of this stuff. I hadn't seen any of the 3D acceleration stuff at all. And I walked, what the hell is that? That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And then just, months later, a year later, something like that, all of a sudden those cards came out. And I went, holy shit, that was that company that was demoing
Yeah.
the thing. So it's kind of fun.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember, I think I bought one card, it cost a fortune because I got it early, and the second one was cheaper, but it was about 235 quid for the second card. And they were 16 meg cards, weren't they? Something,
Yeah.
which was like, then it was like, how big? No, 12
Yeah.
meg. There were 12 meg cards.
Sure.
Yeah. Bloody hell.
Well, the first card I got from my Mac that could do 3D was this kind of crappy Quick Draw 3D Apple card,
Mm.
just for doing some very simple real-time 3D. But it was good enough to make Strata and some of these other tools I was using a little bit faster and more real-time instead of having to wait for a render.
Mm.
Oh, that sucks. Go back to, solid wire or whatever. Oh, that sucks. Go back, render it again. Oh, that sucks.
No.
So people don't appreciate how horrible it was back then to make
No, it
stuff
was awful. It was awful.
because you just didn't have this real-time feedback. And
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because there'll be a time when you wanted to, you do a model, and you start texturing it and getting the bump mapping and all the rest of it, and what's
Yeah.
your radiosity, what's your reflection going to be, and all this. You're going through the settings, and then you have to run a test frame to see if what you've done is real. And it's like,
And that takes a long time. Yeah.
fuck, like 25 minutes. Come on, and then go, no, that's not quite right, and then go and make another 6% adjustment to one of the parameters.
So that Strata program was the first one I had that had radiosity in it.
Mm.
And a dialog box would come up every single time saying, are you sure you want to use radiosity? It's
Yeah.
known to bring most Macs to
Are
their
you
needs."
stupid?
Yeah. And I said, yes, I do. And then I think a single frame of something took like, I don't know, 2 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah,
something like that.
radiosity just went.
And it wasn't even like I wasn't doing that. I forgot the name of that reflective box experiment with the sphere, but there's that famous test for radiosity with the glass sphere and the 3-color box.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wasn't even trying something fancy like that. It was just a simple shape in an open world, and maybe one other thing next to it just to have something to look at and reflection. And it took forever. It's beautiful, but it took forever.
Yeah. But it also made things so much more complicated as well, because in the early days, like, for instance, you select your light source, for instance. If you've got one light source, so you select your light, and it's either, well, you can angle the beam intensity,
Yeah.
so you can angle the light or whatever, and then you'd have either its brightness, its color, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah.
And you lit the object. When radiosity came into effect, there was all these new parameters that had to be added.
Well, so a couple ray tracing engines I had were pretty deep if you want to get in how many rays and how many iterations and all that. So you could do that even on regular ray tracing, but not everyone had that dialog box to play with.
Yeah.
And again, you generally didn't want to touch that too much anyway, because they go, this looks like fun, and you just added a bunch of hours to your render.
Yeah. I mean, because when I started doing various space scenes and things like that, that's when it became very apparent very quickly that you can't use reality when it comes to lighting to light a ship.
Yeah.
Because like if you're flying and there's one local sun, your ship looks like shit.
Yeah, because you don't have the radiosity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Because you don't have.
Well, now they're called global illumination.
Yeah,
so,
and it's very dead sharp thingy. So you have the invisible lights to light up the ship from various points. Like, we'll put some lights on it, and then big invisible spot there to highlight that particular part of it. And
well, that's what I loved about episode 1. That stupid ship that everyone thought was so cool, the chrome ship. It would be invisible in space, right?
Yeah.
I mean, practically.
Yeah,
They made it all light up and stuff.
yeah.
But it
certainly
just
wouldn't be
reflecting the
silver.
stars around it, and you could barely see it against the dark background.
Yeah,
But it has to look pretty, so we'll just make it fake,
yeah. All it would do is reflect back other
Yeah,
stars.
it'd be like it's folding space around it.
Yeah,
So it's almost like a stealth ship in a way, but it's just, 3D often is hacked to be cool and not realistic. So
yeah.
What you're saying? It might be the first rendered no ship.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's so difficult. See, the things you used to have to take into well, probably still do, but back then it was very important. Like, for Christ's sake, don't let the camera get too close to the object. Was rule number 1. Because if it got
Yeah,
too
the
close to the object,
distortions.
the render times.
Oh, that also get the distortions too.
fucking-
If your camera's a proper camera,
Yeah.
you have to worry about the f-stop, and you have to worry about the focal length and
Yeah.
all that stuff. So some programs really let you do that,
Yeah. I
and then all of a sudden you get these weird distortion effects you didn't want.
Yeah. Because I was a massive fan of the 35mm Panavision. I was always using that bloody camera.
Yeah.
But if you get close and you got bump mapping turned on and stuff, like, holy fuck, through the roof.
Yeah.
The computer starts sweating.
And bump map was a pain too, because it only worked, obviously at certain angles.
Mm-hmm.
So you had to be careful about how you shot it, otherwise you give away the game. It looks like crap.
Yeah.
So
Also, you find your mistakes where, like, if you put like some embossed badging or something on the side of the object, and then find for some reason it's too deep, and the you get that lighting penetrates through.
Oh, right.
Where
yeah.
where the program doesn't know.
Doesn't know what to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's no surface there. It
Sure.
kind of gets confused, and it comes through the sides. And you go, right, it's ruined. You've got to move that again and render this all again.
And it also depends on what modeling technologies and what rendering technologies, and like the Animation Master was spline patches, right? So
Yeah.
you can make infinitely smooth patches better than NURBS. But if you start making really weird geometry choices, so you could do anything from a 3-point, 4-point, and 5-point patch.
Mm.
But some of the 5-point patches are a little tricky because sometimes your angles look weird, and you have these kind of
Yeah.
janky. It has to figure out the math of
Yeah.
your continuous surface. So there are little tricks you have to use sometimes to get things to do. You get creases in your models,
Hmm.
or like hard edges in your models, where it should
Yeah.
be nice and smooth.
Yeah.
But once you figure it out, even that thing called hooks, where basically if you have a hole and you're going from too many points to too few points, and you don't want to draw a bunch of 5-point patches, you could do these things called hooks, where you could draw just a single attachment that's not an actual vertex you could play with. It just drops it in and connects it and
Yeah.
pretends there's a vertex there,
Yeah.
and fills in the hole. So you have
Yeah.
you could go through, like, so especially on a face with a nose and all those weird angles around the nose. It's very hard to make smooth patches with
Yeah.
just 4 points or even the triangles. So unless
Yeah,
you
well,
have tons of
there was that other
triangles.
step, wasn't there? As you're coming out of a modeling program, and you reduce polygons.
Yeah, in a
But still
polygon modeler,
maintain
you
the
had to
shape.
worry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you reduce it too much, and you get tearing.
They also have subdivision surfaces, so you can add more geometry to it.
Yeah.
But then your model gets crazy big and hard to wrangle. Yeah, so I played with all this weird tech back then. It's just
Yeah.
such a pain in the ass.
But these kids today with their RTX 4010s and their
Yeah.
16-core CPUs, they don't know they're born, mate.
Nope. Should force them to open the old Infinity and make them play with that for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, here's Terrigan. Get on with it.
When you realize the guy who was one of the champions of Infinity is just like a high school kid,
Yeah.
and he made some of these amazing animations with this character called Dennis the dog, this little yellow character, and he made these amazing animations with Infinity. I'm like, how the hell did he do that? It didn't have inverse kinematics, it didn't have proper modeling tools for organic characters, yet he made these amazing fucking things in it.
Yeah.
He ended up doing the effects for. Did you ever see the movie Ginger Dead Man? It's a silly horror movie. Takeoff on Gingerbread Man. It's a Ginger Dead Man.
Yeah, it rings a bell. It does
And he
ring a
he
bell.
did the animation for that. That was one of his
Oh, okay.
one of his claims to fame, is the Ginger Dead Man. But anyway, he was pretty famous for a while. He came up with some cool like modeling and skeletal tricks. One called
Yeah.
the setup machine, where you could quickly do a quick skeletal setup for bipeds or quadrupeds, drag and drop, set it up, and it made like this super clever, simple skeleton with only about. It was thinking more of a puppeteering point of view. So you could, instead of having to move every single joint, every this and that very meticulously, he basically set up key points around the model that you'd only need to control, I think, something like 10 points to control like a human figure
Yeah.
pretty well. It was pretty wild.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
No, I do you know what? I blame all this on my mate from school. His dad owned a camera shop in the Vauxhall Bridge Road in London, and he used to supply a lot of stuff to BBC and Elstree and all the local film studios. And he was able to bring all this stuff back with him sometimes, and we sort of like do these animated films and stuff with thousands and thousands of pounds worth of equipment that we had access to.
Wow.
And what we made was really high quality shit.
Well, that's
Because we're still learning.
sure.
You're learning
It's
the
like
craft.
you put some random person in your studio, and you have all those great tools. They're not guaranteed to make anything good. Right?
Exactly. So so we were learning, and all that. It's all that work you have to do beforehand. Like if we were doing a scene on the moon, and we'd have to get all this black poster paint and flour, and create this moon scene up in the attic, and get all the lighting right. And we completely forgot about it. And apparently, like I think it was a couple of weeks later or something like that. We were in so much shit because they had all these weevils.
Oh no!
Suddenly the
Sure.
the
Well,
flowers
they're already in the
moving.
flower. Yeah.
Yeah, they're already there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So suddenly you got this moving landscape, and it's all like, oh,
That'd make a
dear,
cool visual.
yeah, we wondered if we could use it.
It'd be like
but
Tremors, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
but it was fleeting. It was fleeting about whether we should use it or not because it was a bit wriggly. You're like, no. So, but-
Wow, that's cool.
and trying to blow up stuff and then use the high-speed camera to catch it, and so we're setting off.
How high speed was the camera?
God no, you'd have to ask him.
Oh, okay, but nothing like now. I mean,
Oh no! But it was just a very fast motored. I think it was Russian. It's a very weird looking thing.
wow.
And the effect was great, but we were essentially letting off outdoor fireworks in his bedroom.
Wow.
So and blowing up Airfix models and
I mean, if you look at the making of Star Wars, the trench run, that's kind of all they did, really.
that's well,
The little fireworks kind of growing over this
Well,
trench.
they were doing a thing where they were doing the torpedoes impacting on the surface, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And they show a bit of film where they got a model of the trench made up in the back of a pickup truck, and then the guys in the back of another pickup truck driving up to it and
Yep.
then throwing.
It's very low tech. Yeah.
Yeah, just throwing the incendiary device into the model and driving by. I think the clever bit was not so much that. The clever bit was when it's up on the screen, it doesn't look like two pickup trucks passing each other.
Yeah, because it's they shoot at high speed. They
Yeah.
all those little tricks they have.
Yeah, and the matte painting and
Well,
everything.
look at all the Lord of the Rings stuff. Even that was a high tech movie, and
Yeah.
a lot of those shots were just shot on the back lot of the of a studio.
Yeah,
Like the Helm's Deep was actually a pretty good sized model in the parking lot.
yeah,
They just shot it out, so they got the outdoor lighting. It looks
Yeah.
legit, and it's miniature.
I mean, it's the
And,
same when you watch these Harryhausen ones now, and you can see like black lines around the outside of an actor and stuff like that, and it's like,
I'm okay with that because the Harryhausen stuff
oh
was
mate,
so fucking good.
Harryhausen, you can't fucking
Yeah,
knock
those.
that, you know?
I grew up
Yeah,
watching
yeah.
those things.
Yeah,
They actually
exactly.
had one. I think one of the last ones he made was still when I was a kid. You actually got the Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah, yeah. What's that? Late 70s,
Very late 70s. Yeah,
very late 70s. Yeah.
yeah.
But I
And,
always
so I
remember.
got-
I always remember the fighting. The skeletons. With
That's the
swords.
best, obviously. Yeah,
Oh,
that
man.
and the what's the character? The metal creature on the island. They had to unplug his foot. That was
Oh
awesome.
no, it's Hercules. It was
No, the giant thing. It's not Paulhemus or whatever. It's some other character from Greek mythology, but he's this giant
But yeah,
statue.
but still has and he's got that
and he was.
thing in
They
his
discovered he has a
heel,
plug in his foot, and they unscrew it, and he drains.
and then all his blood. So
Oh, that was awesome. That
Yeah.
footage and the sound effects to go with it.
yeah, and the music. When the creature was nearby, and you have those low bassoons, bass bassoons and stuff.
Yeah.
And all this business. Yeah, it's golden era, mate. Which was another reason why Forbidden Planet looks so fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
So that was Disney, wasn't it? They did all the like the spaceship
really?
landing. Yeah, Disney
didn't
did
know
all
that.
all the planet scene and everything like that. But the matte painting stuff, which would probably explain some of the choice of colours. There's a bit of a Bambi feel to how that planet looks in the background. You know what I mean?
Well, the creepy music made up for the rest of it. so.
Mother.
Different mother.
The, B.B. Barron and the other guy who did
Yeah.
the music for it. It's awesome.
Yeah, but it was donkey's years before they got the credit.
Well, of course.
Well,
Seemed a
because it wasn't
shame.
music.
Yeah, it wasn't
Uh,
music,
but,
wasn't it?
Yeah, they weren't allowed for the Academy Award nomination.
Well, what was it, like late 80s or something like that before they got the credit onto the film? Something ridiculous like that, like many, many years had gone by. Which is a crying shame.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, if you do class that as a film score, then you've got to class Yoko Ono as a singer.
I mean, if it's Dada, so if you like that stuff, Dada
Yeah.
and Fluxus, then of course it is. But doesn't mean it's good.
Because I've seen that bit of video of her coming on and doing the Pink Floyd bit.
Well,
And
did
it's
you
like,
see the
Oh my
clip she did at the
God.
art gallery, where she comes
Oh,
out in the middle of the
yes.
art gallery and screams at everybody, and
Yeah.
then holy moly!
Wow.
Well, there's always the classic, what was it, mid 70s, where the sound engineer muted her mic when she was wailing into it. When we,
Oh, that talk show.
No, when we were like, was he playing with Chuck Berry?
Okay.
Where if he's like starts wailing into the mic and suddenly you can no longer hear it. Well, then you can also see him just looking at her like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, where the fuck did this come from?
What is this noise? Somebody at the door.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, the good old days of primitive 3D.
Yes.
Remember, did you ever use the text-based one? Shit, what was that called? I even had it on my phone. It was a text-based 3D modeler renderer.
Oh,
What the hell was it? It was really popular. It was free,
yeah.
and it was all over the place for a while. I forgot.
Yeah.
It
But
was, it was a pain in the ass, but it was
yeah.
the render quality was quite good. But the problem is you had to put in all the coordinates for everything. You basically had to. It's basically coding, right? You're
Yeah.
coding a model, and the scene and the render settings,
Yeah.
and yeah, I think I did a mental block. I just blocked it out of my memory because it sucks so bad. Because it was the ultimate in like, get this right or it's going to be weird or not work at all.
Yeah.
Versus having to use wireframes and guess your way through it.
Yeah. It's like I think because I spent so much time and invested so much time into Lightwave that when I tried Bryce, Maya, I was like, "What the hell is going on here? Where is everything?"
All different paradigms. Yeah.
Yeah.
But did you ever see the Bryce models? The guy made a semi truck with Bryce, and he made a guitar in a studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, like how the fuck did he do that in a landscape program?
That's the thing. You'd see the screenshots of various pictures and models that people have done in these programs and go, "Oh, this is really good." And you get it, and then it's like, you go, "How do you do a cube in this? What the hell?" Completely lost. And right, I'm going back to Lightwave. Where's my dongle?
Yeah.
So, Christ, I have no idea. It's been so long now. I have no idea which Lightwave is current now.
I only used like 5 for a while, and I said, yeah, I don't like the 2-program aspect of it. I don't like some of the tools in it.
Yeah.
And I was getting more into the smooth, the spline patch modelers at the time. I didn't like the polygon modelers.
Yeah.
Until I got into the stuff like what's the one called? ZBrush is amazing.
Yeah.
On a graphics tablet, it's just unbeatable. And then there's the free kind of stuff now that's amazing too. Like what's it called? There's damn it, I always forget the name of it. I have to look it up now. There's 2 programs. One is a viewer / editor / scene maker, just for fun, and one is a full-on model maker, editor, morpher, and decimator.
Right.
And one's by. Let me have to look this shit up. I just forgot. It's been a long damn day, and my brain's fried.
Yeah.
It's not even that late for me, but it's just I'm already done.
Yeah, I've had quite a one today, and all, I must admit.
What is that one called? It's God, that would pop out at me here. I have it looking at my program list. Can't remember the damn name of the fucking thing.
I wonder what the current Lightwave is. It should be a laugh.
I'll do a quick Google U on it. I'll see what I can get here.
What are we on, boys?
That's not it.
Oh,
That's not it.
they don't give it an actual number anymore. They give it a year. We've moved to that now.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so now it's Lightwave 2020.
Wow.
Right, 64-bit.
It's a few years out of date. I thought you always give it a year number ahead of the year you're actually in.
Yeah, this is it. You'd think, wouldn't you? Come on, how much are you?
Let's see, what is that tool called?
This should be interesting. Oh,
Can't believe I forgot the name.
it's cheaper now. It is a mere £878 now,
Oh,
as opposed to the what's it, 1,700 quid?
it was a lot.
What,
Yeah.
For how long is that £878 for a year? Or?
When Maya
want-
came out, and it was
Oh,
called Maya
once you
Unlimited.
bought it, sort of thing.
Maya
Yeah.
Unlimited package was $16,000 when it came out.
Yeah, I remember that being. It was very popular on the torrent sites, if I remember right.
It was when it had the fluid simulations, the fabrics, so all the soft body
Yeah.
dynamics, and some other goodies in there.
Well, I'm at the point that if I need AutoCAD, I subscribe to it for a month for the job I need it for, and then I don't.
Ah, here we go. So Mesh Lab is the free tool to do viewing, tweaking, minor edits, stuff like that. And then
yeah, I
Mesh
remember.
Mixer is the one you can do
Yeah,
full on like ZBrush type modeling in it.
these
and
have been around a
decimating
while.
and-
haven't
yeah,
they?
and it's great for
Yeah.
3D printers. If you have a 3D printer and you want to do something free, open some free models online, open Mesh Mixer, edit the shit out of it, decimate it, send it to your 3D printer.
Yeah.
It's very
Yeah.
cool stuff.
Now, the thing is, they have some demo videos here of what's capable with it. And guess what? I'm closing the web page and walking away.
Yeah, of course.
No, I'm not going down that bloody road again. It's too late now, anyway.
But yeah, those are great. Two great tools and they're free. Mesh Lab and Mesh Mixer.
Yeah.
And you don't even need a tablet. You don't need a 3D printer. You just can play with your mouse and just have a blast with them. Like little simple things like, say you want to join two models. Like you have a human head model and a random body model. Well, it's a pain in the ass to join them together naturally
Mm.
in any package. You drag this thing up. It's content aware. It knows exactly where the edges are, and it just
Okay.
welds it.
Well,
And,
okay.
and you can just drag along the surface, and it just follows the surface normals. You just drag. You can have heads all over a body, in like a couple seconds. You have like human heads all over a single body, crazy artwork kind of stuff, and it looks
Yeah.
legit because it's welded it for you.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very clever stuff, and it's fucking free.
No, I think it's another rabbit hole I don't want to go down now.
But that's when you want to get quick and dirty and make some stuff and have some fun. And,
Yeah,
even
but
something
it-
simple like you want to make some funky fader caps, like take a Bob Moog head and make fader caps out of it.
Yeah.
With Bob Moog. You could do that in there very easily.
I might actually visit such things when I get this 3D printer back out.
I was gonna make a weird chess set out of some stuff for a while, and I decided, it's
Mm.
still too much work, and I'm too lazy to do that.
What with Spock as the queen and Shatner as the pawn?
Yeah. You see, like I bought my Volterra 1 now, my SMT circuit board machine, and it's going to be, they reckon, 2 months before it gets here. So
Wow.
I might look at some bits and pieces actually over Christmas period, and might have a look at some of those free programs actually, Andy. So a giggle.
Wow.
So I don't even know where my Lightwave disc is. Well,
Crazy.
I know where it is. It'll be in there, but it's with the other 30,000 DVD cases that are down there. So, they're not
Yeah, that's
exactly
the problem
in
with
any
me, yeah.
order. Do you know what I mean?
That's the problem with me, to have everything all securely stored and whatever, but good luck finding it.
Yeah. Because
There was a time I was actually using a catalog program and cataloging all my discs
Yeah.
and all my media of every kind, like hard drives, magneto-optical drives, CD-ROMs, DVDs, DVD-Rs, all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And I got about maybe 10%, and I said, yeah, there's no fucking way I can't do all this.
Yeah, well, I mean, mate, it was the same. I had all mine catalogued out in the front room on the dresser. And one night while I was asleep, Mum thought it would be a really good idea to collect them all and distribute them all over the garden.
Whoa.
At 3 o'clock in the morning. I come down in the morning and there isn't one DVD left in that front room.
Whoa.
I go in the kitchen, make a cup of tea and go, oh, there they are.
Wow.
Fucking everywhere, all over the garden. I don't know what she was thinking.
Frisbee? It's like frisbees ever?
No, they just seem to be dropped or placed.
Oh,
Or there'd be
well,
a
it's
pile of them.
artistic. It's definitely.
Yeah, it's sort of like rose
decorative.
bushes, plump, put loud down there. There's some in next door's gardens.
I guess as long as they didn't get in water or get thrown in dog shit, they're probably okay. So
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of cases that need a wipe off, but yeah, it's just no. You go when a mind is dying from the inside like that. There's no reasons. It's just so you never knew what it was she would do next. I think that was the strenuous part actually of taking care of her. You just didn't know who it was you were going to meet the following day. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
It's very, very bizarre. I really don't recommend it.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's not a pastime that I suggest you take on at any point whatsoever. As harsh as it sounds, but if you have a parent and they're going through this, it might be better to get a professional to take care of it. If you can afford it, do not get involved, because it's one of those things. I think that somehow it rubs off on you a little.
Yeah.
You find yourself at the end of it all. You find yourself just about as loony as the person you're looking after, and it takes a little while to sort of like come back to reality again. Very bizarre.
Yeah, it was kind of rough. My mom's mom, finally got to the point I was taking care of her for a while, and then she had to go to a place for a while because she needed the medical care.
Yeah.
As well as just day-to-day stuff that I'm working. I can't be a nurse.
Yeah.
And she held in there for a long time after my mom died. So she was a good old gal, but she started to get real dithery and kind of out of it and stuff. And my dad, one day we're visiting her. She goes, "Don't ever let me get there. You just drive me off a cliff, do something, get me the fuck off this planet. I don't want to be anything close to that." Yeah. It's rough,
Yeah. I mean, it was good when she was sort of like finally not really. There was nobody in the shell anymore, because now she didn't know anymore. If you see what I mean.
Yep.
Because you always wondered, like, is she trying to communicate something to me and I'm not picking up on it? Do you know what I mean? And you start second guessing yourself, and it's like, mate, this isn't a pastime for the jolly.
Yeah, nature can be cruel enough, but when people start falling off the edge,
it's always worrying
like that,
because it seems to be far more prolific now. You'd hear about somebody's elderly parent, and they've gone off the rails a bit, and it'd be every now and again. Now nearly everybody you bump into knows somebody who's going through or just been diagnosed with either frontal lobe dementia or forget the other one she had. What was the name of the other one she had? She had frontal lobe and I didn't know there was different types of dementia. I thought dementia was dementia, but no. It can attack different parts of the brain.
yeah, we're exposed to so many things these days, and the diet is generally pretty bad. And
well, they do say that food is very much whatever's in the food is possible. The other thing they said, it's been linked to high concentration of aluminium in the body.
Sure.
And
Well, that was the original thought for Alzheimer's and stuff.
exactly. But so but nobody's going around eating aluminium. But of course,
Well, you are
all
kind
the pots.
of.
Yeah. But there was also all your cooking utensils. But it's
Cookware
very
utensils,
popular.
your aluminum cans you have,
Yeah,
your
it
foil
was
that you
really,
use,
really popular, wasn't it?
all that stuff.
Yeah,
You're getting traces of it everywhere.
yeah. Every single saucepan my mum had was aluminium.
Yeah.
Are you saying I could stop licking my MacBook?
Yeah, I would.
Well, I mean, if it makes you feel good, go for it. But
Yeah,
you might have some
otherwise
side effects.
move on to toads. Yeah, go a bit
Or
up the scale.
I should stop licking the brushed aluminium panels of the modular.
They're brass,
Of
mate. They're brass. They
it's
will give you
metal
thrush in the mouth like you won't believe. You'll have a
I'll
carpet.
just stick to galvanized steel scaff.
Oh.
Although maybe not in this weather outside. Don't really get your tongue stuck to it. Wait,
Then-
actually just pure steel, not just pure steel, because that's actually quite helpful to get some iron in the body.
Mm. Well, they are talking about it's going to be getting warmer out now, so I'm hoping I can get the cover on the Mustang before the winter proper. Although, to be honest with you, I think I'm a little bit late getting that cover on. Little bit, as in, should have done it like a month and a half ago.
Yeah, I mean, is there going to be any more winter, or is this going to be it for?
It's supposed to be getting warmer from now on.
Yeah,
But-
because like next week it's nice and warm again,
Mm.
or reasonable again.
I mean, we're not having any climate change or anything. It's just one of those things.
Yeah, but that's why they changed it from global warming to climate change.
Well, global warming was a dumb idea because it warms in some areas and cools in other areas. So you don't want to use
No, I mean, on average it warms across the entire globe.
as an average, but the problem is you're talking to the average dope out there who goes,
Yeah,
"It's
yeah,
not
but yeah.
warming now, idiot."
Yeah, look,
like,
I
oh
got
my
a
God.
snowball. What do you
Yeah.
mean the world's getting
So
warmer?
you have to change the terminology to make the
Yeah.
dummies pay attention, if they will pay attention.
Yeah. So they changed it to climate change. But they never say that the other part of it, which is it's climate change, you fucking moron.
Well, sure. Just like at the globe, you fucking moron.
They
so.
just stop at change.
Yeah.
What are they thinking, man?
Yeah, I mean, we do have weird periodic. We're well, I forgot the exact number because I haven't paid attention for a while, but we're well between ice ages, right? But obviously, you get these shifts and stuff as you get closer to an ice age, and there's periodic changes throughout stretches of time.
Yeah.
And how long have we been keeping records? Real good records? Not that long, to be honest.
Yeah, we're
So
looking
we
through a
don't know
little
some of the
pinhole,
micro
really.
changes and stuff
Yeah.
here and there. But there's, from the core samples they've studied in Antarctica and other kinds of stuff that they studied, there's some shit going on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's also the way the North Pole is just getting massively smaller, and
Yeah,
general temperatures anyway. Just
at some point
something
you won't
going
be.
on.
At some point you won't be able to go to the North Pole. Or well, just with a boat, you're no longer be able to.
Yeah, you can park on the ocean roughly where it used to be.
Yeah, can no longer fly over the Russian helicopter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. Just, and it doesn't help that people believe, they don't believe in real science stuff, but they believe what happens in movies like 2012 and all those stupid movies.
Yeah.
They go, "Oh my God, you mean the neutrinos coming off the sun is going to cause the Earth's core to heat up?" It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So people believe these goddamn movies, and it's like, it's a movie.
Yeah.
Not to mention
Well-
the fact that the physics, just the visual physics in the movie of the way cars work and freeways crumbling
Yeah.
doesn't look realistic either, yet they still buy that.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
What-
that's
what
something
is
you know
happening
from
with-
experience. Is
What is happening with neutrinos? Like the most boring particle, it's always like it's named by
exactly. It goes through everything and doesn't do anything. Yeah. It was building up in the center of the Earth and causing the Earth to fall apart.
It's neutral because there was already the neutron and it's tiny. They called it a neutrino.
Totally.
Or-
And
or
it's so
obviously
actually
that-
it's so hard to even fucking find them. They had that underwater deep
No,
reservoir in Japan that
That's
they've been
right,
collecting them
yeah.
for a long time.
What?
Yeah.
No,
'Cause
they're
they're so
very
hard to
easy to
find.
find. CERN sends the neutrino beams out to Italy.
Well, I'm talking about natural ones.
Oh yeah, but
They're occurring from the cosmos.
they're very easy to generate in a synchrotron.
Oh,
but
sure.
They just fly out the corners everywhere during a collision.
So why doesn't that thing blow up then? What the hell?
My kitchen is falling apart. Ah.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, then you should know that obviously there are 3 different types of neutrino for
Sure.
the electron, muon, and tau. There are 3 different types of electron. Well,
Then you got your different quarks too: up, down, charmed, left, right.
I always thought
well
it
yeah,
was
6 different quarks.
I think
It
there's
was
6.
those sugar-free, cherry, and normal.
If they had a
That-
better
that-
sense of humor, they would have called them that. So
Oh yeah,
Well,
well, yeah, they should have
Then
done.
you have your gluons, then you have your W and Z bosons.
Mm. Your quarks.
And,
Yeah.
that's it. And well, of course, you have all the antiparticles for those.
Yeah.
So for all the leptons, the antiparticles, and all the anti-quarks.
yeah, and a lot of that stuff was quite a few of those things. I think the Z particle was discovered at SLAC just down the road.
We have that boson. I mean, the W bosons, I believe, were CERN, but or there might have been Fermilab. I mean,
Yeah, there's so many different places doing that. But
I don't. Well, Fermilab is shutting down, isn't it? Because we're not getting the funding needed to upgrade to more power. So
Really?
there's basically no point of running it anymore.
Yeah.
Well, because
Until they need it.
yes, but what do you need a big linear accelerator that is underpowered compared to what you have in the rest of the world?
Hmm. Electric
Because,
go-karts. Yeah. Turning into a,
I mean, crash testing. You could do just out of the power a bit so that you're in the tunnel levitating some hamsters for crash testing. I don't know.
or the worst thing that can happen to you theme park.
you guys saw the famous levitating frog video. That's pretty sad.
Mm.
They're able to in a high energy chamber because water is a polar molecule. They're able
Well-
basically to levitate this frog.
Set me down.
Yeah.
The beauty of paramagnetism.
Yeah, it was. I don't think he lives very long, but it's just
Okay,
kind of
you-
floating in this tube.
I thought normally you do that with fruit and other like, but that's normally the classic ones where you drop them down and just it's floating.
Well, you can't be a proper mad scientist without torturing animals first. So
Yeah.
whether people or other animals.
Mm.
Yikes.
Yeah.
What a lovely time.
Well, that's what so many people who are anti-vax think, that we're all being experimented on, and like Alex Jones is saying, they make the frogs gay. It's like we're trying to do all this stuff. It's
I would like to know what he smokes.
he's just a classic snake oil salesman who's just a terrible actor. I guarantee you he doesn't believe in anything he spouts. It's just theater. And he's completely nuts.
What sort of look at me kind of thing?
Basically.
Yeah.
And he's not afraid to go to a crowded area with a megaphone and start shouting stuff that, could easily get him pummeled. And He just doesn't care. Yeah.
Well, as long as he seems to make money.
Well, he did until the trial basically screwed him up. But then he has these shell companies and other sneaky ways to hide money. So whether they actually get any money out of him is another matter.
Well, I get all the money he has, right?
Well, I mean, within reason. They're not going to put him on the street because he has wealthy connections, right? He's wealthy. His friends are wealthy. He's never just like Trump, this tax stuff and all this stuff. These guys are never going to get in trouble for stuff. When you're famous and rich, unless you're like an Epstein or something like that, nothing's going to happen to you. It's
That,
just-
that took a while.
they get away with murder basically, and it's only the poor and the middle class get fucked over.
Yeah, my wife threw herself in the body bag. It just
Basically.
happened.
Look at the Klaus von Bülow thing. That was a classic one.
Yeah. He punched himself unconscious, officer.
He drowned in bed. It happens.
Someone was making a claim the other day. It's kind of funny. It's probably true too. Epstein was basically the patsy. There's another one doing all the real stuff. They just had to get rid of the one that was more obvious, and they have another guy with another island somewhere doing all the other stuff. So
I wouldn't suppose.
he had to sacrifice himself for the common good of the creeps.
Yeah, I bet he didn't know he was going to, though.
No, especially since Trump was his buddy for a while. Look at all those old videos and pictures of them together.
Trump, Clinton, Sweaty Andy. I mean, no Sweaty Andy.
All those folks. yeah.
Hey,
there he is.
No, how was the gig?
you're not rich.
I'm not. Nor am I famous.
Be careful though. That means you're a target.
If you were rich, you'd have a touch digital controller behind you.
Exactly. Yeah.
Serial number one.
And
Serial
the
number one.
Telecaster. Oh, I have.
They're all serial number one.
That would be fun to a product where you write serial number one on all of them. It's just part of the screen printing.
Yep.
And then inside is the actual serial number.
Yeah, the labels are much cheaper that way.
So they get mad. You say, "Oh, sorry, it's just a misprint. I didn't do it on purpose."
No, it's not the actual serial. The actual serial number is on the inside.
Yeah.
But this is just part of the screen printing.
Like it.
Everybody can feel special. Yes, that's what it's all about. So how
Everyone's
you
a winner.
been?
I'm knackered.
You had a mom, did you not, tonight?
I did have a mom, an e-mom. Got through 15 acts. It's like
Wow.
she's the most I've done. It's crazy.
Was there any get off
The
long enough,
the
mate?
tiniest amount.
Yeah.
Yeah. Luckily, I
Yeah.
didn't. have
Wind
this sort
wind it up.
Oh, they didn't have a self-imposed clock. Huh?
of- No,
Time for
no.
the crescendo. And then
No,
stop.
I think having like the sort of like literally a 15-minute clock thing, like
Yeah.
I
You
don't know,
better,
it's-
yeah. It's
It's a bit kind of
No,
And then
oh, it's-
pull the plug.
bit military. Yeah.
Is that what I should do for if it actually goes ahead for what I'm trying to set up?
I mean, I've even seen big comedy shows where they do that. They have the big comedians see a clock because they'll just go on forever. Yeah.
I mean, that's standard for big talks that you have.
Yeah.
You might
Oh,
have a teleprompter screens, but the clock is
Even-
always going to be bigger.
Even
Yeah,
Nick had it
yeah.
at his, right? Didn't Nick have it at his?
Yeah.
Nick did
I
have
mean,
it
if,
in his, yeah.
it didn't seem to be working for like half of them though.
Yeah, but it's still like going to be what, a 4-hour show,
Yeah.
something like that. It's like one of
Yeah.
these.
Yeah. Exactly.
So
It's half of one of these.
Have some of that. Have some of that. Yep. Oh man.
So it was a mix of modular and all the random stuff.
It was a really interesting mix actually. So yeah, highlight of the night for me was probably Pater Easton. She does like a thing with just a bunch of Volkers. There's Andy,
Oh, right,
there's
yeah,
Andy
he's-
Bonal. Yeah, just a bunch of Volkers, and she just like creates like it's almost like sonic painting with them. Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, they're very
quite
capable
chill,
devices. People
really
laugh
cool.
at them, but
Yeah.
they can be great. Yeah.
Oh, honestly, in her hands, she just works magic with them. It's amazing. Yeah.
There's
so
a guy in
that was
Hardware
very
Jams, John Alchemy, does great stuff with vocal sets and stuff.
Has it made it to YouTube?
No, I
Ah.
didn't. None of this was streamed tonight. I didn't play myself because there wasn't room. And yeah, basically, I was on front of house duties all night, which was kind of cool. It was nice to be able to concentrate on actually tweaking the sound for people. It's just cool.
Up for louder, right?
Hmm?
Up for louder. That's all you need to know.
No, some
Louder,
EQing was
further
required.
away.
Yeah.
Well, if you talk to old BBC people, then that's not the case, and it's up for quieter. Because if you're wearing a shirt and your shirt would get caught on the fader, you don't want to accidentally open the mic.
Yeah,
So old BBC desks were actually
the opposite way around.
No,
you know,
Mm,
no level at the top.
yeah.
Did anyone ever mess up
that's
with
from
these
wearing
things?
white
You ever
coats,
see anyone
isn't it?
totally mess up?
yeah.
I don't know.
No.
It was it was probably just thought out that way when sliders became a thing.
No, I mean at the imam. The imam.
No.
things. No one has a meltdown or messes up or whatever.
No, not really. I mean, occasionally you get a bit of an equipment failure, but you often can't really tell.
Yeah.
That's the thing, isn't it? You can have massive failure, but
I mean, it's happened to me
nobody
many
really
times
knows
where
because they don't know what you're going to do.
I've done the whole
Exactly.
set without my analog 4 working.
Yeah.
I had a
Nobody's
my
noticed.
live thing for a couple months ago. I had a voice go out on my modular. I'm like, what the fuck? It just worked at sound check. What happened?
Yeah,
But nobody noticed because they didn't know what I was going to do. So
exactly.
I just had probably a horrible look on my face the whole time. Like, God damn this thing.
Yeah, they go, anybody in the audience is going, oh, I love how he syncopated that sequence.
The quality tonight was really, really high, really good. Just
Sweet.
unbelievable. The second guy on was doing had a double bass and was like looping that. It was just layering sort of bits of double bass, doing kind of like sort of almost dubby kind of stuff. Amazing,
Wow.
really cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, of all instruments, that wouldn't have been the one I would have reached for
Yeah.
first. I'll be honest with you.
Not super portable either. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, exactly.
true.
exactly.
What, like proper acoustic with a pickup, or
Yeah,
no,
Yeah.
not even a semi one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mind you, if you get a flood, you can at least row home, I suppose.
Well, no.
Yeah.
You,
You only have a soft
if
case
you have
for
a
Yeah.
well, the hard case, also to be fair, shallow case, as we know from James Bond, is perfectly fine
Yeah.
for skiing.
Get two AK-47s into them as well.
Yeah.
I would have to try and catch this. Get them up on YouTube one day and catch this lady with her vodkas.
yeah.
Sounds
She was
intriguing.
she was the woman who performed at the Synthfest
Synthfest.
Imam. Yeah, Pater. She did a set on that. Yeah.
Is she from another one you guys recorded or no?
She's from Nottingham, but that one, I think that's Jamie did broadcast that, didn't he?
Okay, so you can see her on his
Recorded
stream.
it. Yeah, I think
Okay,
so.
cool.
Oh, well, check that out.
She was also on one of his stream after Synthfest, talking about
Yeah.
Imam.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it always Volcas?
Yeah, she just uses Volkers.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Makes everybody feel bad, but
Yeah.
Oh no! What makes everyone feel bad was Thomas Ward with his Volker Sample 1 doing this blinding fucking set with just that. It's just that and Callum Holmes as well. He's also playing with me tomorrow night in Derby, Dubrek. Anyone in the area, please go. And he's got an SP404 Mark 1 that is in mono because one output doesn't work.
Wow.
He can honestly, he just does the most amazing shit with it. He's just like, bloody hell. Here am I with cases full of gear, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I have to lug this around to sound good.
Was the vocal sample one play with the keyboard or anything, or just the box?
That was just the box. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because you can get that cable from that Dutch company. I forgot the name of them. They make the MIDI routers and stuff, and you can actually play a vocal one proper polyphonically with a keyboard.
Mm.
But you need that funky
Is that
cable.
the Tubatech people?
No, it's Gaz has a bunch of their stuff. Orange and red, or orange and black cables and boxes and stuff.
Oh.
MIDI routers. It's I have the cable for
Oh.
the Volca, but I haven't
Well,
used it yet.
the same company that makes the MM16 sort of clone.
It's they make the little round MIDI router thing, looks like a puck. Gaz has one of those. They also make the these funky cables that have intelligence in them. There's MIDI cables with circuits in them.
Oh, okay.
You program them, and so you program it for Volca, you program it for something else.
Does it look like a regular MIDI cable?
It does, yeah. It's just a different color. It's orange and black.
That
I
could
think.
really mess people up with that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's clever because it allowed you to reroute the way the Volca receives MIDI and use a proper keyboard with it and do stuff with it. It's pretty cool. I just never got around to opening it yet and trying it. But a Dutch company makes it. I forget the name of the company.
I think there's some Dutch companies now.
Someone in the chat probably knows. I'm sure Wagoo's heard about it.
See, all I can think of it now is Edam.
or Gouda.
Gouda.
Or Houda, as they're supposed to say it.
I'll stick with Gouda.
Yeah, smoked Gouda is amazing. I just picked some up recently. It's so good. Let me look up those guys. It should be easy to find. How's that company called? Retrokits.com.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's the RK002 smart MIDI cable. And then they also make a router. They make some other cool stuff.
Yeah, they make the sequencer that's sort of like the MMT8.
Oh, that's right. That little calculator thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to get one of those. I love my MMT8s, but the tiny one looks really cool. I forgot they made that little thing. No one ever has them. Yeah, it looks like a fancy calculator.
Just all the videos on 3.5 mil, so just like, oh.
Well, it's got to be small. What are you going to do? Put a giant cable in it?
make the box bigger to give it a display so I don't need to wear glasses.
Well, yeah, you could say the same about so many things that have AMOLED displays and all that.
I'm not bothered. I'm already there.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
I mean, I love the Typhon, but it's got a tiny ass screen on it.
But like only 20 years ago, we had a big screen.
OP1's tiny screen. Always got tiny screens.
What's the smallest screen you own on any of your kit?
Probably the screen on the EPS.
On the disk drive.
On the
thing.
disk drive.
Oh
I'm
my
going,
god! Yeah.
What the hell is that say?
I know.
This big.
It's yeah. That's like
Yeah.
you know where in old spy films where they like have some
Yeah.
microfilm.
Yeah.
My Chaos Pad 2 has a tiny screen and a little Chaoslator 2. That's a tiny ass little screen on that.
Now that screen is the equivalent of writing a letter with lemon juice.
Yeah.
It's like, what's it? It's all abbreviated because you can't fit it on the screen. You go, what's that mean?
I mean, the smallest I have is like the small VFDs on the delays in the rack, and then some smallish LED displays, but they're relatively easy to read from far away because the resolution is so appalling anyway.
The
screen on the
from a distance. Yeah.
screen on the Minilog is very small too.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's probably my smallest one actually. Yeah. Yeah. It
Oh.
is.
It's the same screen that's on the mini Chaoslator thing.
Right.
Just prefer having stuff that doesn't need a screen when it can.
Sub 37 is a small screen for what it is.
Weirdly, the smallest screen I have on a keyboard is on the Argon 8.
Yeah, the mini log's
but
about
that's fine
half
because
that size.
it's always difficult to read stuff on any screen that's backlit.
Mm.
You know, in a bright colour as opposed to black.
Mm.
So, like the screen on the Pro 3, I can see what that says from here, and my eyesight's shit. And it's it's a relatively nice sized screen as well.
The sample track screen's very small.
Whereas, and Andy, you probably can attest to this, on the Sledge
Oh yeah,
SE, that screen, because it's very brightly backlit,
right. Yeah.
and you have to do the squint focus to see what it says. You know, what does it say?
Yeah.
Can't you adjust the contrast easily to?
Well, if you can, I haven't found it.
I think
not
you
that
can on that one. Yeah.
Mind you, I haven't really looked because, you know, just click, 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 click. Oh, I like that sound. I don't give a
Yeah.
shit what it's called.
Yeah. Sledge is a fun
Because
instrument.
it's up there. It's like, yeah, it'll be all right there. Don't worry
Oh,
about
they
it.
had a weird tuning with mine on one of the things I was recording.
Yeah.
I had to take one of the patches way the hell out of tune to match everything else that was coming out of it. Because I was using it, I was switching between banks. The Virus is doing most of the tracks, but I was doing some Sledge tracks here and there, and yeah, one of the patches sounded great. I don't know if it's not one of Jamie's, I don't think, but one of the patches sounded really good. But I had to tune the shit out of it, so I couldn't find on the forums any good answer for it. It's just the way it worked.
Oh.
So I'll just live with it.
Well, like I say, since I put the firmware back on this, well, gutted it and put the firmware back on it, it doesn't lose its MIDI connection anymore. And both engines sound. Yay! So, literally, I got my Hydrosynth yesterday. Because up until now,
It's
only
been unusable.
Yeah, it's only been half a synth.
Wow.
Well,
All
that's
this
half
time.
more than you need, right?
Yeah, it's true. So, but yeah, it's just weird, isn't it? Like that. But then I had no common frame of reference, so it looked like it was working. Well, everything appeared to be working. It was just quirky. Well, until yesterday. I found out it was actually shite. But I really want to bring that Argon 8 in on a bit more. It's a little bit underused, I think is the terminology.
It's a great
Yeah.
synth. Especially
Yeah.
that just the implementation with the plugin is just brilliant. Really well done.
Yeah, it's a sweet little piece of kit. And it's not really getting used enough to justify it being there. So
The Argon?
I need
Yeah.
to sit
Yeah.
down with her proper.
One thing I like to use it for is like, 'cause, you know, it's got the joystick controller rather than,
Yeah.
you know, is to use that with some contact libraries, doing like XY stuff.
Yeah.
You can get really sort of expressive with that.
Yeah.
It's different to sort of, you know, using like a mod pitch wheel. And,
Yeah.
Yeah, I only have the Craft Synth
kind of-
2. I should get something else from them one day.
Yeah. You do get
I
a
used to have
different kind
that,
of feel
yeah.
with the joystick over wheels.
yeah.
So
I mean, what's ideal is if you can actually change the curve, particularly for pitch bend, on a wheel or joystick to what actually suits your playing style.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a wonder you don't see that very much, do you? And yet things like the old the VCS3 had it.
Because I play like ham-fisted gorilla anyway, so it doesn't really make much difference.
How about that third-party joystick? Have you seen that? You can use on anything.
Oh right.
That's
You
what
know,
come with
one-
an extra D-beam.
No, this is cool though. You can actually do quite a bit of stuff with it. Let me find it.
I might know something about this.
It's kind of obscure.
There's a couple of guys I know from around here who have some sort of joystick controller they've put together. One guy used to work for Native Instruments.
Well, I want to add this one to my stuff that didn't have a pitch bend mod, like the boutiques.
Yeah.
Who the hell is it?
Yeah, because I mean, my studio's been very slowly turning into a controller station. Really, it's just filling with controllers rather than anything else. I think the only thing I haven't got in here is one of those touches.
I think it's starting to resemble a solarium.
A little bit. I'm slowly being encircled by them. Eventually, I'll never get out of here. Yeah, help! Throw me food.
She does that anyway, doesn't she?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, yeah, have a biscuit. So,
We've just got to get there before the dogs.
yeah. But like Robbie was saying, he goes, he says, "Are you going to do a demonstration video of the Riley 2 that we can show on PSN or something like that?" I said, "Yeah, I'm just not quite sure how to go about it. Or do I show the comparisons between that and the old Rise? But then there's the Grand. Then there's the
Comparison
block.
between all three.
Yeah, might even bring the block into it as well.
Sorry, is that a Millennium Falcon with skid marks on your wall?
It's flame, apparently.
Oh. The
Why is it on
colour's
fire?
slightly lost.
We don't talk about that. It kind of looks like it's had like a really, really strong curry.
Yeah.
Here's the I put in the chat the link for the thing. It's called the Enjoy joystick controller.
Oh, okay.
It gives you a so you have your XY and you have some buttons on there and some knobs and stuff, so you can use it to control various things. It has CV, MIDI, USB.
Can you play Galaxian with it as well?
He probably could hack it to
Yeah.
do so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that might do some retro gaming there.
But it's fun because you can just add it to anything that doesn't have
Oh, that
the
was
kind of thing
cool.
you want.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So one of my little hardware jam videos, because the Machina Plus has that ribbon, but I wanted pitch bend and mod, so I used the stick.
Oh, does look interesting.
Wasn't that expensive, and it's got a little app to program it, so you can make it do different things.
I must admit, damn curse Robbie and his mini freak.
Yeah, no, it's trying to stay away from that stuff, and it's tempting
It
now.
sounded fantastic last night.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, the micro is also super cool. It's just more limited. Yeah.
Ah.
Hmm.
Oh, check. Right, this is what these guys put together. So if you look at digitmusic.co.uk, they've got this thing called Composer CMPSR. And that's like a joystick controller that you can basically play notes and chords with.
I'll do it on this one. It'll be quicker.
They do stuff for sort of accessibility in music. So this is one of the guys from Native Instruments who worked on the Complete Control, and another guy, musician called Sai Chu.
What's the URL? What do you spell it?
So digitmusic.co.uk.
Digit. Oh, digit. I think it says that. Okay.
Yeah. /product/CMPSR.
I just needed something that was standalone, and that Enjoy stick was totally standalone for hardware stuff.
Oh,
So
it looks like you can control an excavator with it as well,
Yeah.
doesn't it? It's got that kind of
Totally.
look.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. That's a couple of guys from Derby.
Whew.
Yeah.
Couple of quid, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Mind you, so's the Enjoy. That's a couple of quid as well.
Well, yeah.
yeah, but it's
Enjoys.
standalone. That's the beauty of it. No computer needed. Just to program it once or twice whenever.
Yeah. That's interesting pricing. £50 reserve, $299 including that.
Oh yeah, this looks like a Atari 5200 controller.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but at least it's sort of like a self-contained thing.
But it's
Is
not
that-
standalone, is it?
Well, it's yeah. But when you compare it to something like that, what's that French thing I got?
Quickly connect via.
What the touche or?
No.
Bluetooth
It was
MIDI.
you know, the magnetic blocks, and you had sliders and knobs and buttons and stuff, and then you had like
Other
the
thing,
brain.
they upgrade, they wouldn't support you anymore.
Yeah. But they changed the company name, and they said they don't do the drivers, and fuck off, you got to buy it again. I was like, yeah, okay, not.
Well, did they change the company name, or did the original company choose to go under and reincorporate
One
in
or
a
the
different
other.
way?
Yeah, one or the other. But he basically come out with this different name, but it's clearly the same bloody thing. Little bastards. So.
Well, what's more interesting, they went by the same prices, but they made it less modular.
Yeah, I don't know. But it was extremely high resolution. It was fantastic for using for controlling string articulations and stuff like that. But man,
I mean, there are other
not
people
buying it
who
again.
make fantastic things for controlling articulations
Mm.
with 100mm faders.
I'm just looking at this.
So this
what is-
composer thing has wireless and
Oh,
USB MIDI, but it doesn't do CV gate. So
And there are even custom versions available with random shit poking out the back. but like the
You look
boxed
like you
on
just-
mid,
Tofu do
the
one.
boxed on MIDI output, or the boxed on go button for.
You look like you just ripped that out of a vehicle.
I don't think I would be flying with this in my hold luggage.
No. I don't think you'd be flying again.
I've been flying fine with the first version, which on the inside has lots of random loose wiring. And it very much is.
Yeah. I once took an Akai LPK 25 keyboard through the security and the X-ray machines in my luggage, and they pulled me up asking what it was, because obviously, you know, I thought it looks completely different under an X-ray machine. It's like, 'cause it's got all this like metal framework with holes in. It's just like,
Yeah.
what's this? You know, anything that doesn't look quite like a computer to them.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Well, and when they saw it, they were just like, oh, they
Yeah.
don't care anymore. I mean, the most fun I've had was just a whole bunch of wires and interface, power supply for a computer stacked on top of each other. So through the X-ray, it just looked like one blob of wires that met. So I guess like they were a bit upset. So ever since then, I have it in the bag I tend to fly with. Just all in different pockets, all relatively flat out. So you can individually see the power supplies for the different laptops, the interface, and then SSDs and other hard drives and sticks, all in different stuff. So they're all in parallel. When it goes through, it looks like different things, rather than just a blob of do-it-yourself bomb.
check this out. Put a link in here for. Finally got my flash synth from HPI Instruments. It's the smallest synth in the world. It fits inside of a plug. There's DIN 5 MIDI on one side and audio on the other side, and it's powered by MIDI.
What?
And Ian came with this funky adapter to plug it into USB via MIDI. It's a metal adapter, but
It's a bit expensive.
well, yeah, but it's a full programming environment, and you can go nuts with it if you want. But it's just a fun little gimmick. Put it in your pocket, and you have a synth anywhere you go. You just plug it into MIDI or USB, and
I mean, if not, the Ploytech Pilot Squared is a fun, really dirty.
I have that one too. Yeah. So,
That's mad.
Cool. I think I've got something smaller than that. It's that Teensy 4.1 is probably In terms of
This,
volume,
I mean, this is
storage.
literally the size of a MIDI,
No,
the tip of a MIDI cable with the little
it-
thing sticking out of it.
a Teensy is bigger than a MIDI plug.
Yeah.
Well, it's longer, but in terms of volume, it's probably smaller. It's like a stick of chewing gum.
And this is solid metal, so you can
No,
throw it
but
around.
but,
and
but the
be-
Teensy is a lot the Teensy is wider than a MIDI plug. Where are they?
No, it's not. There we go. That's it.
Yeah, but once you wire that up, it's got more shit around it.
Yeah, well, so is that thing when you plug it into something.
What?
No, but it's a complete unit before you even plug the audio in. It is a MIDI cable too. The one end is actually a MIDI cable.
Yeah, but I know you do need a computer to actually use this.
Yeah.
Sort of, actually get
No,
sound.
So
no.
you need a
don't.
computer to program this, but not to play it.
This is just a Teensy.
No.
Huge
But
thing
yeah,
is to-
but that's like smaller than a stick of gum.
yeah, that's small.
I would say that's probably. I mean that's got the Dirty Wave M8 on it. That's an amazingly powerful bit of kit.
The Teensy 4s, they're completely overpowered.
Oh, you can
uh,
get the Teensy, I mean the Mate as software.
Yeah. It's this is a headless M8.
Oh,
So you basically just plug this USB and connect to it through Chrome, and that's it. You've got
Wow.
an M8.
how much was that?
Like 30 quid, if that.
They don't charge you for the software?
No, it's free.
Wow.
So it's
The
just on
world's
this,
gone mad.
and I've got loads of samples on this SD card, and yeah,
That's
it's
cool.
awesome.
I
I've
like
just
the
got-
Mate idea, but I didn't want to, that's a much cheaper option. I like that.
Yeah, totally. And PlayStation controller, and you can use that instead.
It's on the same website. You can get that option.
Yeah,
Yeah, look it up.
it's look it up. It's cool, and yeah,
I've
you've
only
got
seen the box,
Discord.
so-
All the software's on the Discord for Dirty Wave, and yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. The guy's really cool. The guy who puts it all together.
Yeah, I've been tempted to get Teensies for Ethernet to MIDI conversion because the 4.1 has quite a few serial interfaces on it. So I mean, it would be very easy to just put a few in the rack and then I just put the switch in there and just have 4 cables. Well, put a small switch here, put the big switch that I currently have on the desk just in the back of the rack. Have them all there. Like it's not like I'm ever gonna need 16 ports on the desk.
It's interesting. They had a separate little thing like that.
Yeah, so just if you just Google headless M8.
Oh yeah, because I don't see it on the main website here. I have to find something else for it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's such a powerful bit of kit, the M8. It really is what it is.
What will you use for the audio output? Do you just use one of the normal DAC outputs of?
Well, you can. I could just use whatever my Mac output.
So
You just
you-
access it through a web browser. I mean, you
Uh,
can.
you-
You've got various options. You could, actually have an audio board connect it to, but you can just use a browser, use the output from that.
So it's just a USB connection.
Yeah, just micro USB.
Oh,
No,
Unfortunately,
you could output SPDIF through it because the I2S you can in theory you use it to output SPDIF if you really hate yourself. Well, thank God for simple interfaces.
yeah, it's funny. I have some SPDIF objects, but I've never used the cables. Yeah, my little Adderall mixer has SPDIF on it. It has optical SPDIF and regular audio.
What are you doing down there, young man?
you talking to me?
No, yeah. No, it's Noah. He's ignoring me at the moment.
What are you saying, Jim?
He does. He go, Jim, stop that.
That way.
I can see your lap from here. Stop it.
My hands are here.
Put it away, boy.
The sound of one hand clapping.
Yeah.
There we go.
Something's not
There's the
right
answer to
here.
that. To the Zen problem.
That's exactly what it was. They're perverted monks.
I'm sorry, I was just wiping my glasses.
Glasses.
That's a lot of elbow action for glasses.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm just wiping my glasses. They were filthy. They were absolutely covered in semen.
And they were someone else's, right?
You've been making films again, Robert.
He didn't duck at the right time, so.
I haven't for at least 7 years, so no. I'm too boring now.
He's like,
I'm
duck,
no
duck, where?
I'm no longer a fun person.
Oh. God's sake, sit up there then.
Oh, I need to get some sleep.
It's overrated.
Well, not currently.
When do I have to be at work tomorrow?
I think I'm going to have to soak this hand. Soak it in some warm water. See if it
What's
helps.
up with it?
Don't know, just all on the inside. Just the pain is ridiculous. I've done something. What?
So like
I
you
don't
banged
know.
it on something? That kind of.
No, I don't remember banging it on anything, but it started Monday.
It's not bruised or anything?
No.
Well.
And it's been getting just progressively worse all week. So it might be carpal. I don't know. It could be anything. It could
Yeah.
be-
You know, it's great, those things for your feet. You know, you put your feet on and it vibrates the shit out of your feet. You can put your hand on one of those.
Yeah.
That would help.
Yeah, because at the moment it's I can't hold a cup of coffee with it. Sure as hell can't use a lighter. So a Rolly's right out the window.
Oh yeah, all that
Now I've
lateral
got
movement
one.
with your fingers.
Yeah. So now I've
Yeah.
got a Rise 2. I can't bloody use it.
Maybe you used it too much for too many days in a row because you just got it and that was it.
No,
You
'cause
injured
I-
yourself.
I haven't really managed to use it that much at the moment.
Because that was something Nick, I think, said when he was reviewing it, the original. Is it hurt his fingers when he was doing those spreads.
Oh yeah, no, I had when I first got my Rise, I did get that a bit.
All that abduction movement of your fingers, it was hurting him. So
Yeah, but
Rolly strain injury.
yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
repetitive Rolly.
Honestly, it's just the keyboard. It wasn't anything else.
Yeah, no, but I got through that all right, and then but I tend to use Rollies a lot. So I don't think it's that. It's something else. I've done something stupid somewhere down the line. Because every now and again, all under the arm up to the elbow goes numb. So it's
Right, yeah.
so there's
You got a
some
pinched nerve or
nerve
something.
thing going on
Yeah.
as well. But the actual pain in between these two fingers here is it comes and goes. But sometimes it'll be, I just have it resting there and it's just hurting. Other times it's fine, and then I use something at a particular angle or whatever, and it's like, oh, your mother. So try not.
Yeah,
to
I had that
cut.
before. I was walking to the front door once, and my hand was kind of relaxed, and it banged into the door
Yes.
loose. It wasn't tight,
Yeah.
and it was like, oh man, and it hurt for like weeks
Yeah. Yeah.
because it was relaxed and got all bent out of shape. It wasn't tight, and
Yeah.
that
It's
was
almost like you
brutal.
bruised a vein or something stupid.
Oh, it was awful, and you couldn't see it, and you felt it for weeks and weeks. It was awful.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I've had them as well. It's
Remember that-
it's similar kind of pain, but not quite as intense as that. But it's
Yeah.
Possibly arthritis?
But it wouldn't surprise me. I did break this 30 years ago. Well, they reckoned I broke it. I never went to hospital with it. but it used to hurt around the wrist when it was very cold and stuff like that, and that isn't this. So I don't know.
So I was really distracted by it. I keep thinking Robert, on top of his modular, has got like a teenage engineering choir doll thing that's gone evil.
Yeah.
And
It's like my
fat.
it's like my one Eurorack module. But
It looks
if-
like one
if
of
you-
those, like-
If you mean this, unless
Yes.
you mean
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of like the sort of, it's got those evil eyes.
Yeah.
is it better
Black
if I
face
like?
with the,
It's like the
wood
bad robot
behind.
logo.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Stopping it.
It still looks slightly evil.
Yeah, it's got that early 80s children's
Better?
program sort of like robot look to it.
Is that Tomy robot they had in the 80s?
It just looks.
It's
Oh,
pretty
that's
awful.
more evil. Yeah.
Yeah.
The eye spacing. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see,
By your
predators have
command.
close together eyes. You see, so I
I think that's
yeah,
because
the
I'm
closer it
gonna.
is, looks more evil. The more far apart it looks, the more friendly. I think I'm tired. I think I need to sleep.
You have nightmares about that fake robot now.
Ah,
Also,
yeah.
it's better having some more blinking lights.
Yeah, that looks deranged now.
It's proper 60s, 70s computer room lights. Yeah,
Yeah. And the sci-fi film near.
it's really working. Look, it's doing something.
Where's Jodie Foster?
I mean, H4000 might be helpful. But what is P4000 to communicate with aliens? Who knows?
I was talking to somebody about who knew more about the history of the Cray computer, and it's like that thing cost so much goddamn money. They said they had to add some blinking lights to it because you paid for it. You want to make it look like it's doing something. So
Oh, that's funny. Oh my god.
because it was a piece of furniture, right? You saw the thing with the little table, a little bench next to it, the classic Cray shape.
Well, what is also in sneakers, apart from also having a Minimoog and a Prophet 2002 and a GX3P in that film, which obviously makes it worthwhile to check out. There's also the one scene that is in the where they're in the room of a mainframe, the protagonist and antagonist, and they're just sitting on the side of it, and it's just like, why are you sitting on the mainframe? I mean, it looks like a lovely piece of Art Deco furniture, but this is actually a computer you're sitting on, or you would be
Yeah.
sitting on.
And so the Cray has a nice curved shape, and it has
Yeah.
a little bench there, and you just chill out. A $2 million computer.
Just realised that I'm wearing a very nerdy T-shirt.
Oh, geez.
Why?
Robbie will be happy about that.
Did you wear that to Secret Cinema, or?
No. I'll just have to have it on. I like red.
Red.
Red. Except for those red eyes. Evil!
But now they're orange.
Ah! Yes.
No,
That's
no,
the
back
most
in
evil.
red.
Yeah.
What
You
happens if I
Imagine those,
if I turn
those
on the light?
teenage engineering robots. Why things go rogue and go evil.
Yeah.
But they-
Start coming out with demonic voices.
I thought they already did that randomly when they just start after some time of not doing anything. They all randomly start playing.
I expect you can hack them, can't you, and get them to do strange shit.
Well, if only I had the money to try it out.
Funny,
Throw
speaking of
one.
your shirt and retro things and Stranger Things on it, have you guys seen The Vast of Night? That was a cool little movie.
No.
No, I haven't seen that.
Check that one out. I don't want to spoil anything because it's. If I tell you one thing about it, it'll probably spoil it. So
Yeah, it's a bit like Dark. You really can't kind of go there.
but it's a weird name. It's called The Vast of Night, and it's shot interestingly. It's a kind of a 50s retro movie made, I don't know, about 5 years ago, something like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. It has one continuous shot in it that's amazing. It goes straight from a car in a street all the way to this school auditorium across a field, and it's seamless. So it's pretty cool.
Cool. Is anyone still watching by then?
23.
23 people apparently.
Diehards.
Self-conscious all of a sudden.
How many of us are just the random sex box that occasionally spam?
Well, sex box are welcome as well.
Only be self-conscious when you're scared of a fake robot.
Bots have rights. Oh, yeah, Madcap Modular, yes.
4 points. This might be something worth trying for a laugh. What have we got here? Don't know if that works. Don't work. Doesn't sound like it.
All Robert's playing, not one tie appearance. It's amazing.
Wow.
It's a record.
Was here earlier.
He was?
Yeah. And we didn't even say Beringer.
Wow.
Right, let's try that. Mhm. It's not doing anything, is it? Anything? No. No.
Are you trying to play something?
No, I was trying to figure out what this thing was doing.
Oh, you got a
but-
weird audio effect on your voice.
Yeah, there is a weird audio effect going on there, isn't there?
Yeah, it's a nice comb filtering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is going on here? Oh, hello.
Well, you're monitoring the audio input from the mic, right?
Yeah.
Through Cubase.
Yeah. I don't know what it's doing. Very weird.
You sound like Jarvis a little bit.
So what else we got here? Hang on. What about that? No. No.
Yeah.
No, that was me.
Ah,
Sorry.
it's still doing it. Still. Ah.
soundtrack was like in your film, Robert.
No, a lot. Well, in fact, no soundtrack at all, as far as I can remember.
Oh.
Just some grunts and stuff. You know.
Yeah, there were enough sound effects that couldn't have been covered by music.
Oh my god.
That's a TMI, right?
I'm looking forward to the day of Wagyu finding the videos.
You sound like a keyboard player who wishes he had a guitar.
Lucian Hammer. He did a lot of keyboard guitars.
Ooh, it's very left side.
Sounds like Thief.
Very weird. No controls from there. Interesting. That patch should be called Putting Out the Bins at 3 a.m.
Well, especially in the old days, you had metal garbage cans.
Yeah. I used to hate them bloody.
Just threw them around. They didn't care.
Yeah, why did it take us 65 million years to figure out it was much easier to put wheels on the fucking things?
Or make them out of plastic instead of metal.
Yeah. There was a move.
We had dented garbage cans for years. It's all messed up garbage cans.
Excuse me. Copyright strike.
Well, you didn't get any of that fair, right? So it must be fine. think I need to calibrate the filters.
Is that you playing the same note, Robert? Wow.
I think. Let's filter FM, just pure filter. I have a feeling there might be something off with the calibration in some of them.
It's part of the retro feel. It's good.
It's the vintage knob.
Yeah.
It's that fucking doll again. It's an evil doll. Look, its eyes flickered then.
Interesting. No MIDI control whatsoever. What the fuck? What the fuck?
No, got me clean.
Can't remember that one. Robbie in the house.
Robbie's at the door.
Get that, will you?
It's not my door, is it? I'm pretty sure my doorbell sounds different. Yeah, but my doorbell's different.
You had the vintage doorbell with the tuning issue, so.
Oh, very posh.
That's very good.
Oh. Don't know about up, I want to do a rolly.
What kind of rolling?
Is everybody
one?
pissed off now?
No, we
Probably
only scared of
fallen
one
asleep.
person.
We're only scared of one person. Must try harder. There it is. And the big Robert taking the beats out.
That's big.
It is huge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Uji.
All 16 voices.
Shouting.
One time I feel like maybe it was fine keeping it and not trading it in for a Prophet 5.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's like a Paul Hogan moment. That's not a synth. That's a synth.
This is it.
Take your weedy Prophet vibe.
Yes.
Fucking hell.
What
That surprised me.
what machine gun was that? It's been working of Come to Daddy or?
Yeah.
It's an Elisa's M16, yeah.
I don't remember that one.
What would this sync sounds be like for full unison?
It sounds like grimly fiendish.
No, that's my high quality ragtime piano playing.
No, I know, but it had if you sound grimly fiendish, it has that kind of sound quality to it.
For 5 the actual piano sound.
The evil doll's waking up.
Hey, Ken, what's that? It's not the Oasis, is it?
No, that's W7 grand piano.
Yeah.
I forget who it's done by, to be honest.
Well, it's a controller board at the bottom.
Yes, Studio Logic.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I think I'm going a bit dark. Okay.
Yeah, it's going down a dark road.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong to stay there.
Well, you're past the witching hour, right? So.
Yeah. That's my bedtime. Actually, not past my bedtime. I don't normally go to sleep till after this. EastEnders theme tune coming in then.
Almost. You killed my brother.
Leave it at.
Leave it out, yeah.
What's going on here then?
You made me laugh.
Did it really start with a drum like that? Is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's a bit of a Brit in joke, that one, isn't it? Really.
I know about the show. I just never saw it. They had it on public
Yeah.
television out here for years.
My llama's bisexual. Isn't it? It's always some sort of like,
Like a shocking.
Just on the
moment.
cliffhanger.
yeah. I'm leaving you, Mitchell. I've fallen in love with a bath sponge.
That's fun.
Yeah. I'm leaving you for a mortgage. It's always something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gotta love those cliches.
We seem to have an extra E-mom tonight, Jim.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant.
You never know what this bloody thing's going to come up with next. Yeah, I'm leaving you for a life. Incoming.
I should do those drums really fast as the opening of the Baywatch theme.
Yes. Yeah.
Hoff slow motion running down the beach, holding his gut in.
That'd be
Beautiful.
£14.50, please.
That was lovely. That hydrosynth does sound amazing.
Yeah, I'm still finding out what it can do. It's ridiculous. But it's nice. Do you know what? Because I used to do this sort of like group of guys in the front room
Yeah.
and just
Well, do
play.
you want to admit to that?
Yeah. We used to spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours just playing. Sometimes with the lights off as well, so we didn't. Just gone, mate.
You used to do a group of guys in the front room
Yep.
with the lights off.
Yeah. It's the one about 2 down from Robert's film. It's 2 down, 1 along.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pained expression, yeah. But yeah, I used to love it. Like a fucking drug. Just playing, jamming into the middle of the night and mate. I've done it for donkeys. It was really enjoyed that. Now what? Where the fuck is this coming from?
Beautiful, that is.
I don't know.
Sorry. Half God, half beast. I think this is the best Spongles lineup so far.
I don't know what you mean. It was great fun when we were playing completely different things yesterday. Just completely ignoring each other for like half an hour.
Yeah.
Until it eventually got somewhere.
You mean Guitar Center?
Yeah, it was a bit Guitar Center for a while, wasn't it? I don't know. I don't really do happy music.
Sounds like a strangling cat. Is the
This is a professional singer. We think his voice might improve.
Well, that's actually the same sound. How weird. Copyright.
Let's try and escape the cavern.
Well, that's a nice long tail. Bloody hell, suddenly it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my god. Crazy.
Oh, that's on the aftertouch.
strain injury.
Again, where the fuck that come from?
Out there somewhere.
Yeah. It took me ages to find what chords they were. I'm stabbing around and go, no, that's not it. That's not it.
I found the good thing about using loopback is you can mute your own sounds to find out what key it is without fucking up everybody else. I like that noise though.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Thank you, Pigments 4.
Yeah, I'll say.
That's Pigments.
Nice.
Right, I really need to go to bed.
Yeah, same here, buds. I'll tell you what it does show
I
me.
enjoyed that.
Don't need much more than the HydroSense and a computer,
No.
to be honest.
You're going to get rid of everything else.
Yeah, fucking burn it all.
Write it down for the insurance. Good idea.
Oh, mate.
Could you guys hear the little crap I was playing in the background?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
cool.
That's Shakuhachi on Thumb Jam. It's iPhone.
All right.
Nice. No,
Cool.
it was in there, buds. It was in
It's
there.
very expressive.
That's cool.
Yeah, it worked.
I take it you're not in your studio with all your gear then.
Nah, I'm at her place.
All right.
Got a few things here, but nothing hooked up. So
Imagine he's at the office.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll be there in a minute.
What are you doing? Well, there's thousands of sounds on this HydroSense, and I just scraped the surface. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you have different ones than I have because you have the newer model, but on the 49, I've only got through maybe 3 or 4 banks. It's just there's tons.
Yeah, well, on the Deluxe, then you got all the multis as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, which when I went to, it was only playing half of them.
Yeah.
So it'd be like, oh, that's a nice sound. Oh, there's nothing on the bottom of the keyboard. I wonder why. Still, that firmware issue has been dealt with. So, cool. It's a shame you can't get actual, real rhythms involved because can you imagine the mess it would be?
Well, some of the stuff was linking pretty well. I mean, the ARPs and then other stuff was, you had a little percussion stuff that was going through okay.
Well,
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with interesting use of polyrhythms.
And
Yeah, that's all right.
about an hour ago, I was shaking a vitamin bottle and playing some wine glass. I don't know if that came through at all, but I actually did a bunch of jams with a friend who moved away. One night, just mic on with a bunch of delay and different weird like pill bottles and like the bird shot on the drum head rolls and stuff and all kinds of cool stuff. It sounded really fun. It was dreamy, kind of weird shit.
Mind you, it's something I need to do because I get a bunch of sounds that I like and I get comfortable with them and I keep using them over and over and over and over again. And
Nothing
don't
wrong
So
with
did
that.
Mr. Frank Ellis. So
Yeah, but I really should explore more. Otherwise, what's the point of this?
Well,
if I'm gonna play-
if you have one sound per keyboard, then at least you just grab it from
Yeah.
that sound because
Well, I'll tell you what, it doesn't matter what the project is I'm working on, whatever thing I'm doing, Aperture Strings is in there somewhere. Always.
it is very convenient.
Yeah, and it's really nice. Yeah, it's got a meat to it.
Or to be fair, with top velocity there, it is just mural anyway. It's just the symphonic strings basically.
Yeah.
But it's just when you go smoothly through the entire range of string quartet to chamber to
Yeah.
full size.
Well, I did set up a hands patch using the Hans Zimmer strings. It's hard to fit in to certain things sometimes.
That's a weird library. They definitely didn't sell as many as they hoped.
It was a bit pricey as well.
Well, but that's because it cost a shit ton of money to get that many musicians.
Yeah, I mean,
And,
the solo
and it's
cello-
huge too. It like dominates stuff.
Yeah, it's just big. You're sort of like 70 violins, 70 violas.
No, excuse me, 120 violins.
Was it 120?
Yes, 344 in total. Was 120 violins, 120 cellos.
Yeah.
And
Then there's the
what was-
basses, the double basses. And it was-
Yeah, but I think it's only 22 double basses.
yeah.
Like only. Oh.
Put it on staccato, do a couple of stabs. Hello, where's my speakers gone? Just little bits of paper floating around.
Does it include other orchestral bits, timpani and stuff like that?
No,
Or just
no,
strings?
it is just.
No, it's
strings.
just the strings. Just the
Okay.
strings. Yeah.
How
But
many
there is
violas?
there is a timpani, Hans timpani,
Is-
not timpani, percussion library as well.
Have a timpani in the Hans Zimmer percussion?
I think so. I think
Was
possibly.
it more taiko stuff or?
Yeah, it's more that
yeah,
stuff and like.
yeah, taiko drums all over. the
Taiko's
shop.
great.
Yeah, but I end up just playing Pirates of the Caribbean, so it's what are we on? Oh man, half two. I don't know what it is, but I'm having some serious MIDI issues with this computer tonight. It's been a right little cow. Oh, I've got to look at it tomorrow night. I've just remembered we've got PSN tomorrow night, haven't we?
You have.
Well, later. I say tomorrow night. I think we got Inky as a new fan.
Yeah.
You guys have a groupie?
We have one already.
Spongle group.
Oh dear.
That's funny.
So we'll either got Stab
That's
or
line.
set fire to something now. Maybe not in here.
Yeah, take that Timberwolf and do the Jimi Hendrix light it on fire thing, and
Yes.
everyone's gonna love that.
Yeah.
No, I thought that's for the Imon in your backyard. That can be like the grand finale, having a nice.
No, that's how we could open the Emon, where you throw it at me and I baseball it out of the garden. So like, bye. Nah, poor old Timberwolf. We'll see. We might be able to do something with that yet.
No, poor Dan who got harassed
God.
forever because of that damn thing.
Oh, poor guy. Honestly, just like the
having
look
to
on
sell
his
that.
face was just priceless. You know, he really did try to sort of.
He did. I mean, he
It's performance over and four voice, right? Right.
the poorest. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the dead
Polyphonic
man's
303.
It's just like it's just like he knows he's not being convincing.
Was it take the worst parts of a 303 and have four of them?
And it probably didn't help. He was in a cold show floor and wasn't in tune. Yeah, he was probably drifting a lot. So
Yeah,
voice. God, yeah.
yeah. Those oscillators are all over the shop. It's like, oh
It's
my
like
God.
the Ribbon Wolf was actually fun. Like it was a really gnarly sound. And like the snare was really weird, but with a slight bit of distortion, kick and snare out of that thing. Actually quite cool and really different.
The problem with the Rhythm Wolf is I took it out recently to do a hardware jam with it, and I had so much trouble getting some variety out of it. I said, "Fuck this thing," and I threw it to the side.
I don't know. It only has one sound.
I know, but I mean, within you figure it's got quote unquote analog drums, right? So it should be able to tune a little bit of extra sound out of it instead of that same old shit.
No, you have that one sound.
You really do, yeah. So the knobs don't mean shit, really, for the most part.
They're not even connected.
Yeah, it's like a Fisher Price thing. It's like
Makes it a lot easier if you. We can't complain about going out of tune or doing the wrong thing. But not
I mean,
being
the
in the wrong
sequencer is
position.
probably the most useful thing on it, just like the Timberwolf.
All right, that's it. I'm absolutely done in.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't expect to be at another gig.
I don't
There
need
you
to be
go.
at work until 1 o'clock. It's fine.
Well, the difference here is no one told you to stop, so you could just keep going.
Yeah, that's true. There's no 11 o'clock curfew.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Well,
if the ice wasn't
11
falling out
a.m.
my head, I'd
That's,
carry on.
that's a bit
actually.
late for a curfew, but
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm getting that tired person, itchy scalp. Maybe. Do you know what? Since Fiona cut my hair, it just stands on end.
Awesome.
Just
It gives you more character. It's nice.
get it into a nice little.
if
Be a
far
unicorn.
better for your.
Oh, what's happened to the owl?
Oh yeah.
You look kind of like Bazooka Joe now with the.
I better
the hair
check my bank statements. Maybe I didn't pay him. He's gone.
It's gone on strike.
No, but there's no StreamYard watermark.
Look like I'm starting some new boy band. What's these two guys with the weird hair that I keep seeing every now and again now? And tattoos from...
Oh,
forehead
Island
to-
Boys?
Is that who they are?
Yeah. They're the Island
Weird.
Boy kind of thing. Oh, it's so annoying.
Oh. I've managed to miss that then.
They were the mascot for the Hardware Jam Island challenge.
Mm.
So someone put a picture up for Islands.
Yeah, sorry about that, Manny. It's not a go at bald people, don't worry. In some cases, it would probably be easier to be bald. Certainly managing the back of my head is easier. Looks like somebody's been rubbing that with sandpaper for a month. There's almost no hair there at all. There we go. I think we've got it under control. Nobody make a sound. I think it's asleep.
So you have any cool, fun things coming in soon for Fix?
Not soon, no.
No?
All part of the end of year wind down.
Oh.
Because I always end up with the horrible machines at the end of the year.
Oh.
Mm.
Well, gives plenty of
Timberwolves.
time to work on that vocoder.
Yeah, right. Spend a little time working on that thing.
Yeah. But
Because
it's
think about working on it and then just being ill for a week about thinking.
But this is it. I mean, the hardest part is trying to decide: do I work on the vocoder or do I stab myself repeatedly with a spoon in the eye? I just can't make up my mind between the two, you know?
Well, you have 2 hands and 2 eyes, so you can do both at once.
You've not found the right spoon yet.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, obviously,
Oh,
it's,
I should maybe donate to you the spoon then. The sploomf.
a sploon.
It's a sploomf, a plinth for an oversized spoon.
Yeah, mind you, the kitchen is full of
So like a 1 meter long spoon. There's a plinth for it that you need.
Or stab the vocoder with a spoon.
Mm.
That's the
That's not
alternative,
working.
isn't it? Mm.
I mean, depending across which circuit boards you stab with a spoon.
Yeah, it might fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never know. Just throw spoons in it and see what happens.
Instead of a knife sticking out of it like Emerson, it'll be a spoon sticking out of it.
I still don't know why it has 5 transformers in it. It's very... Surely you can get one transformer to do all that. Just a power conditioner board. Why 5 transformers?
Clearly because they added separate power supplies every time.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. Yeah.
Oh, you
Does it
need
at least
12
look
volt.
nice on the inside? Is it kind of impressive design, or is it?
It probably was 40 years ago.
No, 50 years ago. Not-
Even more.
Yeah.
But what they did was they used contact adhesive to glue all the wires together,
Yeah.
and it's gone black. And when you got to do a point-to-point trace, it's like, because all the wires are black and stuck together. And they're really,
That's exactly why I don't use the same color wires for modular. It's crazy.
Yeah, but it's
Dude.
that hard wire, the solid wire, rather than, and it's really, really thin. So you like do that with it and it
And it
breaks.
pings. Yeah.
Yeah, and it just snaps
Ugh.
off. So I don't really want to move the loom around too much either, because you hear it go, no, no, leave it alone.
I mean, what do you expect after? Well, who knows how old that thing originally was before Kraftwerk got hold of it. But
Well, it
It's about
apparently
3,000 years old.
it was built for them. They commissioned the guy to build it for them. That's
Okay,
the
so-
story.
so it would pretty much be 50 years old then, because
Yeah,
well, it's first on the third album. Well, that's the picture where you can see it,
yeah.
and you can hear it definitely on that album.
So that's when they say Autobahn. That's the.
No. Autobahn is the fourth album. They tried to ignore that the first three ever existed.
Yeah.
Well, first you have Kraftwerk, which is the
Oh, Ralph.
red,
Florian
red,
or
red,
something.
it's the red traffic cone. Then you have Kraftwerk 2, which is the green traffic cone. Then you have Ralph and Florian, which is the picture of them two on the front cover, and the back cover has all that set up, and you can see the vocoder at the
Yeah.
bottom next to Florian.
And that's probably the last time it worked.
Well, yeah, that's a lovely song where the synthia is going through it with a gnarly bass sequence.
Yeah, because the story is it didn't last very long. It failed, and then that was it.
So what did they use for the other? Was it Sennheiser or Bode or?
I think, but as far as I know, Florian owned about every vocoder
Oh, right.
that was ever made. And that I think that's also what Dieter Döpfer has said about it.
Wow.
And, the
don't know where
EMS,
they-
I believe, were the main ones they used.
I don't know where they got the jack sockets from, but literally you have to put both feet onto the front panel and pull on the cable to get it back out of the bloody
Holy
output
smokes.
sockets. It's really, really tight.
So XLR.
Well,
No, it's just normal TRS.
are they like 6.2 mil instead of a quarter inch?
Yeah.
Yes, that is a good
Really
possibility.
Yeah.
But they're a lot smaller than you think they might be.
Yeah. I've sorted it now using a drill. That fixed it. Done. There you go. That goes in there lovely now.
Oh, just bored out a little bit.
Yeah. I have to do that with. What else do I have to do that with? Oh, Oscars. Because you can get the buttons. You know those little black buttons that they have along the front panel. You can get these buttons, but they're slightly bigger than the holes. So you just drill the holes in the front panel. You don't drill it. I mean, you just hold the drill and go, yeah, that'll do, and then it's fine. But I think that's the only other thing I ever have to bore out that I can remember. Mind you, I
So
think
tolerance was not good on the jacks. What is that? No.
No, they're most likely.
Like a different
Oh.
standard or something, wasn't
Yeah, but
it? From yesteryear.
they're not a quarter inch. They're something less than 6.3 millimeters. So they're probably 6.2, which did exist.
Yeah.
Wow. So the cables look the same. They're just a little smaller.
Yes,
They're still the same shape. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're probably also a different plug shape originally, but close enough that nobody.
They have
would
those
ever
rounded
care.
tips, not the pointy tips, right?
No, the rounded tips would be B gauge, which is a quarter inch. because the British GPO, but packaging, but they just have a different profile, but they're still a quarter inch.
Hmm.
But it would be very likely in Germany for the plug to be not an imperial unit.
Remember, I got one of those rounder tip ones. I was like, "What the hell is this thing?"
It is a far superior plug because
Well, not this one. It was all corroded and stuff.
No.
So
It doesn't short any of the connections together when you plug it in compared to a normal jack which if you're unlucky shorts all three together.
Hmm.
Which is
Right,
not very
guys.
good if you have phantom power.
I'm going to. Oh no, yeah, one of them.
one of those.
Hey, there it is. Robert's putting the bins out again.
trash man
Resplendent.
solo.
Yeah. Nothing like 32 BCOs in there. Apart from another 32 BCOs, I suppose. Right then, dears.
Yeah,
My
the
darlings.
anaglyph would beat it.
Yeah, the anaglyph has to exist. Small detail.
It's on paper though, right?
Yeah, it sounds brilliant on paper.
Then you've got to get
It's
it
like
from there
stunning.
to there.
Yeah, it's just like, wow, man, you know. Close the book, can't hear it anymore. All right, so
Cool. Cheers, Ken.
I
Thanks,
will
Anderson.
probably be media whoring again tomorrow on PSN, so
Well,
I will
Good stuff.
give a wave.
Cool.
I might be
um,
there, I might not. Who knows?
Who
I'll be
knows?
gigging.
Yeah.
we- Yeah.
Prepping tomorrow for gig on Saturday.
Yeah. Well, we might do another one Saturday night or something.
I'm busy Saturday night.
Really?
I would miss out on one. That would be so unusual.
What are you doing Sunday?
Uh,
Sunday night?
I don't think
Oh,
anything so
After
far.
Wiggly?
Weekly's happening again, isn't it?
Yeah, I would imagine so. But he normally knocks
Wi-
on you at
Weekly
about
will
9.
go on forever. Come on. There won't be one of them.
No, he tends to knock it on you at about 9ish, doesn't he?
Yeah.
We'll see. Oh, maybe
It's about 2 hours usually.
Yeah. Oh, we'll skip it. We'll see what happens. Might as well crap at planning stuff anyway. So I will see you all whenever then.
Right, you.
Okay, and you all
All
take
right.
Thanks for
care
having
and
us.
look after
You too.
yourselves.
You too.
All right.
See you
Cheers,
guys.
everyone. Take
All
care.
right. Take care, guys.
Good night.
It'll do something eventually, I'm sure.